Camford. If you want to come in, step further down to the pontoon if you've got to take a belay down.
The heritage, the traditions, I definitely found there was a different form of pressure at Henley.
The fact that it's one-on-one with the crowds around makes it very different from any other race we do.
I used to love racing here. I loved the side-by-side. It's more gladiatorial.
Attention! Go! Now.
morning and welcome to Henley on Thames, a very special day in the sporting and social calendar. Day one of Henley Royal Regatta 2015. Perfect weather up at Temple Island, racing underway in a couple of minutes' time. We're going to look down the course, all the setup over the last few weeks and months. Those wooden booms, which we'll see plenty of, hopefully not at too close quarters for the rowers during these next 5 days. It's 20 trophies contested over the next 5 days, 300,000 spectators due in. So one of the big sporting events, and our first race to open things up, the Thames Challenge Cup. Canterbrigian Rowing Club against Marlow Rowing Club. Marlow Rowing Club on the Bucks bank, on the Bucks side, and at Temple Island they're just about ready to go. Nerves and pressure, no doubt, for both Canterbrigian and Marlow. Race number one. This is the Thames Cup at 9 o'clock. Perfect water and fabulous weather. We're underway then. Henley Royal Regatta 2015. Canterbrigian against Marlow in Thames, and as they go past Temple Island, breaking the water for the first time this morning. The crowds will be in later on, but some already up and enjoying what is a perfect morning for this world famous regatta. Delighted to say that Olympic champion Mark Hunter is alongside me. Mark, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim.
What a morning we've got for this.
Yeah, what a fantastic day we have ahead of us. You know, gorgeous British sunshine, you know, the course is immaculate, and Henley just looks spectacular.
So today we've got the first round of the Thames, Temple, Princess Elizabeth, Wyfold, Britannia and Forley Challenge Cups. This is the Thames, and you'll be able to spot it's the 8s that are underway early on. And for these rowers who have some travelled from just down the road, at Marlow for instance, some have travelled all around the world, this is a huge moment in their year.
Yeah, this is every athlete who have been training for months and weeks and maybe years to get to this point to actually compete in the regatta. And it's only lucky of the few that will make it to Sunday to race for those medals. But, you know, this, you know, the first race on Wednesday, it's a big one. You know, Marlow just down the road have come here, and, you know, both crews unfortunately didn't make it past Thursday last year. So they'll be trying to, you know, get off to a good start today and start off on a winning streak. And
the unique contest that is Henley Royal Regatta, slightly longer than the Olympic course, on a river, side by side, gladiatorial. It makes for a fascinating 5 days.
Yeah, that's what makes Henley so exciting. You know, it's so different and so unique. You can have the crowd so close to you, attached along the booms on their boats. 2 boats going head to head down the course, and you never want to lose contact with that crew. You always want to stay in contact, because once they get in front, they're out of sight, out of mind. So, you know, the typical strategy at Henley is to get out fast, get out hard, and get in front.
Well, let's have a look at how this race is unfolding in the early stages. Exactly as you say, Mark, neither crew wants to lose touch with each other, and Canterbrigian on the Berkshire bank and Marlow on the Buck side of the course, and it looks very even at this early stage. Perhaps Canterbrigian just nudging ahead with the early advantage, but it's so important in these first few hundred metres that I suppose they preserve a little bit of energy for later on in the race, but also that they just stay in touch. Canterbrigian just probably half a length up at this early stage.
Yeah, Canterbrigian seems to be in a really nice rhythm there. They're kind of rowing very relaxed, they're quite long, and you know, you go off the blocks very committed, very firm, very hard. It's all about power, trying to get off explosive power out the blocks, and then you want to get into that long rhythmic rhythm where you can just generate speed and distance per stroke. And Canterbrigian seems to be just pulling away and just easing out every single stroke at the moment.
Not many spectators in at this early stage. You'll see throughout the 5 days the peloton, the cyclists, the coaches going along. Do well to keep up with these two, because these 8s shift, and Canterbrigian in this last couple of 100 metres they've put on a bit of a spurt and they've opened up some clear water, and this is a problem for Marlow early on. Canterbrigian on that Bark side making it look pretty easy, getting a good lead. Now got clear water between themselves and Marlow.
Yeah, that's always difficult. They've just come through halfway and they've kind of opened up clear water, and the only thing, because you're racing so close together on this course, is that you start getting dirty water from the boat in front, and it kind of puts you off your rhythm, tips your boat about a little bit, so you don't have clean water to row in.
The stream, I'm told, is slightly stronger on the Berkshire station, where you're sheltered in the last quarter mile. Strong southwest winds, there's no real wind to talk of today. You're better off on the Buck station because of the shelter, but if it's a very still day, the stream can sometimes assist the Berk station a little bit more. Perhaps Canterbrigian taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they could be, but it's been quite a dry summer. We haven't had much rain, so the course theoretically should be quite fair. As you said, there's not a lot of wind out there, and they're kind of just making their way down. They're just running more economically at the moment.
So they have a 2-length lead, Canterbrigian, in the early stages of this race. You can see there the landmarks of Henley, the Red Lion Hotel, and just round the bend from that aerial shot you can see the Henley Bridge. They're down there by the finish line, waiting for these first 2 boats to arrive. They're off every 5 minutes in this regatta, so it's fast and furious. More than 250 races through the 5 days. This is the first of them, and Canterbrigian looking to put themselves a place in round 2 if they can hold their race together. Now we're getting to the business end of this race, Mark. The crowd will be growing as we go in front of the main grandstands, in front of the stewards' enclosure. These will be sights we'll grow used to over the next few days, and they're drawing in towards the close now, and this is the business end of the race.
Yeah, and Canterbury have got a nice lead now, so that they won't have to waste as much energy. They can just relax, just keep it nice and long. They won't have to use that spurt, because as you progress through the regatta, the more harder races you have, the more it takes it out of you, because you're racing every day at Henley. It's not like a World Championship event or other international races where you might get 2 days races or 2 days rest.
So into the final stretch of this race, and Canterbrigian, well, they seized the early initiative and now making serene progress towards the finish line. Not too far to go for them. For Marlow Rowing Club, it's an early exit from Thames. Their 8 looks to be bowing out of this one. You can see the finish line just behind the boats now. Thames, first cup up for stakes. It'll be growing to a culmination later on in the week, this one, but in the first round, Canterbrigian have made easy work of Marlow Rowing Club. It'll be a comfortable victory for them. Canterbrigian in the dark navy vests, heading towards the finish line now. Good news for them. Based over in Cambridgeshire. Rarely get past Thursdays, but this year that's an impressive first round performance from Canterbrigian, and they'll have ambitions to progress through to the weekend. It's Canterbrigian that come home in our opener of Henley Royal Regatta 2015, beating Marlow very comfortably. Over the line they go now, and looking relatively relaxed. Canterbrigian safely through to the second round of the Thames, beating Marlow.
Attention! Go!
Underway with the Temple Challenge Cup. This is Eton College B on the Berkshire side of the course, and on the Buck station it's the University of London A. Another 8th race at the Temple. The umpire already getting busy, keeping an eye on the boats as they head off down the course for this gruelling 1 mile and 550 yards that stretches in front of them. Mark, it's interesting to see the umpire taking fairly urgent action early on in this race.
Yeah, that's the umpire's duty, though. He's there to make sure the crew stay separated. You know, each do have their own lane down on the course. Even though there's no buoys separating them in the middle, they do have their own sides. And this is quite an interesting race. Obviously, in the Temple, you have a university crew, the University of London, racing the Eton College B boat, which, you know, is full of young, talented individuals that we will see later on in their careers progressing into this event. because they are the B crew of Eton, they aren't doing the PE. They've stepped up to do the university event. And we do have some very talented youngsters in this. Some of them, 4 of them, have actually been selected for the Anglo-French, which will be competed in 4 weeks at the Royal Docks.
So it's the 3rd ranked Eton crew that we're watching. But it's the University of London A that have got an early length lead here. And as Mark mentioned in the Thames race earlier on, I just want to stay in touch. Contains 6 of the national champion junior 16 crew, along with several 2nd and 3rd 8 athletes in the Eton College B crew here. But it's the University of London A that we're watching at the moment, and they've got a really good grasp on this race early.
Yeah, I think this really just separates like kind of young boys v kind of men here. You know, they've really kind of gone out the University of London and, you know, led from the first stroke. And, you know, for the J16 guys here, this is about learning, developing, because in the next 2 years you'll see them progress up into their kind of event, which is the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. So you'll see them competing in that. So this is about a learning experience for them to go over the Henley course, understand what it's like to race, and just get a feel for that Henley atmosphere.
So University of London have had a terrific season already, stretching out, winners of the Grand Challenge Cup at Henley in 2014. That was a composite with Leander Club. And last few months, 4th in the Elite 8s at the Marlow Regatta, just downriver from where we are now. And look at that lead they've already created halfway down the course, and they've already got a lead of several lengths, and this is University of London's to lose now.
Yeah, you know, they've got a nice margin there. They can relax, just open up, and it's all about conserving energy. You know, it's a 5-day regatta. Yeah, so they've just gone past the halfway mark. The 3:09 board is fully. That's kind of roughly halfway down the course, and London have a nice lead as they go through that point.
Yeah, there are some well-known markers down the river. Forley, that's the second of them. The Barrier is the first of them as they go upstream from Temple Island towards Henley Bridge, which you saw there. Famous hotel by the bridge. Now heading down course, and they do need to conserve their energy. University of London will have tougher tests ahead, but at the moment, very stylish and error-free from them. The crowd builds in the stewards' enclosure, as you can see to the left of the shot there. Eton College B trying to hang on. It's going to be a tough few hundred metres for them in this searing heat that we have here at Henley-on-Thames today. It'll be all the more painful for Eton College B. University of London, well, they'll just be pleased to have avoided the banana skin. Making very steady progress. Round 1 of the Temple Cup, Academic 8s here.
Yeah, this is kind of the university 8s, that's what it's classed as. And, you know, it gives the, as we mentioned, it gives the young kind of school kids that can't progress into the PE because their first 8s are in that event. It gives them a chance to race in the Henley event and step up to race the university crews. But as you said, it's for academic crews. 20
trophies contested overall. We won't see many more impressive victories than that in the next 5 days. Emphatic from the University of London A up against Eton College B in this second race of Henley Royal Regatta 2015 in the Temple. And it's the Bucks side of the course that comes through well for University of London A in round 1 here. And hear the applause as they head into the final few metres of this race. University of London A safely through against Eton College B in Temple. Henley Bridge, and busy this morning as always with the traffic, but look at the weather this morning, which we're enjoying here on the Oxfordshire-Berkshire border. So a change to the programme. This is going to be race 4. Race 3, there was an issue with an oar. Canford School broke an oar, so their race has been shifted back to 12:25. Race 3 now 12:25. If you're just joining us to watch Canford School against Latimer Upper, 12:25, the rearranged time for that. Here's race 4, and we're into the Wyfold Sydney Rowing Club from Australia against the City of Oxford Rowing Club. So a local crew against an Australian crew. Lots of international crews here this week. 18 countries represented. And these are the first big guns from overseas. Sydney Rowing Club on the Berkshire station. City of Oxford on the Buck station.
City of Oxford. When I see that you're both great and ready, I will start you like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please.
Starter just holding these two boats.
Go!
And we're underway in the Wyfold Sydney Rowing Club up against the City of Oxford in the 4s, and they are giving it a really good go right from the off at Temple Island. City of Oxford just need to be a little bit careful with their steering because they're heading for yes, and now they veer back in left, having headed out right and a little bit close to the boys aligning Temple Island there early on, but they've sorted themselves out. A little bit of an early concern there for City of Oxford. It's Sydney who have taken an early lead.
Yeah, that's always a kind of scary part at the start, because that's what makes Henley even more unique. As you're on a river, the bank kind of goes away from you and comes back at you, and your kind of vision or your peripherals kind of pushes your way or draws you towards it. And off the start, you're in the buoys, and then you go into the booms, and then once you get inside the booms, then you can breathe a sigh of relief and you can really start concentrating and focusing on your rowing.
They will have breathed that sigh of relief because they are now inside the booms. They're safely aligned, but for the City of Oxford, everything to do early on in this Wyfold first round race. Already Sydney have surged 2 lengths clear, and they will not have travelled all the way around the world for a first round exit.
No, and that's what makes this event so special. It's a genuine club event for these. These are all club athletes. As you said, they come from all over the world to compete at Henley Regatta, and that's the unique thing about Henley. We have different classes. We have junior events, club events, university events, and obviously open and international events.
Now this Sydney Rowing Club 4, the bow seat Dylan Vokes, 2 Piers Harsgaard, 3 is Charlie Patterson, and the stroke is Lachlan Hine. They're the boat you can see on the right of your picture on the Berkshire station. Wind's just getting up a fraction. I see those flags fluttering a little bit more vigorously than earlier on.
Yeah, and if that's a slight headwind, that just makes the racing a little bit longer. You know, as you mentioned, the course is 2,112 metres, which is longer than a normal kind of international racing course. So having that extra wind just makes the racing a little bit longer. And, you know, that's when that training really comes into benefit, you know, making sure you've done those hard hours in the gym and on the water leading into the regatta.
Talking of the hard hours, hot work for the jogger on the riverbank. So, good work from Sydney so far. Semi-finalists in the Britannia Challenge Cup last year here at Henley Royal Regatta. Winners of the Forley Challenge back in 2011. and the Wyfold in 2009. Very experienced rowers from Sydney. Charlie Patterson, I mentioned at 3, competed in the Prince of Wales last year. Lachlan Hine in the bow seat of the winning 4-league crew that I mentioned in 2011. And that must help with confidence and a general feel of knowing what Henley Royal Regatta is all about. If you've got experience, you've got form here in previous years, that can only help.
Yeah, and understanding that uniqueness of Henley, that's what's so special about it, is when you come here, it is that gladiatorial racing, one-on-one, and understanding how the intensity of that racing is really important, and it's about having that experience and really using that to your benefit when you come back. And you know, athletes will try and progress maybe, you know, another day each year, and I'm sure City of Oxford will want to progress as they did last year when they made it to Thursday of this particular event last year.
Will the crews be pleased to have been drawn this early on in the day, so they missed the hottest part of the day, obviously being just after 9 o'clock in the morning UK time? Or will they be sorry to have missed the big crowds? There'll be tens of thousands of spectators down there after lunch.
No, the athletes, you know, would prefer to race in cooler conditions. You love the atmosphere, as you know, that is what's so special about Henley. But they'll be thinking about their race plan, getting down the course as quick as they can, progressing to the following day. And if they're racing in the morning today, and then they get later race in the afternoon, that's more rest time, more recovery time. So I would see that as a plus as an athlete. Racing in the morning, it's a little bit cooler and able to conserve energy and not be in the sun for too long.
Good news for the ice cream sellers who are here in number throughout the next 5 days. So on the water, Sydney making good progress in this first round race for them in the Wyfold up against City of Oxford. Not too far for them to head home, which it appears is what they'll be doing after round 1 later on today. Huge margin as they head into the business end of the meeting here, business end of the race.
And what's unique about these coxswains for us as well is that they don't have a coxswain, as you can see. You know, one person in the crew will have a foot plate which has a wire attached to it with a rudder, and they'll be steering this course with their foot. So it makes it more challenging for one of the other athletes or one of the athletes in the crew to kind of make sure they're steering correctly down the course and keeping a good line. And when you're in front of this kind of stage, you know, as an athlete, you'll probably move across and just give the other crew a little bit of dirty water.
Yes, just turn it up as much as possible. That's what Sydney will be thinking at this stage, which is permitted, isn't it? Once you get a clear lead, you are allowed to veer slightly more central between the booms.
Yeah, that's just being tactical as an athlete and switched on to where you are. And if you have that clearance, you know, you want to make sure you have plenty of water either side and relax, take away that stress of the booms to your right or left, depending on what side you're on, and just kind of enjoy the rowing. And this is the really nice thing, to be able to row it down the Struers enclosure, just enjoying that view, because I'm sure when the races get a bit more furious as the week goes on, they won't have this luxury.
Well, last year, City of Oxford Rowing Club were knocked out on the Thursday, knocked out of the Wyfold and the Britannia Challenge Cup. Looks like it'll be an exit on Wednesday morning for them this time round. This year, Oxford 5th in the repechage of the intermediate Cox's 4s at the Metropolitan Regatta. But with only 100 metres or so remaining here at Henley Royal Regatta, you can see the pain written all over their faces, can't you? With that defeat looming.
Yeah, and this is what's interesting for the other British crews that have raced City of Oxford at certain events, and now they've seen the Sydney Rowing Club, which they probably wouldn't have seen on the kind of domestic stage, and it will just give other crews an idea of how fast this crew is. Up to probably the first marker, they'll have some idea of what to expect when they race this crew in the next round.
Sydney Rowing Club then, making it look easy in the Wyfold, race 4 on our programme. Last few strokes in front of the grandstands. A big win for Sydney Rowing Club up against Oxford Rowing Club there, making it look easy. Dylan Vokes, here's Huskard, Charlie Patterson and Lachlan Hine. travelled around the world to be here at sunny Henley. And they now know that they've got lots more rowing ahead in the next 5 days.
Attention! Go!
The Britannia, Lady Rhodesia against Upper Thames. So Rhodesia are on the Berkshire station. On the Buck station is Upper Thames. Britannia due off at 9:20, and as always, running like clockwork, the programme, Henley Royal Regatta, bang on cue, right on time at the moment.
Yeah, we have to keep to a strict schedule because there's 80 races today, so to get through 80 races in a day is very difficult. So things have to run on time, just the way we like them at Henley. But this is another club event, so this is a Cox 4 event, so we have 4 athletes in the boat. We have a coxswain steering, and the coxswain will be shouting at the crew down the course to give them encouragement. And the cox's job also is to keep them in a straight line so they get the best line, stay off the booms, and make sure there's no collisions.
Yeah, the cox under a bit of pressure, not just communication-wise, but steering-wise here, safely between the booms. Interesting headgear being sported by Lady Rhodesia Boat Club. Yeah, if you're a cricket fan, it's a Jack Russell-style hat. They've all gone for the same headgear, so looking very smart. And this is a tighter race, isn't it? A tighter start to this race. Both crews right in it early on. Lady Rhodesia on the Bark station, and on the Buck station, Upper Thames Rowing Club. We had a good Henley Royal Regatta 2014 Upper Thames, and this is a very competitive looking race.
Yeah, so Lady Rhodesia is the old boys of Bedford Modern School, so these guys would have rowed at school together at some point, and then when they leave school they get back together and they want to give Henley another crack. And you know, this is their great opportunity to go out there and in a club event and try and progress maybe to a few more rounds than they would have done when they were at school.
Crowds building all the time here. Just a little bit of a breeze to take the edge off the temperature. See the St George's Cross flag on top of the church here at Henley. And that's where these two crews are heading towards, down towards the bridge they'll head. And it looks like Lady Rhodesia has just taken the lead, but Upper Thames still very much in it as we head to the halfway point in the race. Mark, this could be the best, most competitive race we've seen so far as they go past the next marker.
Yeah, and this is a sort of race we love. It's what I love to call babble to babble or a fist fight. You know, it's neck and neck, coming into the enclosures, the crowd starts to get up, start cheering you on. You know, you can just feel the finish line drawing you in. And obviously Upper Thames being the home crew here on the water, then had a lot of support out this morning.
You can hear that support as they head past their clubhouse and down in front of the big stands, the stewards' enclosure there. The umpire keeping a close eye on it, and very fair race this one. They've kept good clear water between the two crews. Coxes will be pleased at that. And this really could go either way as we head into the final few hundred metres. Lady Rhodesia Boat Club against Upper Thames Rowing Club.
And this is when the coxes, you know, really earn their money, if you want to call it that. Is that they're coming to that final stage. The athletes want to keep their heads still, keep looking forward, just keep working hard, keep piling the power on. And the coxes have to give them that information so they know they're still in the race, they're still pushing to the line.
And Lady Rhodesia are doing that more successfully. Just put on a spurt. You can see a change of gear, a change of tempo there. They've obviously had the call, and now they've got a length advantage. Yeah,
that was a really good push there from Lady Rhodesia. The Cox saw the opportunity there, moved out, and has given that clear water now so they can enjoy the last 20 strokes.
And they will be enjoying that last 20 strokes. Upper Thames fighting to the death here. But Lady Rhodesia, anxious glance over his shoulder there from Alex Robertson, who will be calling for the line. There it is, Lady Rhodesia Boat Club through against Upper Thames Rowing Club. The best race we've seen so far, the most competitive. That'll have been an energy-sapping race for both boats. But it's Lady Rosier who progressed through in the Britannia. Rowers bowed over their oars. That took some energy out of those boats. Second Temple heat of the morning, DSR Laga against Oxford Brookes University. Laga on the Berks station. Oxford Brookes on the Buck station, just coming under starters' orders.
And ready, I'll start you like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please.
One Olympic champion replaced by another. I'll introduce you in a moment. First of all, let's concentrate on the start of this race. Race 6 on the card.
Go.
Underway. DSR Laga from the Netherlands against Oxford Brookes University on the Buck station. Another local rivalry against international here. Local boat in Oxford Brookes and the international competitors from DSR Laga. So, one Olympic champion swapped by another. Mark Hunter has made way for Greg Searle. Greg, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim. It's good to be here watching these eights going off in the Temple. Interesting steering here from the Oxford Brookes crew. See how they've been pushed away from the island. They're just coming down into the buoyed area, but this is a great looking race, isn't it? Completely neck and neck.
We've already observed that in a couple of the previous races, that some of the steering as you get past Temple Island and between the booms, that's clearly the nerve-wracking stage of the race. Yeah, the nerve-wracking stage is as you come out of the top of the island, just as the crews did there. The crew on this Buck station, Oxford Brookes in this case, have got pushed towards the centre of the river, and then they've got to make sure they get into position so they're not hitting those wooden booms. But interesting to see Laga here really moving well as they come out here out towards that quarter mile, coming up through, just about a minute gone, settling into their pace, and they've moved pretty strongly as the bowerman there in the Oxford Brookes crew has a look over his shoulder and thinks this is not going the way he wants it to. No, already a length up early on in the race. The Dutch crew, one of the top Dutch rowing clubs in the country, student-based clubs, TSRV Laga of Holland. That's right, yeah. The Temple Cup here is for students from a single college. We see the Laga crew now as they're coming down towards the barrier, just looking to get a little bit of clear water. And we see them looking very good there for a crew in the Temple, like you say, could be one of the strongest. Interesting to see the Cox steering right over there by those booms on the stroke side, making sure she gets every possible advantage as she gets out here, taking her crew through the barrier. Taking a look here now in on Oxford Brookes. Yeah, DSRV Laga. Quarter-finals. I know they're disappointed with that in the Temple Challenge Cup last year, Henley Royal Regatta 2014. But before that, 2013 winners of the Temple. So they'll want to try and get back to winning ways in this particular contest. And what better way to do it than an opening round victory over Oxford Brookes University. Yeah, this is Oxford Brookes C, I guess we've got to bear in mind, because Oxford Brookes always pretty strong in the Temple. And these guys will have been really up for this one. They'll know they're up against it as an Oxford Brookes crew. I know what they're like. Their training system there with Richard Spratley works them pretty hard all through the winter. And I know they'll have worked so hard, but they'll feel like it's a pretty tough draw to come up against this Laga crew quite so early in their Henley adventure. Definitely a tough draw made at the Town Hall at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, traditionally. And they may have thought they were easier first round opponents, Oxford Brookes, than the Dutch, who are making good progress as they hit the halfway point in this race, a length up. What an advert for Henley Royal Regatta these pictures are. It's just the most perfect summer's day here in, across the UK. On the centre court at Wimbledon, 50 miles from here. Yesterday it got up to 41 degrees apparently, whilst Andy Murray was in action. I don't think it'll be quite that hot, but it's going to be pretty much the hottest day of the year here at Henley
Yeah, and I think
later
these
on.
guys will be very pleased that they're actually racing at this time in the morning, because you've got to know with Henley it's a knockout competition. I guess just like Wimbledon, as you've mentioned it, that these crews will race each day, so a win today puts you through to a race tomorrow. But certainly as an athlete, you want to get the race done, get it done first thing in the day like this, and then be able to take some time and recover. They'll get themselves back, they'll get fluid on board, because today certainly they'll have had an early start. And this is probably for this Laga crew a nice little advantage for them to get the race done today, unless Oxford Brook C can do something pretty spectacular here as they come down towards the Remmenham Club. But you can see from that board there with the number 1 and 2 on it, that as they passed a 3/4 mile, there was a length of clear water between the crews. That board's a fantastic traditional Henley thing that demonstrates the crew in lane 1 is over a length clear, or just about a length clear, of the crew in lane 2, being the Buck station.
One of the many traditions, so the Dutch with maximum recovery time. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Actually, Oxford Brooks have had a good couple of 100 metres there, and they've kept in touch. You're right, it would take something spectacular either from Oxford Brooks or from the Dutch, I suppose, on the negative side.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the Laga crew there is about 36, trying to keep it going rather than going for any big sort of sprint for the line. But let's see. Let's take a look now. I didn't get my rate quite right there. No, come at about 35 strokes a minute. I think they're probably hoping they're not going to have to sprint it into the line. 35 strokes a minute might be the sort of rate that crews would expect to do through the middle. And now hitting the enclosed, if they really need it, they'll hope they've got somewhere to go. And it's Brooks now who've got to give it absolutely everything, as they are looking to sprint it on. Pick up the pace there. I'm getting them about 38, and they'll be looking to get up to 40 strokes a minute. Seeing the signs going up there on the mile and the 8th, Laga is still clear.
Brooks in their sunglasses, not enjoying these drooling conditions, because they have still a length to make up on the Dutch DSRV Laga, and they have conserved some energy in front of the grandstand, and that's good news for them later on in the 5 days.
That's right, I've still got them about 35 strokes a minute, the Laga crew here, as the Cox takes a look over her right shoulder. I'm sure they'll be hoping they've still got something in the can for tomorrow. What a beautiful shot that is, seeing inside the boat as it comes past there. And in the early morning, they're getting a good round of applause. They come past that tree that tells you you're just coming into your final effort. Pretty much in the big races, close your eyes. You've got less than 10 strokes to get to the line, and Laga go through there.
A welcome sight for every crew, and well done to the DSRV Laga 8, who are safely through the first round of the Temple, beating Oxford Brookes University, led by a length for most of the mile and a bit course here at Henley Royal Regatta. DSR Laga, the Dutch crew, safely through to the second round.
Attention! Go!
Princess Elizabeth, Bedford Modern School against Shiplake. Bedford over in Hertfordshire, not too far from here, so pretty much a local derby. Shiplake College, just about the closest school to this regatta course, and based on the same stretch of river, perhaps an advantage to them. And you're having a close look at this one, Greg, as they go past Temple Island in the difficult opening 100 metres.
Yeah, and the Shiplake Cox has done a great job there, staying close to the island. You can see just a little trail of the boat there as the boat gets pushed away from the island out towards the left of the screen as we're looking at it. The Shiplake Cox has done a lovely job there to help the crew to get away well, and we can see they've got up there looking to get away to try and break this Bedford Modern crew as quickly as they possibly can, try and get up to a little bit of clear water. They're going to try to get it by the quarter mile, which is obviously 400 metres. A very aggressive start here from the Shiplake crew, and they're looking good for me there.
Jamie Pond, the Cox at Shiplake, he'll have drilled that a few times, won't he? His coach will have been through it, mentally rehearsed, and probably geographically being as close as Shiplake is, they'll have been down here and rehearsed that start a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. The Henley course gets built nicely in advance, so these booms go in a good month or so beforehand, so the crews will have been able to get down here onto the water and get a chance to practice and get used to it. As we see, we've made a jump here to halfway, so we're coming up towards Forley. And the Bedford Modern crew really has hung in here very well by the looks of it to me. But we see the flag get dropped there for the timer on the marker on the right of your screen. Someone in that following launch will then stop the clock or take the split time, which then gets radioed back, so we know the split time to Forley. And Bedford Modern going through there, and the report being handed back as to how large that lead is. And it looks to me like probably about 2.5 lengths that Shiplake have got here.
Matt Mallandine, the Cox for Bedford, will be barking the orders and making it clear to his 8 that they have serious work to do to get back into this one against Shiplake, who have taken a very nice margin into the second half of this race.
And that's a lovely shot from above as you see the setup of the Shiplake boat. They've actually got 2 tandems in that boat there. So the bow pair and the number 3 rower, from counting from the right, are in a normal position. The next 2 have the oars both out on bow side and then 2 oars out on stroke side, which will be an interesting decision as to why the coach has chosen to do that with schoolboys.
So what would their thinking be there?
Yeah, so it would be really to try and balance up the power of the rowers. It also helps with the direction of the boat because the bowman has a little bit more leverage over the person who rows at number 2. So all the way down the boat, if you have it completely conventionally rigged, all of bow side have a little bit more turning moment compared to all of stroke side. So it makes it slightly harder to steer. Whereas if you put a tandem in halfway, so put 2 riggers together at one side, then the bowman has the turning moment on the 2-man. But then once you've had the tandem, then everyone on the other side of that has more turning moment for the other rower. Does that make sense to you, Tim?
Perfect.
And hopefully to our audience.
Clear as mud.
So hopefully makes it slightly easier to steer. You see it more often in a 4 than you might do in an 8, where actually the steering is probably more difficult because you don't so often have a cox to help.
These are the decisions that the coaches and the technical staff pain over. So this is the Princess Elizabeth Cup for Schoolboy 8. We're watching Bedford School against Shiplake School. We're expecting Eton College, St Paul's and Westminster to be battling this one out. So some of the top schools in the Princess Elizabeth Cup later on in the later rounds. But Shiplake making good progress here as they get in front of the grandstands. And now heading towards the centre of the course, trying to make the water a bit more choppy behind them, no doubt.
Yeah, that would be a good bit of coxing, really, just to drift off their station a little bit here from the Shiplake crew, because they want to conserve their energy, they want to be ready for their race tomorrow. So they'll send a little bit of wash down here onto this Bedford School crew, who are doing a pretty good job of hanging in there.
Bedford School, the 6th oldest boat club in the country, dating back to 1861.
Sorry, I've got to correct us because I know we'll get a lot of trouble. It's Bedford Modern School, because I know there's a little bit of competition between them.
There is, yes. Bedford Modern School, to be precise. Ancient boat club, making it first round exit, we suspect. Shiplake College, Oliver Gerrard in bow, Tom Barkley, Harry Berkeley, the brothers, Henry Hawthorne and Vincent Bowman.
And Shiplake just going through there. I see the name Will Satch on their boat. We might get a little shot of that here. Will Satch, one of a number of successful old boys from Shiplake College, but he will be rowing in the Great Britain 8 come the Grand Challenge Cup later.
Yeah, the Will Satch boat, named after the Olympian. Steered home victory for Shiplake College then in the Princess Elizabeth against Bedford Modern School. They cross the line now. A comfortable victory for Shiplake College, the local school. They've had a good first round effort there. They progress through to round 2. Back to the Thames Challenge Cup. This is race 8. City of Bristol Rowing Club. The local competitors against the Australian boat here. 8s again.
Attention! Go!
Off past Temple Island they go. Can't help but keep looking at the cocks on the Bucks station. in the first few strokes, because that is proven to be a pivotal stage of the race, as it always is here at Henley Royal Regatta. We've already talked about it.
Yeah, as you get away here, you see there's the buoys either side of the cruise, and so when the buoys are there, you feel pretty safe, but you get your heart in your mouth as a rower about this point here, particularly if you're in a coxless boat, because you're wondering whether you're going to hit that first boom. But we can see both coxes here keeping it pretty safe. As we look down the course, we've got the Merkantile crew on the buck station to the right of our screen. The cox doing a nice job there, and they're just looking to squeeze out as they try to settle into their pace about a minute into the race here.
Merkantile taking an early half-length lead over the City of Bristol. So another international match-up, this one, the Australians against the Great Britain boat from the City of Bristol Rowing Club.
Yeah, and Merkantile were beaten semi-finalists here last year, going out losing by just 6 feet to the eventual winners. So they'll be back. They'll have been thinking about this all year as they've been training on the River Yarra in the centre of Melbourne there. And we see in this boat, got that set up again with a tandem in the middle of the boat, the 4 and 5 rowers in the Merkantile boat on the same side of the boat, more of a conventional way you might set the boat up here as we see them coming down. We've moved forward, coming down past Remmenham Club, and the Merkantile crew have moved nicely and smoothly away from the crew from the City of Bristol.
Busy summer this City of Bristol Rowing Club have enjoyed. In the repechage of the Club 8s down the river at Wallingford Regatta, the race was abandoned then.
Yeah, well, the Thames Cup, of course, is the club event, the premier club event, really, that all rowing clubs up and down the country, and as we see with Merkantile from Melbourne in Australia, all around the world target this event. A fantastic experience for them to come and compete, and Merkantile will really want this one.
Yeah, Merkantile, they're flying here, aren't they, Merkantile? Technically they look very sound, which I suppose is what you'd expect.
Yeah, they're moving nicely in that Merkantile crew, and they'll be looking to try and conserve a little bit of energy if they can. Thinking about tomorrow, I'd be very happy to have this early race, to get this one done, get it out of the way, get some nerves out of the system, because they'll have been thinking about this for a long time, looking forward to coming here and racing at Henley Royal Regatta, which they have Australian Henley, actually on the River Yarra in Melbourne. I've competed in it. It's good, I've got to say it's not quite the same.
Don't upset our Australian viewers this early on in the regatta, Greg. Yes, it's a real hothouse of rowing. We'll see the Australian crews here, no doubt dominating, and we'll see them again in Lucerne and at the World Championships in France at the end of August, beginning of September. Australia, fabulous rowing nation, and they are making pretty easy work of this race. Merkantile from Australia up against the City of Bristol, just floundering a little bit in these closing stages. The lead growing as we head towards the finish line. A polite applause for Merkantile.
Yeah, Merkantile about 30 strokes a minute now, just sitting in control. They've done a really good first half of the race, done it very professionally, and now they can enjoy a little round of applause as they come down towards the finish line.
Annabelle Orr, the cox for Merkantile. Stroke was in front of her, Charlie Dixon. And the sun hat, Angus Widdicombe, Liam Donald, Tom Hunt, Callum Knott, Daniel Brigthorpe, Alex Kinsella, and at bow, Jonathan Furlong. And it's victory for Merkantile in the opening round of Thames for them. They're safely through against the City of Bristol. Headed over the line now in those green vests. 3 cheers. And success for Australia early on in this regatta.
Straight and ready. I will start you like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please.
Wyfold again. First time we've seen New Zealanders at this regatta.
Attention!
Yeah, that's right, never competed here before, so a very special day for this crew on the left of our screen here.
The tone, the bright yellow fluorescent vest there, distinctive. And they're up against Nottingham Rowing Club. This is Nottingham Rowing Club's B, which is worth pointing out.
Yeah, and there'll be some steering challenges here. I think the umpire's going to have his work cut out. Got the flag out already, trying to get Nottingham Rowing Club B back onto their station. Both crews will be trying to keep the boat straight, using the steering markers which are behind them, so the steerers within each boat were able to look back down the boat and try to use the large orange posts to get the steering right. And what a fantastic start, what a great race we've got here.
Yeah, this is neck and neck in the early stages. They're a little more competitive than some of the previous races we've seen. The New Zealanders, Pone Rowing Club, Nottingham Rowing Club, the near side of the picture.
And to me, Nottingham just look a little bit more frantic. The New Zealanders, to me, just look a little bit more controlled, a little bit more together. And I think Nottingham B here are really going for it. They know this is going to be tough, but I can see the oars on the near boat just going a little bit deep. You see the painted bit going in, but you also see quite a lot of the shaft of the blade, the black part of the blade, the loom going underwater. And it's not quite as efficient as what we're seeing here as we take this nice aerial shot of the New Zealand boat. Moving quite smoothly. They're able to move out towards the centre of the river because I think they've been able to build quite a decent looking lead as we're going to pan back. And they're coming down here now towards Remenham. And as we say, this crew from Pone nicely in control of the crew from Nottingham who've possibly shot their bolt a little.
Yeah, the first 300 or 400 yards, it was very level, but now Pone with a comfortable lead in the second half of this race.
Yeah, they've been planning this trip for a number of years, this crew from Pone. Big achievement for them to have got here to be now racing at Henley. They finished 7th in Marlow Regatta a few weeks ago in the elite coxless fours, so I think they're definitely going to be a crew to watch here as this event, the Wyfolds for Club Fours, unfolds.
Nottingham Rowing Club won the Wyfold Challenge back in 2012. As Greg says, Pone never competed here before, so a very big day for them, and they're making a good start to their life at Henley Royal Regatta. Again, they've been over for a few weeks, and having competed at Marlow, they'll be used to the condition of the Thames. They'll have rehearsed this outing mentally and physically. They'll have been down here and had a good look at the conditions.
They look a real quality crew to me. You can just see the bodies moving together in those shirts. You can even see the muscles flexing together as they pick up the load. And to me, they seem to hold the blades in the water for a long time. The Nottingham crew looks like the blades are not even in the water for as long, so effectively they're not moving the boat for as long. So it's always a trade-off of how many strokes a minute you're doing, but then how connected you are. Now, obviously, it's easier for the New Zealand crew because they're nicely up in front here. They're able to have a more leisurely stroke rate that I've got them there at about 30, but the blades are connected to the water for longer, the boat's moving longer, the boat's moving further per stroke. It's like riding a bicycle in a harder gear, that you actually go further by turning your legs around fewer times, and that's really good, efficient rowing that we see from the New Zealanders on the left, as opposed to something from, unfortunately, this Nottingham crew who are having to keep the stroke rate up, having to try and keep it going. As they're feeling the pressure now coming towards the enclosures.
Yeah, Pone not freewheeling, but looking very comfortable. It's not a paddle, is it? But it's very tidy from them, and they know that this race is at their mercy. They've got this completely under control, the New Zealanders, and they can just ease off and conserve a bit of energy for harder tests ahead in the next few days.
Yeah, it's 32 strokes a minute in the Pone crew there. They're nicely in control, and they'll be enjoying that round of applause and knowing there's probably going to be tougher challenges to come in this club event, which everyone will be targeting, and we'll see how things pan out for them as they can enjoy the little rowing from the tree.
Edward Cade, two there, just having a glance over his shoulder, and will be pleased to hear the bleat, which indicates the finish of that race. Pone Rowing Club of New Zealand winning their first ever race here at Henley Royal Regatta, beating Nottingham Rowing Club B. There go Nottingham Rowing Club B over the finish line. So Jamie Saunders, Edward Cade, Patrick O'Reilly and Troy O'Reilly safely through to round 2. Berkshire station waiting ahead of this Britannia Cup heat. It's the Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire station. Deal, Walmer and Kingsdown are the boats you can see near Temple Island. And off they go then. This is the Britannia.
You see the crew on the right of our screen from Deal, Walmer and Kingston in their first ever Henley outing. Interestingly, the cock's stern loaded, so the cox is sitting up at the back, so you can see the cox in their boat. The Thames boat on the other side will have the cox lying down inside the boat. Get to have a look at them in a moment, as the Deal crew here making a nice job at the start, trying to hang on to the Thames crew, who I think are going to be the classy outfit to look out for in this race, as they get away from us there, getting into those wooden booms at the top of the island. And seeing the good old Ayling's boat in front of us, the blue and white boat, looks exactly like the boat that my brother and I won the Olympics in back in 1992, was in that colour scheme, up against the German Empacher boat on the right of our screen that Temps are in. And as you look at that Thames crew from the front, you can just about see the cox lying down inside the boat as the crews come down here through halfway, coming up to the 3/4 mile marker. And that Thames crew do have this race fairly well under control, and they're looking to keep it long and steady, and make sure they maintain this good lead that they seem to have built up here.
1992. You're older than I thought.
Lovely shot there of the cox that I was saying. You see the cox lying down in front of us. She's got the cox box, that little barrel-shaped thing to her right with a red band on it, which gives her the information, the strokes per minute that they're doing, the running time, and amplifies her voice, so the rowers in the boat can hear the pearls of wisdom that I'm sure she'll be sharing with them.
So close up on the Thames Rowing Club boat, which has the lead. And there you can see the margin of the lead is substantial, 4 lengths already.
That's right, Thames coming down past Remenham Club. They might look to the right. You can see the flags flapping on Remenham Club. That's a club for all of the rowing clubs outside of the Henley Reach, all the clubs that operate on other reaches of the Thames, of which Thames is one of those clubs, along with Molesey, Staines and a number of others. So they usually get a little roar. There's usually a few people from their clubs will be there and supporting them. As we see the club from Deal, Walmer and Kingston Amateur making a fantastic job of it, hanging in there, making the best of this first ever outing for them at Henley, and this will be a fantastic day. They don't want to let themselves down, and they're not letting themselves down at all. They're giving it absolutely everything they can. But we can see their bodies are not quite moving as smoothly as the Thames boats, slightly leaning away from the riggers at the end of the stroke. So we get, again, a nice shot there of the cox within the Thames boat.
Nicholas Turnbull, the bow seat for Thames. Quirkiest hat of the day so far on the water. Very nice fashion taste.
Yeah, probably not the best thing for the sun, but later on in the regatta, I think we'll be happy that he's looking after himself. I think today, if anyone's coming down here, is a day definitely for the sunscreen, the hat, and looking after ourselves. I'm not sure if we'll be wearing our jackets all day within the steward's enclosure. The new chairman of the regatta, Sir Steve Redgrave, does have it at his disposal to allow gentlemen to remove their jackets if it gets too warm.
So only happened 3 times in 39 years that. So Sir Steve, if he says the gentlemen are permitted to remove their jackets and stewards' enclosures, they will be breaking with history and tradition a little bit. Big first day for him.
It will be, but I think all the healthy, sensible medical advice would suggest it might be a good idea. And as we see, we're televising Henley now, so hopefully the progressive nature of Henley might suggest that today would be a day not for too much sunstroke, but for perhaps jackets to come off.
Yeah, his wife's a doctor, so hopefully he's taking Lady Anne's advice.
She should be giving him good advice.
Thames Rowing Club then, making good progress against Deal, Walmer and Kingston Amateur here in the Britannia race 10.
Yeah, Thames are really enjoying this row up the enclosures. I've got them at about 24 strokes a minute, really letting the boat run between strokes as they're coming down here, getting a nice round of applause from the early crowd who are here at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. The hardest core rowing supporters will be here today. Those enclosures we'll expect to see filling up more and more as the day goes on. And the Thames crew are past that tree, so they know they're in their last 10 strokes or so, coming down here now towards the line.
Thames Rowing Club successful in their opener. Past the finish post they go. Chased not too far back by Deal, Walmer and Kingston Amateur Rowing Club.
And fantastic for the coastal rowers from Deal to be here racing at Henley Regatta. Let's hope we see more of that in future.
Success then for Thames Rowing Club, for Nicholas Turnbull, Charles Herbert, Henry Port and Harry Dorrant's king in the early Britannia round. Race 11, London Rowing Club against Agecroft from up in Salford in Manchester.
Attention!
Very powerful rowing club. Agecroft produced many international rowers in their time on the water at Salford Quays. Big pressure moment for the 8 on the water right now. Just straying out into the middle of the course a little bit, Agecroft on the buck station. On the bark station, London Rowing Club struggling to keep with them in the early stages. Change in the commentary box. Greg Searle has gone to grab some air. Martin Unsworth has joined me. Martin, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Well, we couldn't have better conditions than this.
It's a bit warm for a big lad, put it that way.
Yes, and there's some big lads out on the water right now in these 8s. London on the Berkshire station, Agecroft on the Buck station, and it's Agecroft who have now got a length advantage early on in this race in the Thames Cup. Thames Challenge Cup, a club event for men's 8s. 32 crews entered into the Thames Challenge Cup. Already seen a couple of the heats so far. This is the 3rd heat in the Thames competition.
And if you looked at qualifiers, as they call it, the qualifying races on Friday night, there was a huge entry to try and get into the final days of Henley Royal Regatta. And you see here Agecroft going towards the top of the car parking area. Some brilliant images here. That's been just so impressive. And there's Agecroft moving away now from London. It must be just over a length, I'd say.
This is where they can put the work in, forge a lead. A couple of gulls flap around the boats. That won't be distracting these 8s though. The cocks you can hear from this race. You can hear the instructions being shouted by Hiroshian and Freya Watkins-Hoyle. Freya Watkins-Hoyle, the cocks at Agecroft.
And it's just about at the half a mile that sometimes you get some gusts of wind coming across. These 8s obviously block an awful lot of wind, and it can shift them. So the cocks has got to be absolutely on their mettle all the time. You can see some of the ripples there on the images. There's a London cock. She's encouraging her boys just to dig a bit deep. They're still in touch here.
They are. Interesting stage of the race, as you say. The conditions just a little bit more tricky, and London have not given this one up at all. Agecroft will be able to see London at this stage, and they'll think, well, we need to get a bit more of a margin here, because with a substantial amount of the race still remaining, they're not much more than a length down.
They're not, and the Thames Cup does produce some fantastic races. As long as these 8s can stay in touch, when it gets towards the end and the sprint, if somebody's got a sprint finish, they can gain. Remember, this is just a little bit more than 2 kilometres, and a lot of these lads, a lot of them, all of these, are used to racing 2,000 metres, multi-lane, or some of the races on regattas on the river. But this is more than 2 kilometres, and we've seen sometimes in the finish that somebody just runs out of legs for that last little bit.
Yes, if you haven't paced yourself right, the last 112 metres beyond.
We worked out the other night that's about 12 stroke.
Yes, that would be between 10 and 15 definitely. I think, yeah, 12 strokes if you're efficient, if you're going well. Maybe 15 if you're struggling a bit.
If you look here at the 2 boats, you could say one just looks a bit tidier, and you don't have to be a rowing expert to see which crew just looks. There's a Will Satch lookalike there. There's a tidy stroke going through the water. London maybe just looking a little bit more untidy, as we see a good shot here of both 8s coming towards us.
Yeah, just a touch ragged, London, but as you say, if they've got a sprint finish in them, this would be the time to hit the button, wouldn't it? They've got enough of the race left to turn this around, but Agecroft will be thinking, well, if we look at Agecroft have had a good couple of 100 metres there, and they've just surged ahead a little bit more just to put some breathing space between them and London. So that was a good stretch of the race for Agecroft.
Yeah, they're going through Remnham Club now, and this is where it really does begin to hurt. You'd fancy London need to be a bit closer to have any sort of chance of a finish here. Looking at the differences in the two crews, Agecroft staying nice and straight and flat and smooth. These guys in London there, the boat tends to skew round a bit, so some of the right-handed lads are a bit stronger. The other lads may be getting a bit weaker, and the boat starts to skew, and of course all of that is wasted energy.
We had a good biomechanical analysis of that a few moments ago from Greg Searle.
Mr. Searle, he would know about that.
He certainly did. So, Agecroft and the red vests there, looking fairly relaxed, despite being into the final couple of 100 metres of this race on a hot day here.
Well, they'd have a race plan, Tim. You know, they'd have a plan where they would have their certain calls and certain pushes. But you've got to say it's a long regatta, this. If they have any chance of a sniff of the finals, you know, it is a marathon. They've just got to try and conserve a bit of energy, whereas not to let these London guys get back at them, but to stay far enough in front without using too much of the energy. So I'd say there that Agecroft looking fairly comfortable as they're coming up now towards the public grandstand at the edge of Stewart's enclosure.
Agecroft knocked out in the first round of the Thames and the Wyfold Challenge Cups at last year's Henley Royal Regatta, but it looks like they'll be more successful 12 months down the line against London in the Thames here.
Well, we got to look forward to some really good clashes a little later on today. Leander up against City of Oxford, Upper Thames up against Reading. You know all about Reading.
I do. Yes, another local crew, another local boat, and they would have been here many times to rehearse what's a big day in their calendar for sure. So the margin, Agecroft now with lengths to spare, clear water between them and London Rowing Club as they enter the final 100 metres of the race, past the Stewart's enclosure, and watch out for the tree. There it is, and in a moment now the bleep, which indicates the finish of that race, and a good victory for Agecroft, as I say, knocked out in the first round last year in Thames, but this year very successful against London Rowing Club B. Early exit for them, but Agecroft can progress.
Ready? I'll start you like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please.
Temple Challenge Cup, a French boat against another local boat. This is Eton College A on the Buck Station against Université de Lyon in the Temple on the Bark Station. Underway, first French boat we've seen in this regatta so far. So many international boats, a record number, 18 countries represented, 526 crews in all. That's an increase of 32 on last year. And look at the French go in the early stages. Now their game plan was to go out hard. There's not too much doubt about that, Martin.
No, not at all. And wow, that's a very impressive start there indeed. I'm just looking at the Eton College. You know when you got a public school crew racing, when you have a Theodore and a Benedict and an Archie in the boat, don't you? Eh?
That must be it.
That's fantastic. This is, of course, their second boat. Eton College had mixed fortunes over the last year since Alex Henshelwood left them as coach, but we know a lot about Eton. They did particularly well at National Schools Regatta this year. The school itself have won the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup in 2014, 2010 and 2009. Their second boat enters this race, enters this event. They have to pre-qualify, which they did. However, it's all about the guys in front at the moment, isn't it?
It is, yes. Eton College are being left in University of Lyon's wake here. The French bossing this race early on. Already got a huge lead, and the Eton College A boat, well, they won't know what's hit them here. This will not their plan. They've got such a, as you say, such a pedigree of racing, and you think back to Sir Matt Pinsent and more recently Stan Laludis, some great 8 rowers over the years from Eton. This is the A boat for Eton College, but nonetheless, this University de Lyon boat, I think we'll see a few of these Frenchmen appearing in international regattas. That's very nice, isn't it? Meandering along on the roof of a barge. Balliol up in Oxford.
Chap with a boater. Don't see too many of those around these days. Right, University. So it is really Frenchmen against boys, isn't it? If you look at some of the weights of these university, crikey, there's a couple of second row forwards in there. They're 15, 16 stone, 16 and a half stone. Gee whiz. There are some big lumps there in the French boat. So it is men against boys. There's a young lad there enjoying the scene. What a fantastic shot that is. There's a canal barge just being overtaken by one of the 8s.
It is still open for general water traffic, isn't it? River traffic is allowed on this Oxfordshire side of the River Thames throughout the regatta. One of the features and traditions. It's a great vantage point.
Well, what happens is because the traffic gets very, very busy from Friday going over the weekend, these crossing points, so you see the red flags there, the boats that go up to the start don't have to join in with all the pleasure crafts. They actually have their own passage, but the next couple of days they have to fight with the pleasure craft. So just to get to the start sometimes is an achievement. The French have managed that, and they are now powering their way up the course. They look very, very good indeed, it has to be said.
Anthony Benoit, the cox of this University of Lyon boat. Just having a look at their pedigree. Silver medal in the men's cox 4 at the French Rowing Championships. Several under-23 and ex-junior internationals on board, a selected crew, and you can tell that, can't you, just looking at them now?
Yeah, somebody's done their homework on these, and selected crew, you'd have to say that's a very, very impressive performance. They're going past Upper Thames Rowing Club and Remenham Club now, moving away. Beautiful pictures, absolutely fantastic. Why did nobody think of television before?
It was always raining before.
Oh, that's right.
They've picked the day, haven't they?
Yeah.
To bring the TV cameras.
Yeah, by gum, it's warm out there. You haven't had a walk around yet, have you, Mr. Devon?
I was hot at 6 o'clock when I arrived here, Martin.
Oh, were you?
Oh, it was...
I was just getting in then.
Scorching hot, yes. There you are. You can
but
see
there is a bit of breeze, thank goodness for that, because yeah, it's all right for us moaning, walking around, but imagine out there rowing in this heat. Gee.
Just over 2,000 metres of hard work in the heat here as they head towards the grandstands, getting busier and busier all the time. The water and umbrellas and sunscreen in demand in those grandstands throughout the day. The fashions and the social side of it, and the stewards' enclosure there.
We're looking there at the umpire launch. The 3 chaps on the back are employed by Henley Royal Regatta. The person at the back is the commentator, and then there's 2 recorders. So the 2 guys with clipboards, they look either side. So each crew will be monitored by the recorders, and the commentator will then feed that through to the commentary. So when you get the tallies of the distances and the times to the barrier, those people are actually recording those times. At the front of the boat, generally you have supporters and coaches. The umpire, of course, is right at the very front of this boat. In this case, I'm not entirely sure who it is from that angle. From the rear, it looks like Sir Matthew Pinsent, actually.
Got a panel of 8 umpires who look after each race, and we're watching the University of Lyon from France with another emphatic victory, this time against Eton College A. In front of the grandstands now, a few last gasps of air, the lungs will be burning despite the margin of victory for the Frenchmen. Just making sure they nail down the final stages of this race with no technical hitches. Looking very relaxed, and I think they have energy and power to spare for later on. The University of Lyon, this is their first appearance at Henley Royal Regatta for more than 15 years. And that was some debut for those Frenchmen in that boat. The University of Lyon beating Eton College A comfortably. Eton College A coming over the finish line now. in the Temple. And there'll be some pain on that Eton boat. But the Frenchman at the University of Lyon looking relaxed and looking poised for a good week.
Get ready, please.
Back to the Princess Elizabeth, Radley College on the Berkshire station. George Watson's on the Buck station.
Attention.
The starters' orders.
Go.
And they're off.
Probably the most talked about event at the regatta, purely and simply because all of these schoolboys have mummies, daddies, brothers, sisters, aunties, uncles, so huge support here for the PE as it's known. Pretty wide open this year in my opinion. Could even go overseas. We're used to winning it Aberdeen, Eton and so on over the past few years, but I believe this event is pretty much wide open this year. Radley doing very well. They've not really been at the front of schoolboy eights over the past decade, but pretty strong this year. George Watson's from Scotland, the Watsonian boys there, doing their best to try and hang on to Radley, but Radley do look to be in another class here, Tim.
They do. They've had a terrific start, Radley. This is junior men's 8. 32 boats entered into the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Have made it this far to Henley Royal Regatta, a real highlight of many of these rowers' careers. And Radley College look intent on seeing round 2 action in the Princess Elizabeth. George Watson's trailing off there. This is the biggest deficit we've seen all day so far.
Yeah, it's quite a margin. You see the, I don't know whether you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen the marker board. So as the boat goes past, they will pull up the number 1 marker, and then as the second boat goes past on the other station, they will put up the number 2. And if they're in touch, you can generally tell by the distances on the boards. You can see there the number 1. The number 2 would go up if they're in touch, but there's quite a big distance here, so it would probably stay towards the bottom. The 318 there, that's the time. That would be the time to that marker point, and all this information is then relayed back to the start, and this is how it's been done for years.
Charming traditions.
Well, there is the technology here. There is the technology. It's just that it's very, very hidden behind the Edwardian Garden Party. But all the technicals backup is at this regatta. But what you see hasn't changed for years. And what you see here is Radley really winding it down now as they go to the crossing point just before the enclosures, and they have a substantial lead.
Yes, the technicals subtly in the background, as are George Watson's college in this race against Radley College, who look, as long as they don't head too far left towards that boom, which must be a little bit of a concern right now for Sean Gearing, the cox. He wants to keep his boat central rather than flirt with the boom on the left of your picture. Many a crew down the years, over the 176 years of Royal Regattas here at Henley, have come unstuck going too close to that boom, but Radley will try and avoid that particular fate. Right, they do. They'll be into round 2 against George Watson's college. George Watson's college struggling to stay in touch from early on in the race. And Radley have slowed their stroke rate right down here. We won't see too many stroke rates slower than that. There's a bit of a wobble for the boat as well.
My rate meter doesn't go that low. That's not a lot of strokes.
It's astonishing, isn't that?
Not a lot of strokes in an hour there, let alone in a minute.
Look at it. They've slowed the rate right down. And in contrast, George Watson's working frantically to try and get back in, but there's far too much of a deficit for them to make up in this final few hundred metres. Radley College shortening. And well, they're just trying every trick in the book to cruise over the line here.
Some big lads in that boat, and there'll be a bit of rah-rah Radley going on as they cross the line.
Lots of local supporters. Radley only 10 miles from Henley. Local waters for them as they coast towards the finish line. I've enjoyed that one. They've shown us every technique in the book, haven't they? And here come Radley over the line now.
And England beat Scotland, probably not for the first time.
Oh, we're all supporting Andy Murray up at Wimbledon, so we're all Scots this week, I think.
We are indeed.
Radley College then. Successful against George Watson's college and the Princess Elizabeth. Back to the Wyfold then, and this is the third heat of the day in the Wyfold. Marlow Rowing Club, another local club. It's Tyrion. This is Tyrion Club A up against Marlow. Marlow on the Berkshire station to the left in your picture. Bucks station is Tyrion. And away they go. Set for another battling 1 mile 550 yards or 2,112 metres, whichever way you care to look at it. Bit of a breeze picking up actually at Temple Island. You can just see the trees being buffeted around in the breeze.
You see there, Tim, where they hit the top of the island, just where these red buoys. You see how the crews can be knocked. They are very, very close to the booms this side. Very close indeed.
The blades scraping the moss off the booms down. Oh, there we are, clattered into the booms for the first time, and that's really caused Marlow a advantage there. Tyrion Club clattering into the boom, and that is the fate that no boat wants to undergo at Henley Royal Regatta. And you see the blades crashing into the boom, and they missed a stroke or two as a result. They have to try and pick the momentum of the boat back up, and that will have cost them time in this race.
Well, they can come back from that. It does happen. They're having a glance over. They're almost, well, they do have to do a restart, and it takes a bit of energy out. But sometimes they come back with a bit of an extra spurt, and yep, these boys have. So they've recovered very, very well indeed. So
that's a great effort.
One minute you're looking at the back of Marlow's necks, then you're in amongst the wood, and then they're not in sight, and now here you are back in front again. So those Marlow boys must think, what on earth happened there?
Credit to Tyrion and their character, overcoming early race problems to now take a length lead over Marlow in this Wyfold first round heat.
The Wyfold is always massively entertaining. Now you can see how they've flirted with the woodwork on this side. Now they're bang in the middle of the river. The umpire's probably going to get a bit grumpy with them in a minute, and they will probably row a little bit longer than the normal course here with a bit of zigzagging.
Yes, like a dog out for a walk. They'll go considerably further than the owner, who walks a straight line, presumably.
And there, yeah, right on cue, there's the umpire. He asks them to move over and offers the flag, as if they're not too sure where they should be. Have they obliged? Possibly. As long as they're not interfering with the other crew, and generally that's the etiquette here. He's warning them again.
They're going to have to move across now. They initially gestured, they just nodded towards the umpire's instruction, didn't they, and headed towards their own side, towards the Bucks station, but then immediately cut across the path of Marlow Rowing Club.
There's enough distance between them that I don't think it's going to affect anything. Marlow are looking particularly ragged here coming into the enclosures. There's still a bit to go, but Tyrion, they look powerful, these boys. If they can sort their steering out, that would have been an even bigger distance, I think. There.
Some learning, I think, for round two for Tyrion as they head towards the judges' box to finish, and the boat tents down here past the stewards' enclosure they go, and now they've cut a decent lead. Well, that race has had a bit of everything in it. Very entertaining, and Tyrion Club come out on top after near early calamity and a crash into the boom. They recovered to overtake Marlow and in the end win by that margin, some distance. And Marlow, well, they look distraught, don't they? Well done to Tyrion Club, overcoming adversity to progress to round 2. Back to the Britannia Challenge Cup we go for race 20. Lee Rowing Club to the left of your picture on the Berkshire station, on the right of your picture in the natty red and white hooped vests. On the Buck station, it's Kingston Rowing Club.
Yeah, you're picking this up right from the off. Lee have got a very, very good start here. Cox boat, so no excuse there for Kingston, who shot off at an angle out of the start. Now, I saw last week at Henley Women's Regatta quite a few Cox boats hit the booms. Hopefully that won't happen in this race, but this could be a goodie actually. Lee there striking 41, and Kingston with a slightly higher rate of stroking, and they're not too far off each other here as they head now through the car parking area at the top of the island. And right, this is where Lee will want to try and put a little bit of distance between them. Kingston don't want to let them go. They want to try and hang on to the tail. There'll be a big roar down at Remenham for Kingston. Not so many Kingston crews racing at the Henley Royal these years. A lot of Kingston members tend to frequent the Remenham Club.
Yeah.
There's a great shot there as they're now moving through. We're at pick this up now as we go past Remenham Club. Kingston, what's that, probably just about a length and a quarter down.
Yeah, they've gone past Forley up towards the Remenham Club, towards the regatta enclosure, a mile into the race. And it's Lee Rowing Club up against Kingston Rowing Club, and it's certainly Lee Rowing Club enjoying the better of this race. Kingston Rowing Club hanging on in there rather than being as competitive as they were in the start. It was so level, wasn't it? But certainly Lee Rowing Club have got the ascendancy as we head to the business end of this race.
Looking at these shots here, I mean, you are actually putting this blade in the water and shoving some water away from you. And looking at the puddles that these Lee lads are sending away from them, they just look to be bigger puddles than the Kingston.
It's simplistic, but it's a good guide.
Well, it is really. I mean, if you think about it, you plonk that blade in the water. Are you trying to shift yourself, or are you trying to move the water away from you? It doesn't matter what's in your head. All you've got to do is put some grunt in, as my lad said. And he strokes in Great Britain, so he should know a bit about grunt.
Yes, that's a popular sporting phrase. You know, the fast bowlers in cricket, a bit of grunt, tennis players at Wimbledon, and now the rowers here at Henley Royal Regatta. And Lee Rowing Club with more grunt than Kingston Rowing Club at this stage. Lee Rowing Club, this is by far their best chance at this regatta. This crew, arguably the best crew Lee have ever boated at club level, and really good racing form throughout this summer season, and they're showing why.
They're looking good there, aren't they? They're sitting up nice and strong. And if you don't know anything about rowing, you might just like the colour. I mean, it's a very nice orange, that, isn't it?
It is, or you might like the red and white hoops of Kingston.
Where's Wally? Somebody said. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I'm not as young as I look. Here they come now towards the finish line, not too far to go. And Lee Rowing Club knocked out in the first round of the Thames Challenge Cup last year at Henley, and on the Thursday at the Wyfold Challenge Cup, but they'll have greater expectations this time round. Anthony Brewer at bow, Jack Doiney, Gabor Marton, Guy Arnold, Richard Hilber Cox. Looks like a very tidy boat, this one. But Kingston Rowing Club, you can hear Adele King on our Atmos, and look at Adele King and the response that she's got from this Kingston Rowing Club boat. They have really put on a surge.
Surge
And into this final 100 meters. They may have not done quite enough. Let's have a look. No, just half a length, maybe a length down in the end. But that was terrific character shown by Kingston Rowing Club in the closing stages there. Lee Rowing Club, well, they had the fright of their lives, coming in with all the form, all the pedigree, expected to boss this particular cup, the Britannia Cup, and they were run really close there by Kingston Rowing Club in the final couple of 100 metres.
Very, very open this, the Brit, and it is most years. Last year, cracking final, I remember, Upper Thames won that. But there you are, there's the Lee, and they go through to the next round.
Yeah. Back we go to Thames.
Good boy.
And the City of Oxford Rowing Club against Leander. This is race 16. We're ready to go the 8s now. Cox, hands up still for Leander Club. We're expecting Leander to really show their worth here. Oxford Rowing Club, now the hand goes up of the Cox, Susie Drone. She just wants to hold things up once their two hands are down. Both the Coxes indicate they're ready. Hand goes down for Oxford. Susie Drone happy with her boat. The starter gets them away. City of Oxford Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, to the left of your picture, and on the Buck station we've got the Leander Club. Martin has made way, and we've now got Sarah Cook alongside me. Sarah, good morning to you. You must be enjoying the Henley Royal Regatta weather. It's a terrific start to our regatta.
An absolutely fantastic day here in Henley so far. We've seen some brilliant racing and weather as well. As a rower, you don't want much more. I'm
tempted to say it's always like this in Henley, but I know you've been here many times before and won't believe me. It's fabulous conditions out there for the rowers, grueling conditions perhaps, and having a look at this race, the City of Oxford against Leander, and we're always excited to see Leander Club on the water, and their 8 here, coxed by Sam Royston, have just taken an early advantage, but it's only slender at this stage.
Yes, they've got just an ever so slight lead, about half a length at this early stage in the race, but looking quite composed. Of course, this is the development squad from Leander, so these young athletes no doubt looking to make national squads and teams over the coming years, but both crews really going for it in this early stage to try and get the advantage. It is, of course, so important to try and get an early advantage in this racing, to try and get that mental edge over your competition. Match racing is such a different game to fleet racing, and both crews definitely racing for early domination in the 8s.
Yeah, side-by-side racing, gladiatorial as they always say, and it is Leander have now got up to a length ahead in this one, the Thames Challenge Cup for 8s. We're going to see some terrific action later on. We'll see the first USA crew in action in this particular contest later on. Green Lake crew up against London Club, Tideway Club, Tideway Scullers. They'll be on the water later on, but in this particular heat, Leander up against the City of Oxford Rowing Club. Slightly hazy.
And they're starting to look quite relaxed now, the Leander crew particularly. Their opposition there, City of Oxford Rowing Club, really going for it. You can see the pain on the strokeman's face, really trying to keep his crew in it. I think they would have known that they had a tough race today to progress through to the next one, always going up against a club with the pedigree of Leander. You know, it's going to be a tough ask in order to progress, so really trying to hang in there, but we can see the relaxation across that Leander crew now, both in their oar work and in their faces, as they're starting to enjoy this race and trying to open up a clear water lead on their competition. But still hanging in there, City of Oxford Rowing Club.
Yeah, they deserve some credit, don't they, City of Oxford? Susie Drowan and her 8 here have hung right in this race. And just looking back on last year, it's the first time we've seen Leander on the water, first opportunity we've had to talk about what an extraordinary year they had, winning the Queen Mother, the Grand, the Remenham, the Stewards. So multiple event winners last year, but this Leander Club boat, they've got their work cut out against City of Oxford Rowing Club at the moment.
And it's quite a different spread of athletes that we have in these two boats. In the City of Oxford Rowing Club boat, we've got the youngest is Tom Rushton, who is 23 years of age in the 2C, while the Cox is 50 years of age, whereas over in the Leander Club boat, you're looking at a development group of athletes, so very strong, fit young men, but quite a spread in the City of Oxford Rowing Club, so different pedigrees for those two boats, but City of Oxford doing a fantastic job to hang in there at this stage in the race, and Leander really starting to row quite confidently now. We can see their blade work. I think they're looking a lot more polished as the race goes on. They're a little bit scrappy in the early stages. They were trying to get that early lead, but really relaxing on it now, and it's so much easier to look back at a crew behind you and feel confident and happy with your rowing. Yeah,
Leander have got Oxford exactly where they want them, in their sights just behind, and they've got a couple of lengths advantage now, Leander, as they head in front of the big enclosures, the grandstands. In the sunshine, they've got a couple of lengths lead on Oxford Rowing Club now, and it's great experience for these young athletes. Some of them you'll see in international regattas in years to come. It's a big day out for them. They'll have trained on this stretch of water. You can almost make out their clubhouse in the distance opposite the church. In that aerial shot, that's where they're based, Leander.
And some fantastic views that we have of this racing. Most of these athletes would have never seen these views of their rowing before. It's absolutely amazing, especially the views from above, looking at their blade work, and I think that's where we get a real sense of how polished this Leander crew is starting to look. You can see their blade work, the unison, the area that they're able to reach out to each stroke. They're really, you can see why they're starting to move ahead now as they start to get a bit smoother, a bit more confident with each stroke. They know that they're starting to take this race by the scruff of the neck as they pass the mile mark.
See Cam Murray in the bow seat there, nearest in your shot. Very slick outfit, as you'd expect from a club of Leander's pedigree. And still the Cox, Sam Royston, shouting the instructions. A little glance over his left shoulder there. Do you see that? To just check on Oxford's stroke rate and their whereabouts. Check they're not putting in an unexpected surge. I think that Leander have got this race sewn up, but Oxford Rowing Club, give them credit, they're still in touch.
That's right, they're doing a fantastic job. They do have the rate up a little bit. There is just a little bit more aggression in that City of Oxford Rowing Club. They're having to work just that little bit harder than Leander at this stage to stay in touch, but a fantastic effort by them and a great race. But there we have Leander on screen, looking very polished now as they come down towards the end of the race. We know that in the 8 it's so critical to try and get that advantage. We could see earlier in the racing they were really going hammer and tong at each other to try and get the advantage. It's not only important in 8 racing but even more so in match racing, as we said, to get that advantage. And Leander really had to work hard over City of Oxford. They weren't going to have it all their way. They had to work hard to get that early lead and then to get that look back on your competitor, to be able to make a move. If you see the crew behind you start to make a move, it really is the way to control a match race.
And they have controlled that. That's exactly what they've done, Sarah. As they head to the line now, Leander just pacing themselves a bit. They'll be trying to conserve some energy for the later rounds of the Thames Challenge Cup. As they head now to the last few strokes of the race. It's victory for Leander Club in round 1 of the Thames Challenge Cup against the City of Oxford Rowing Club, who cross the line now. And that was a pretty near perfect performance from Leander Club, who have got energy to spare. You can see from their facial expressions there, didn't take too much out of them, and they'll be here to fight through the rounds as of tomorrow. The Temple Challenge Cup now. Manchester University, and the second time today we've seen a Dutch boat on the water, ASR Nereus from Holland.
Attention! Go!
So we've seen the Dutch on the water earlier on, but this is a different boat in the Temple. Just keeping a close eye on how these boats that aren't so familiar with the water are coping past Temple Island, and the Cox there, Duick, Vesta having to try and steer the boat a little bit closer back towards Temple Island under the umpire's instruction. The white flag indicating that the crew on the right of your picture need to get a bit further right.
That's right, we can see the umpire launch there, directing the crews, but fantastic start there from the Dutch crew, out to a clear water lead already at this early stage. They're no visitors to this event, or no youngsters to this event. They've competed at the last 3 Henley Regattas, semi-finalists last year in the Temple Challenge Cup, and being knocked out in that semi-final, but several returners from last year's crew to see if they can try and go one better and make it through to the final in 2015.
Yeah, Manchester University flagging now. Yes, Nereus of Holland stretching their lead. You can see that dramatic lead. The Dutch have this race all sewn up, I think. Knocked out in the first round of the Prince of Wales and Temple Challenge Cup at Henley last year, Manchester University. It looks as if it will be a similar story in the Temple Challenge Cup. For Academic 8's the Temple Cup.
And we expected the Dutch team to be very, very strong. There's several ex-junior internationals on board this crew, so very talented young bunch of athletes, student athletes, and looking very comfortable there at this point in the race to have such a commanding lead. They'd certainly have the fire in the belly after being knocked out in the semi-finals in 2014, and you can see Baumann there having a bit of a look around.
Yeah, you can also see the bowman for the Manchester University boat. That's Sam Thornton. Sam Thornton and Jake Brown in 2 are the particularly strong athletes in that Manchester University boat. Manchester University not regarded as one of the traditional top rowing universities particularly, but they've had a strong season so far, particularly in the smaller boats. This is the 8, so not somewhere perhaps they've put too much faith in this particular oar regatta against the power of the Dutch. And they're stretching their lead, the Dutch. They don't want to win by too great a margin, take too much, because expend too much energy too early on in the regatta, perhaps the adrenaline getting to them.
That's right. We've got still a number of races to go through to Sunday, and also with these weather conditions, if you can, it is important to try and conserve. It's very warm out there for the athletes, but I mean, we relish these kinds of conditions. A beautiful summer's day at Henley, as we're so often used to seeing here. Very, very fortunate with the weather we've had thus far, and for the forecast for the rest of the week. But the Dutch really enjoying this race now, I think. And it's interesting because they are such strong contenders and challengers at this regatta, and have been for several years now. And it was a surprise to see them drawn alongside Brooks in the same half of the draw. So we will see them meet, no doubt, in the next couple of days. But a great race there from the Dutch, looking very, very confident out in front, very relaxed, really just starting to paddle down the course at this stage.
Well, I'm reassured to hear an Aussie saying it's hot. Now we know it's officially hot. So it's in the World Cup in Sydney a couple of years back, and in Penrith, at Lake Penrith, just outside Sydney, and even by Sydney temperatures, it was record hot for March when we were at the World Cup a couple of years back. Here at Henley, we might be breaking some records later on today with temperatures. And the Dutch crew, ASR Nereus, well, they won't break any records today, but they'll be very happy with their performance against Manchester University. Manchester University on the Bark station on the far side, further away on the shot there. And the Cox, the Dutch Cox is relentless, isn't she? Duik Veta gets the boat safely over the line. Good progress from the Dutch. And they get through to round 2 there against Manchester University in the Temple Challenge Cup. That was race 17. Race 18 not too far ahead. We'll have celebrations for the Dutch boat. They look nonchalant and relaxed. If you're joining us for race 18 in the Princess Elizabeth, that's been put back to this afternoon, 4:25 UK time. We're skipping through to race 19 now. This is officially off at 10:45. The Wyfold Lady Elizabeth Boat Club from Ireland against Nottingham Rowing Club A, Wyfold Challenge Cup. Just last minute adjustments. These will be nerve-wracking moments ahead of the race, ahead of the off.
It is. This was definitely, when I raced Henley, my most nerve-wracking time was sitting in the first race in the starter's hands. In any race, it is certainly, it's a skill to start to learn how to calm those nerves and calm the butterflies and just think about the first stroke. That's what we were always told. Just think about the first stroke and then the rest will happen if you get that right. So no doubt these rowers trying to focus in on the tasks they have at hand and getting a good clean start away.
Yeah, the Nottingham Rowing Club stroke seat man, Alex Watkins, looked particularly fidgety, doesn't he, at the front of that boat there. Just checking his kit, checking his knees now, readjusting his sunglasses a moment ago. He's probably a bag of nerves like the rest of the boat. It's a big moment for any rower. More relaxed for them.
Lady Elizabeth and Nottingham, when I see that you are both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please. Attention, go.
Well, you really got a sense there of the edginess, the nerves, the adrenaline on the start line. One of the best places to go and watch the racing from if you're visiting Henley Royal Regattas. But they're off and going now, and the tension, Sarah, will just be easing a little bit as they get past Temple Island, although actually for Nottingham Rowing Club, who have drifted right into the middle of the course, so the umpire trying to push them back right, they've got a bit of an issue early on in the race.
Yes, they've certainly blasted out to a bit of a lead already, which is why we haven't seen a clash of oars there, because they were certainly over the path of the Lady Elizabeth Boat Club from Ireland. So of course these boats, it's the clubmen's coxless four, so we saw the eights beforehand with the coxswain who controls the steering, but usually it's the stroke man in these boats who controls the steering with his foot, and that's why we can see they're really both starting to struggle there with a bit of their steering, and it's an incredibly difficult thing to do. Of course, if you're sitting in the stroke seat, not only are you going backwards, but you have three people behind you to try and look around if you do want to try and get a bit of a gauge on where you're pointing, so it's a very difficult task to be able to steer and row.
They're picking the markers that they go past, use those as a gauge, try and navigate their way down the course. But this has been, well, it's entertaining if nothing else. A way that Nottingham Rowing Club cut twice right across the track of Lady Elizabeth Boat Club from Ireland. Their saving grace was the fact that they had clear water, otherwise they'd have seen a spectacular collision, I think.
Yes, it's what it's all about, though, isn't it? I know. I was extremely nervous about racing within those booms for the first time, because if you hit those are hard booms. You can, if it's bad, you can break an oar or break some equipment. So certainly the crews are nervous and want to stay away from those, but at the same time, you can't encroach on the other crew and cut another crew off. So it can be a very difficult thing when you don't have a coxswain for the stroke man to try and calm themselves, steer in a straight line and keep thinking about their rhythm and the way that they're rowing and not get too overwhelmed with the task of steering the boat.
If you're just joining us, we have seen one crew clatter into the boom, Tyrion on the Buck station earlier on in their heat. They actually overcame Marlo. It was a terrific effort, showed lots of character in the Wyfold earlier on in the card. But having clattered into the boom, lost all their momentum, picked themselves back up and beat Marlow. That's no shortage of entertainment in that race. What about this one? Well, Nottingham Rowing Club seem to be in the lead. Lady Elizabeth Boat Club over from Ireland. They've settled down a bit now, haven't they? As the races progress, it gets easier as the course gets straighter, and they have settled down into a nice rhythm against the Irish here, Nottingham Rowing Club.
Yes, both crews looking quite calm now. We see that Nottingham Rowing Club A has the advantage at this stage, but I wouldn't discount Lady Elizabeth Boat Club just yet. We've still got quite a way to go and anything can happen. As you said, we've seen some pretty interesting things happen so far this morning, but we can see the Lady Elizabeth Boat Club drifting back over towards Nottingham again, but Nottingham now getting the look back on their competitors. They have a clear water lead. and they're looking very strong. Of course, they reached the Friday in the Britannia Challenge Cup at Henley in 2014 and won this event, the Wyfold Challenge Cup, in 2012. So no strangers to this course and success at the Henley Regatta.
Fabulously informative pictures, aren't they? It's the first time we've had these images from a Henley Royal Regatta, and it puts a whole new complexion on races, doesn't it? It gives you a much better vantage of how races unfold.
It's fantastic, and I know that we have people viewing back home in Australia, watching these races with great interest. A number of Australian and international crews competing here, so hello to everyone in Australia who is joining us this morning for the Henley Royal Regatta. No doubt you will be enjoying seeing these images live, and what fantastic views we have. Not only is it great for the spectators, but it's good for the rowers. Many of these athletes will be able to go back and watch these races and be able to critique their technique and their race plans and how everything's unfolded to prepare for the next regatta or the next race.
Well, we've got more action as the boats come very close now. We get close to a collision. Nottingham Rowing Club and Lady Elizabeth Boat Club. Look at that, they're right close to each other. They have the lead, Nottingham, and that's avoiding any collisions, but they'll be having to soak up all the choppy water behind, won't they, Lady Elizabeth Boat Club? And yes, a future opponent in later rounds will be watching these boats with interest, and you can get a bit of an insight as to what future opponents might be doing, their race strategies.
That's right. I would think that many of the crews who are contending some of these events might be staying out of the heat and probably at home and possibly watching these races live, or will watch them to dissect them later on to know what they're coming up against and get a bit of an idea about strategy and what their competition might look like, which is something that we've not been able to do before. So it's a fantastic vision we can see there of the crews racing as they come down, and Nottingham Rowing Club A looking very strong, very composed at this stage over their competitors, Lady Elizabeth Boat Club.
Several lengths the margin for Nottingham Rowing Club. You saw there the bow seat, and there again Alex Evangeldis, Kenneth Gray, John Ocken, and the stroke Alex Watkins. They reached the Friday in the Britannia Challenge Cup last year at Henley, Nottingham Rowing Club. They won the Wyfold back in 2012. So good experiences of Henley Royal Regattas gone past. And a good start to this one as well, 2015, Nottingham Rowing Club.
And Nottingham Rowing Club is a strong performance centre for men and women, and they've struggled to produce a crew of the calibre of their 2012 winning crew in the past few years, but we could be looking at a class act here from Nottingham Rowing Club A who look like they're doing it almost easily at this stage. Nice long strokes there, picking up the water very calmly and efficiently.
Harder work for the Lady Elizabeth Boat Club, looking a bit ragged in the final stages of this one. Dublin University Alumni Boat Club. This is the Lady Elizabeth Boat Club, if you're wondering where they're from, all through Dublin University in years gone by. They're finding it hard work, the Irish, out there on the water at the moment.
Nice strong finishes there from the Nottingham Rowing Club A crew, really sending the boat away with every stroke. Very strong performance. It'll be interesting to see how they stack up in the next round.
Yeah, the next round of the Wyfold, which is where Nottingham Rowing Club will find themselves as they go past the stewards' enclosure. Comfortable lead over Lady Elizabeth Boat Club from Ireland. See the sweat gleaming off the back of the rowers there as the sun becomes more and more ferocious. Well done to Nottingham Rowing Club, through safely in the first round of the Wyfold against Lady Elizabeth Boat Club, who cross the line now. In front of the judges' box, you can see there. Celebrations, no doubt, for Nottingham will be curtailed with a view to good progress through the second round coming up in the next few days.
I will start you like this. Attention!
I'm Sarah Winkless, and now we're looking at a heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup. Aberdeen University against Vesta, and they're under starters' orders.
Attention! Go!
And they're off to a clean start. The Britannia Challenge Cup, Cox 4, so they've got steersmen on board, and it is Vesta Rowing Club there that are taking the early lead against Aberdeen.
And strong start there from Vesta. In the bow, Harry Bond, 2-seat Richard Lear, 3-seat Simon Woodfine, stroke Patrick Linden and Cox Martin. Great start from them.
It's great to see these extra power that these athletes have. We've got the Cox on board, they've got a little bit more weight to move, and you start to see the drive through the legs, Sarah. What are you noticing?
Yeah, look, the crew from Vesta just looking very dynamic, very aggressive. Obviously, as you mentioned, that little bit of extra weight on board makes this boat just run a little bit slower. It doesn't run quite as smoothly and for as long as the four without a cox and the coxless four. So it takes a lot more aggression, a lot more power, and we see typically bigger athletes, bigger, stronger athletes rowing in the coxed four than the coxless, and really relying on a lot more power on board because the boat just doesn't run as efficiently as the coxless four, and certainly we can see that is a fine display there from the Vesta crew, looking quite strong in this early stage with just an ever so slight lead over Aberdeen Boat Club.
And Aberdeen, as we have a look there, we've got Richard Hills, Tom Little, Gary Wilson and Ian Walker with their cox, Robert Hamilton. They've come down from Scotland and they've been out on this course over the last week, and they'll be giving everything they have at this stage of the race. But they have met a strong crew in Vesta, semi-finalists last year, I think, at Henley.
Yes, they last raced as a full crew boat in 2007 in the men's quadruple sculls, so a very different boat class, the men's quad to the men's coxed four, of course going from sculling with 2 blades and no coxswain to a sweep boat with 1 oar and a coxswain on board, so very, very different boats to row, and just being outclassed by the very strong Vesta Rowing Club at this stage, who were semi-finalists in the Britannia Challenge Cup at Henley in 2014 and semi-finalists in the Wyfold Challenge Cup at Henley in 2013. So again, some seasoned athletes. We've seen a lot of very experienced crews racing at Henley, and having raced here myself, and I'm sure for you as well, you do learn more and more about this course every time you come here, and it's not as simple as just getting on a still stretch of water and belting down the course. There's a lot to know about this course. There are currents and there are eddies, and it's a very tactical and technical race, and we're seeing the experienced crews really start to step up, and I think it's for that reason that the more times you come here, the more times you row on this incredible piece of water, the more you learn to master it. But I think that you could come here any number of times and still learn some lessons.
Oh, I think so, and it's absolutely a unique opportunity. We've talked about the booms, those hard wooden sides of the course, which really can intimidate athletes, but Vesta, a tideway club, used to lively water, and it's pretty quiet out there today. It's Wednesday morning, but the water will get more and more disturbed as the week goes on, and just looking at the pictures, I'm noticing that there's a fair amount of wind out there, which I think will be welcome to the athletes to take off some of the heat.
Yes, certainly that breeze is alleviating the heat. The sun is very strong out there at the moment, but it is a bit of a slight head breeze, which always makes life a little bit tougher, especially when you're carrying a coxswain on board, so the boat's already a little bit heavier, and then rowing into that head breeze makes the race just a little bit longer, and we can see that it does tend to open up the field a little bit more, which is why we're seeing a little bit of a bigger margin here. But it is the Crew A, or the A-ranked boat from Vesta, so we're not surprised to see them performing the way that they are. They are a very strong group of athletes. But Aberdeen, they were forced to go through the qualifiers, so they've already done some racing out on this course earlier in the week. But a very strong performance from them, really giving it everything that they've got to try and get through to the ever so crucial next round, but really not able to match it against a polished crew from Vesta.
That's right, and we're watching a heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup. There's 8 of these today, and as you say, it's every day it's somebody's final. They turn up here, they go through the qualifiers or go straight into the draw, and this is where it all starts to go. They either turn up and win, and they're here tomorrow, or they'll be de-rigging in a few minutes.
That's right, it is really a brutal progression. You know, it's not like fleet racing where you might have a repecharge after the heat, so you get another race, another chance. You turn up and you put everything on the line in every race, and some crews get through to the semi-finals effectively having raced a final just to get there. So it's a very, very difficult regatta from that perspective, that you don't know necessarily what you're going to come up against, and you have to put it all on the line to try and get that ever so crucial progression position.
Fantastic, and what we're looking there is Vesta Rowing Club. They are making sure that they're keeping their technique together as they go through the crowds appreciating their efforts. Harry Bond, Richard Lear, Simon Woodford, Patrick Linden, and Mr. Martin, their coxswain. He will be calling them in and making sure they keep it together.
Looking very strong as they come past the enclosures there. Big, strong finishers pushing the boat away as they come down towards the line.
And there they go through. We're going to see them coming past the last stand through the finish line. And it's Vesta Rowing Club that beat Aberdeen Boat Club in that heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup. And looking there, we see them. Vesta have worked hard for that, but they'll be looking to recover and move on, already getting fluids on board. And here we are joining a heat of the Forley Challenge Cup, Clares Court School against Maidenhead Rowing Club. Forley Challenge Cup for young athletes, quads, 8 oars. Once again, these gentlemen will be going down the course without a coxswain, so we'll see how they fare.
Clares Court, Maidenhead. When I see that you are both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention. No. Get ready, please.
And that's the voice of Mike Williams, the umpire. He'll be calling these two crews over and they'll soon be off.
Attention! Go!
An absolutely explosive power in these quadruple scull boats. Clares Court's Maidenhead, they'll be familiar with each other and they'll be both looking to really get out of the blocks fast. And it's Maidenhead that are going to have to make sure that they get the early steering. Mike Williams warning them with the crowd, but this is going to be a great race. Just been joined by Peter O'Hanlon to talk about it.
Hi there, Sarah. What a cracking start from Clares Court there. They got up to 50.5 strokes a minute as they shot off the blocks there. And it looks to be paying dividends. They're a slightly heavier crew on the Berkshire station leading in this race so far. You can see them there in the green, grey and gold colours. What a great start from Clares Court there. Earned himself a solid lead, but I don't see Maidenhead giving up just this early in this race.
That's right, Peter. This is an early local derby we've got here. And Maidenhead now, they've settled down, they've sorted out their steering, and they're going to make sure they get into a rhythm. And Clares, you can see that they're pushing it on. They don't want to stop at any point now. This is match racing, this is gladiatorial, and they're going to make sure that they make advantage of this lead at this stage in the race, Peter.
Well, it's quite a quick start here, as we said, from Clares Court. Now, this is going to be a tight battle between the two of these crews. Clares Court were third at the Fours Head in the Junior Quads event, and Maidenhead, who we're looking at here, they were fourth. So some blood to be spilled on this water as they try to make up for that one place difference between these two crews at the Fours Head in the Junior Quads event. But slightly heavier crew, Clares Court there. We were talking about the wind earlier. Only ever so slightly a headwind coming downstream with the water, so these crews racing against the stream here, and that slightly heavier crew, it's an average weight of 12 stone 6 pounds in the Clares Court boat we're looking at here, over an 11 stone 8 pound boat in the Maidenhead boat. So it's going to be interesting to see how that develops, but Maidenhead, they've got a lot of work to make up that a couple of lengths clear water that they're already forming behind Clare's Court.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching here Toby Jones in the Stroke C, Aled Richardson, John O'Cameron and Dan Gordon, and they will be looking to the side there, Toby, just checking where the crew is, checking where the boat is on the water to keep it straight. And I just noticed he put the rudder on and just shifted the boat's course a little bit to make sure he's in the right place, getting the best water he can do.
Victor Kleshnev in stroke seat, nearest side of that shot there, having a quick look over his shoulder to see how far they've got to make up to catch up with Clare's Court if they want to see the next round of this event for the Fawley Challenge Cup. It's certainly a long way they've got to go.
And as we see these two crews coming forward, this is the bowmans that come through first. They bow to the ones at the back. They're likely to be doing the calls. They'll be talking to their crews. But the amazing thing about the sport of rowing, when we're looking at a race like that, that the crew, the Clare's Court crew that's ahead there, they'll be able to look onto the Maidenhead and they will be looking to control the race, Peter.
It's such a dominating position to be in, or commanding position to be in, to be able to look back and adjust your strategy as you go down the course and really start to think about what it means and when you need to conserve energy versus put in a power 10 or a surge for 10 strokes to really solidify their lead out in front. But this is quite a commanding position they've got. They've got a couple of lengths clear water there, so any challenge from Maidenhead will mean that an immediate reaction from Clare's Court can be put down. We're coming up to some of the areas that will have even more spectators, so that moral support from the bank will always be important, and Maidenhead will have to rely on that and a solid finish if they want to contend for a place through to the next round.
And in the both these clubs have had success in the past in composite crews. That's not allowed anymore in this event. The crews have to be from one club only or one school only, and they're coming here, and it's Clare's Court. They have put a fantastic row together. We've seen them already strong this season, fourth at the school's head in this quad. But today they're absolutely making sure of their heat at Henley, and they're pressing away from Maidenhead Rowing Club. Beautiful blade work there, Peter.
Gorgeous blade work. I love watching quads, particularly going off the start. We saw an exceptionally quick start from that Clare's Court bow there. As I said, they went off at 50.5 strokes a minute. And the technical ability required to do that, to maintain the timing so the blades enter the water and exit the water at exactly the same time as the rest of your crew, is absolutely essential in quads. Without that, you start to get really clunky and it all falls apart. But these guys are really demonstrating exceptional quad sculling here from the Clare's Court boat, and they really don't look under too much pressure here. As I said, able to react to any challenge from Maidenhead Rowing Club and making the best of it.
And Peter, as you look now, the Clare's Court have been pushed over maybe by a bit of a side wind, but they are very close to those wooden booms, and Maidenhead are just following them slightly as well. Clare's need to be a bit careful here, I think.
Yeah, they're not too far from the booms there at all. Just a slight clunk on those booms. We'll see the steersman in that boat not be very popular for a very long time, but if they can keep just a couple of feet away from that but not go too close, they should be pretty safe. See the bowman there, Dan Gordon, in the Clare's Court boat. Have a quick look, just wants to check how close is he to the booms. One great way of making sure that you don't veer too close is looking down along the line of heads in front of you and lining that up with far distance of the start, and you can really tell where you are on the course there. But it is, just for peace of mind, quite good to peek over your shoulder once in a while and really know how far you are from those booms, so that you're absolutely certain you're not going to take your guys in and end up clipping your blades on the woodwork.
And seeing the pain there on Victor Kleshnev's face, he's absolutely driving his crew forward in that stroke. So Maidenhead are going to determine to make the most of this heat. Anything can happen as Henley, and they're making sure that they're in the right place should Clare's Court stray off or lose anything in this event.
Well, they're all taking a peek over their shoulder in that Maidenhead boat. They want to know just how far they've got to make up, and it's going to be slightly disheartening to see that gap, but know that as they start to come into the enclosures, they're going to be starting to lift their rating, starting to really go for a strong finishing burn here.
And it starts to get loud for the athletes now. We've got good crowds here already on this Wednesday morning, this beautiful day here at the regatta. And this is the most that any of these young athletes will have raced in front of, apart from other times at Henley Regatta. It's the most amazing feeling. You can see the Clare's Court bowman just having another look now there, checking in from his steering, checking where his crew are on the water, and bringing them home safely. He'll be calling to them at this point about giving them the information on where they want to do. And you can see they're beginning to drive it to hope there.
Yeah, so Clare's Court still striking 35 as they come up to the last couple hundred metres of this race, but Maidenhead still striking 32. So my question for them is, when are they going to go? If they're going to really try and burn in for a finish to overhaul Clare's Court, it'll be a lot of work to do, but they're still striking 32, and they need one hell of a finish. I'd expect to see that rating go up to 37, 38 as they try to wind it in.
Absolutely, it's starting to move, but here it is. It's Clare's Court that comes past the finish line, past that lollipop that's telling crews not to go there. That heat of the Forley Challenge Cup, Clare's Court beating Maidenhead Rowing Club, still sprinting to the finish there. And nice to see the athletes acknowledging each other with the 3 cheers as traditional here at Henley Regatta.
Sit up, please. Thank you.
And we're looking at the start of a heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup, Upper Thames Rowing Club B against Tyne Rowing Club. Upper Thames on the left-hand side, Tyne on your right. The Wyfold Challenge Cup 4s again, Cox's 4s, so there's athletes in the boat with a steering foot that are using the rudder. And both these crews have got off cleanly and fast. Boris Rankoff, the umpire for this one.
Really good clean start by both crews there, as you say, Sarah. Really quick as well. They both went off at 48 strokes a minute, and that has meant that they are, really starting to make headway as they come up the course, but they're also pretty much level. We're going to see from the side angle in a minute just who's made the best of that start. Bit of a warning here coming in for Upper Thames Rowing Club B on the Berkshire station. That's the far side of this shot, and they've made the best, but only by a nose.
Absolutely, and Upper Thames, they're going to be going past their own clubhouse in a minute, Peter, and they had a fantastic year last year, winning the Wyfolds and the Brit Challenge Cup, so they're the current holders. Those athletes not coming back to compete again, these are a new 4, and they're determined to hold that mantle. And at the moment, they've had a great start, Upper Thames against Tyne Rowing Club.
It is a really good start here. They're starting to edge ahead. You can see from that angle that with each stroke, they're just starting to get a couple more inches out in front of the Tyne ARC boat, which is on the near side in the white and black. But really solid, clean start from Upper Thames there. Their rating started to stride out, and they're really getting into their race rhythm now, which is the crucial part and the crucial rhythm that will see them through the middle stages of this race before they start to wind it up. We were saying earlier that it's really important to be out in front early because that allows you to react. So they're able to look over to their left at the Tyne ARC guys who are on the near side of this shot, and with that react to any kind of burn or pressure or power 10 that might come in from Tyne to try and steal the lead.
Yeah, and here we are. I'll be interested in the other camera angles because it looks reasonably tight there. I'm not hearing the umpire concerned at this stage, but it did look tight on that side once. And now we're looking from the back view. We've got Upper Thames on the right-hand side, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the left-hand side. We're looking back over the beautiful Henley Regatta course, and it's Upper Thames who've pushed themselves away in this really great heat. We've got about a length difference at the moment that you can see in the signal box on your right-hand side. Those numbers telling anyone watching the distance between the crews.
Coming up to the enclosures now, so Upper Thames will have heard that blasting roar as they went past Upper Thames, which will have given them a real moral surge to maintain that lead as they come to the closing stages. Looking really clean, solid and comfortable actually out in front. There's not much of a lead there, perhaps they're conserving energy, but you can see the strain on the faces in that Tyne boat, really trying to pick it up for a solid finish.
Absolutely, Tyne are throwing everything they have at the moment, but Upper Thames have got this in control as we look at the moment, just going into the general, in front of the general enclosures. You can hear people have come down to Henley Regatta, 11 o'clock in the morning, first day of racing, to cheer the local crew on.
Really exciting. You can see Tyne start to wind up the rating a little bit there. They've each had a little look over their shoulder to see what sort of ground they've got to make up. It was only a length and a quarter as they came into the enclosures, and the stroke man there, Julian McBride, peaking again. You can see there was the gear change. They've started to really lift it up now, so we could see quite an exciting finish to this heat of the Wyfold so early in this year's Henley Regatta.
Yeah, absolutely. This crew's had some success in the sea leg, third in the senior Cox's 4s in Marlow Regatta, and they've come here to Henley looking to hold that mantle, pressing But they've had a good, honest heat here in the heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. But at the moment, Upper Thames pressing it on, hearing those crowds, pressing it onto the finish line.
They've just done a gear change there. They lifted it up to 36 in reaction, so it's going to be interesting to see whether that's been enough to hold off Tyne coming up into the last 100 metres.
And pressing on, this is going to be one of the closest races we've had today. Tyne have turned up here, absolutely pressing on the local club. Upper Thames versus Tyne. These athletes giving everything they've got as they come into that finish line. They'll be pressing it on. Tyne wishing for the bell, pressing it there. Very close, Peter. The finish judges will be making their call on that race. Looking at the reaction, the athletes had nothing else to give.
Thank you.
And looking at the moment, we notice the crews don't know whether they've won. They'll be looking up to see what the umpire says. The only person that will have this information is the finish judge. We'll have to wait and see which one of these crews progresses to the next heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup.
When I see that you are both straight and ready, I will
And coming back to the start, we've got Richard Felt starting this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. Thames Rowing Club A against Broxbourne Rowing Club. Thames Rowing Club on the left-hand side as we look. Broxbourne Rowing Club on the right-hand side.
Attention! Go!
And Thames, the vent for Club 8. This is a fantastic boat. Thames, as we're looking on the left, they lost in the semi-finals last year. They have absolutely come here with a mission, but Broxbourne also pressing out towards that finish. Explosive start by both crews here in the Thames.
Look at that start by the Thames Rowing Club A boat there. They've shot off like a rocket. Funnily enough, they had a lower rating than Broxbourne Rowing Club off the marks there. We had Thames Rowing Club at 45, Broxbourne at 47, but making the best of it, Thames, crikey, they are absolutely rocketing. They're already a length up at the end of the island.
Absolutely, and Thames have hit a great rhythm there. But Broxbourne, they're pressing on. They're using their strength and their extra little rating, actually, to keep in touch. They're going to make sure that they make the most of this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. This is their opportunity to come and show what they can do at Henley.
They really have gone off with a mission here. Their first race of the event, Thames Rowing Club A, on the far side. They recently won the Vernon Trophy, which is the fastest tideway club boat, and that hasn't been won for them since 1961. So this is quite an impressive Thames boat we've got out on the water, and they're certainly looking to make the most of that and really stamp their dominance in this event early on, make the other crews know that they're out to win it.
Absolutely, and if you look at the history of this group of athletes, once an athlete wins the Thames Rowing Club, they're not eligible to compete in it again, and this group of athletes have actually lost it a few times. So Jonathan Bale, Richard Dyer, James Palmer, Christopher Moran, James Padmore, Tom Jeffrey, Simon Challen, Anthony Lester and Conklin Pidu, they're here to have another crack at this event, and they will have been thinking and dreaming of this heat since their race last year, that semi-final that they lost, and they've left nothing to chance against Broxbourne Rowing Club. They've opened up a fantastic lead, Peter.
It's an incredibly intimidating performance from Thames Rowing Club A here. All of the others in the Thames Challenge Cup event will be looking at this and thinking, my goodness, we have got our work cut out for us if we're going to compete against them. They're currently striking 28 and only slowing that down. This is steady state stuff that they're showing here, and what an incredible performance. They've got so many lengths of clear water. This is over for Broxbourne, but what a message for Thames Rowing Club A to send out to everybody else. We're here this time, we're going to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at Constance, she was looking around to see where the other crew was, just checking that Broxbourne they were still making sure that they were checking and holding away. But we've got Thames Rowing Club here coming past the stands. They'll be taking the applause. Many, many Thames members here to cheer them on, and they'll be delighted with that first performance. Thames Rowing Club will be progressing in the Thames Challenge Cup.
Good to see. Can't say it was unexpected, but yeah, incredible message from them, and what a demonstration of eight rowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking there at James Padmore, he'll be delighted, making sure. And it's only now that we see Broxbourne Rowing Club pressing their way to the finish line. Broxbourne making the most of that, but that's Thames Rowing Club we're looking at, victors of that heat. And we've had results from the Wyfold Challenge Cup, race 22. Tyne Rowing Club won that race by 2 foot. A fantastic race.
Sit up, players. Get ready, please.
Looking now at the repeat of the Temple Challenge Cup, University of London B on the right-hand side, Skull on our left-hand side.
Attention. Go.
This event for student athletes, and I think this is going to be a very good one. University of B, obviously the second crew from the University of London, being their B crew. Skull coming over here from Holland to press it on and see what they can show the British crews.
Slow and steady start by the Dutch boat over there, Algemene Amsterdam Studenten Vereniging School of Holland. They went off at 43.5 strokes a minute compared to the University of London B boats, 45 strokes. But look at that lead that is 3/4 of a length already and only just coming up towards the barrier. Worth noting here that this Dutch club that we've got over here, their women's crew did exceptionally well at Henley Women's Regatta recently. They came second in that, so it's a club that's got some fantastic pedigree in their athletes, strong rivalry with the Nereus boats that we tend to see a lot of here in Henley.
Absolutely, and I umpired that race, Peter, and I'm seeing similar techniques in this boat that we're looking at on the right-hand side of the pictures you're looking now. There's the way that the Dutch race, and it's a very long, loose stroke. They create power, but don't look like they're powerful. It's absolute skill.
It's the finesse, I think, as well that they're demonstrating here. I mean, they're a largely sophomore crew, and they've got a couple of the Dutch lightweights in there. Michiel Moorman, who's in the bow seat, and Job Hugslout, who's in the 7 seat. Those two recently medalled at Coupe de la Jeunesse, and you know, it just shows the depth of field that we've got in that Skull club to see them here to have some internationals in their boat. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, great to see that athletes are doing their international duties. Coupe de la Jeunesse, as you say, the event just below the World Championships for juniors, and they're coming here to Henley to try and add to their collection. And it's great to watch this Skull boat, but it's University of London B. They're still pressing on. Looking at the back now with Michael, that lightweight you were talking about. The University of London, they're pressing on and making sure they stay in touch with the Dutch.
Dutch now dropping their rating to 31, so you can tell that you can get a sense of the feeling in that boat. It's not very erratic, it's not very pressured. They've got quite a lot of confidence there to be able to drop it down to 31, and with that maintain the lead that they've got over University of London B boat. But as we were saying earlier, to look back, they can react to whatever comes from that University of London B boat to make sure that they win this heat of the Temple to get through to the next round.
And you can be assured that the University of London B boat would have been practicing against their A boat. They'll be very used to match racing. But looking there at the Dutch, very relaxed. The 3-man there, the 3 from the back of the boat, mouth open, getting the air in. It's a hot day out here at Henley, Peter. Really important that these athletes don't use any more energy than they need to win this race. And University of London, they're keeping the Dutch honest.
They certainly are, and it is stifling out there, absolutely stifling. You can see some poppling on the water from the headwind that's coming down, but this is, you know, it's largely a calm day, so they're the only ones out there getting a breeze, and that's caused by them, the apparent wind from them actually moving. So it's stifling, boiling hot. Temperature says it's getting up to 34 degrees today.
And here we are now, coming past the grandstands. We see the 8 men in the Skull boat pressing their way towards that finish line. The stands beginning to fill up. You can hear the interest in the rowing fans. They'll be enjoying watching this performance. They press past the floating grandstand at Scholl to take that victory over the University of London B as they come in now, pressing their way, making every stroke count. It's Scholl who will be progressing on. And it looks easy for the Dutch guys. They'll be thinking about tomorrow now.
I will start you like this. Attention! Go! Get ready, please.
And we're watching a heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. So William Borlanes against King's School Chester.
Go!
And these athletes sprint out the blocks. Schoolboy 8, massive amounts of pride from these 8 athletes and their coxswains. They'll be really looking to get out clean. And it's going to be a tight one, I think. So William Borlanes, coached by Robin Dow. He'll have been coaching to move out really fast, but King's School Chester, they've been given the same message. And actually, both crews coming quite close together. We can see a little bit of coxing going on in the right-hand school with the King's School Chester school. Their coxswain need to straighten them up and allow his athletes to get into the rhythm.
It's the last thing you need when you're rating that high is for the rudder to be thrown on full tilt in one direction or the other. It can just have enough effect to slightly unbalance you. You might put your blade in slightly wrong, and that skew whiff entry just removes the power from a couple of strokes, and that's a number of seats, which is a number of meters that you can end up losing, and that's what we're seeing here. King's School Chester really starting to push out in front there, up to half a length over Sir William Borlanes' school on the near side. So King's School Chester there in the dark green, Sir William Borlanes is the dark blue and red. Great performance here, great start for King's School Chester. Coming up to the enclosures, we'll hear a loud roar from the banks. The Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup always gets a huge draw from parents and friends on the bank.
And as we look at both crews there, we see that King's School Chester, they have had the best for this first half of the race. Ben Monk, Christian Palmer, Aaron Suter, Daniel Weatherly, Harry Higginbottom, Alex Slater, Ben Paxton, and their stroke Will back. Ellie Robertson's coxing them, and they've been pressing it on. She's made sure that they've kept it on us, having a quick look over her shoulder right then to make sure that her crew are in the right place and are pushing away from Sir William Borlanes.
2 high-caliber athletes in this boat we're looking at, this King's School Chester boat, Alex Slater and Harry Higginbottom, who've been trialling together in the pair. Alex Slater actually made it on to then race at Coupe de la Jeunesse in 2014 last year, and is now looking for a solid spot in the GB crew for Junior Worlds this year.
And this Henley Regatta is a great testing ground. You know, these guys, they'll have been used to racing, really competitive race, but 6-lane racing and those international races. They come back here, it's gladiatorial, it's side by side, it's you and them. And what we're looking at the moment is the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, Sir William Borlanes School against King's School Chester, who's on the pictures.
Gladiatorial is the word for it. Just 2 boats side by side. One goes through, one goes home. Absolutely incredible way to race. As you're saying, these guys will be used to racing in 6 lanes, which can end up with the requirement for more strategy in what you're doing. But here it's just one goes through, one goes home. There's no second chances, no repechage, no other heats for you to have an opportunity to get through. And that's what makes this such a powerful event.
And it's great to see Sir William Borlanes there on the right-hand side developing their rowing. We've seen them in the quads before, in the Forley. In fact, they won that event a couple of years back. But now they're bringing more athletes in. They're starting to play, if you like, in the Princess Elizabeth. And this will probably be one of the first times they've been here in the sweepboard event. So it's great to see they've come here. They've had a really honest race. They've pushed King's School Chester all the way as we go past the mile. And you can see there, the left-hand side, the number 1, telling us that that crew has gone past the post, and then the number will come up now to, we've got a length and a quarter gap.
It's a great crew that they fielded here from Sir William Borlanes. But looking there, that's the bow end of the King's School Chester boat. Coming into the picture on the left-hand side is Harry Higginbottom, who is one of the only juniors in the GB squad to have pulled an ergo under 6 minutes 15. Absolute monster in the middle of that boat. He's not one of the tallest, but he's got that heart and that determination to pull one hell of an ergo score, 6 minutes 15. Incredible stuff. But looking on the left-hand side of the picture there, Sir William Borlase school, this is much of that J16 8 that entered the Championship 8s for Junior 16s. In Schools Head last year, they got bronze medal, and that was the first Championship category medal won by Sir William Borlase. So this is one of the best 8s that the school has turned out, and they're certainly coming along, but up against hot competition in this King's School Chester boat, and that's certainly being seen as we come up towards the enclosures.
And I think David Blackman, their coach, he'll be pleased with what he's masterminded here for King's School Chester. He'll be pleased with how his athletes have conducted themselves here, because you're right, Peter, the power of this crew. You know, you've got some guys who've got great engines, and they're making it move on the water as well, and they're pressing it. They'll be enjoying themselves now past the stands. You can see them, the rate's gone up. They're really pressing it on to see what they can do on this first heat, making sure of it, but also training and testing themselves, if you like, at this stage. 112 metres completed. Well done, King's School Chester. And Sir William Borlase come through now. And it's King's School Chester that will be progressing to the next round of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup.
Ready, please.
And I've been joined by Adam Freeman-Pax to watch the next race, a heat of the Temple Challenge Cup.
Attention. As you are.
University of the West of England against King's School Queensland, Australia.
Attention! Go!
And the well-known voice of Matthew Pinson then getting them off cleanly, first time of asking.
Yeah, so it looks great here, actually seeing two University 8s compete against each other here. We've got University of West of England on the left and King's College Queensland, Australia on the right. Both crews really hammering it off there. King's College Queensland, Australia, potentially the stronger crew on form, given that they're the under-19 Australia champions. But, you know, University of West of England can't be counted out as well. I mean, they're best of the West. They won their Bristol UE varsity boat race. And, I mean, they're hanging in there at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. UE, as they're known in the rowing circuit, they've come out here, they're pressing on, but they have met the Australians in the first round. And it'll be interesting to see how these Australians have travelled. We reckon they won't be worrying so much about the heat. Some of the Scottish I was speaking to earlier, they were bemoaning this wonderful day here at Henley Regatta, but it's a fantastic day. You can see the crowds beginning to gather all the way along the course. It really is a unique event.
That is true, yeah. I've heard today is meant to be one of the hottest days for 10 years, so it's well suited to Australians, as you said. So these guys in the UE boat, actually, they were you know, they competed in the PA last year and a couple of them in the visitors, so they have raced a few times at Henley. Not so sure about the Australians. I think this might be one of the more recent times their trips over.
Yeah, it's great to see King's College Queensland there. And Adam, I'm noticing there the length, the stern pair, the two guys driving the boat sitting on the left-hand side of the pictures there, the length they're getting is just phenomenal, and that's what's making their boat move out just so quickly.
For sure, yeah, particularly into this headwind. I mean, you really do need that length of stroke. They're just leaning back on it that bit further than UE.
And University of West England, they're in the red, white and black strip. Red tops. You can see their stroke guy completely concentrated there. Samuel Perrin, as we're looking at him there, tongue out, he was just pressing his boat on, making sure he'd hit his rhythm.
He was, and you can really see the surge off the wake off the back of the coaching launch there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Matthew Pinsent, the umpire there, he just warned the Australians. He felt that they were coming over a little bit towards King's College and being warned there so they would move on. But this race is getting quite tight there, Adam.
It is developing well, actually, isn't it? UE have found some more speed, actually. I think, as you were commenting earlier, that the length of stroke in Australian boat, maybe they're just sort of letting it peter out a little bit too much and going a bit too relaxed, because I think UE have sort of really sort of cottoned on that they need to get themselves back into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Ed Dean, Graham Hunter, Amadi, Charlie Evans, Richard Langley, William Sadar, Charlie James, Samuel Perrin and their coach Georgina Taylor, they've come here for a race. They've absolutely made sure that they've got into their heat and they're making a good running now, and this is going to be a fantastic race.
Yeah, this is a lot closer than what we expected. We just see the two-man in the UE boat struggling a little bit there, but I think he's got it back under control.
Yeah, what you're noticing now, Adam, is the blade work. It's a little bit less tidy, is what you're telling me. A little bit tidier here as we look at this blue and yellow boat, the blue and gold of King's College, Queensland. You know, they still get that length, don't they? And their blade work is pretty tidy there.
That's right, although they don't look quite as comfortable as earlier. That stroke man was looking over, as actually it looks like UE have sort of begun to take the lead.
Yeah, this is a fantastic race. It's turning out to be one of the corkers. We've had a crew lead off with the Australians, and then now it's the University of West of England who's coming back through them, and that stroke man, his tongue is still out, he's pressing his crew on, and the crowd are going to be absolutely behind this one.
Yeah, this is fantastic for UE to get this position at this part of the course, just before it gets quiet, before the enclosures settle things down, before you have to turn the thrusters on for the sprint for the finish.
And it really is one of those moments as we look at that UE boat, the length and the strength in there, but it is this moment for the Australian crew. If King's College, Queensland, Australia are going to move on, they need to make a movement now.
Yeah, this is quite a decisive stage here. If they don't really put something in, this could be quite tricky to pull back.
Yeah, and here we have a very good race here. It's the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. King's College, Queensland, Australia. They're in the colour, it says on the programme, the white strip, but actually when we look at them, it's blue and it's yellow. And University of West England in the red, white and black strip. And it's the University of West England that have really made the better of this second half of the race. And looking at the Australians now, heads are almost down. It's going to be an interesting last 2 minutes for that crew as they go past the milepost.
You could see that in their eyes, couldn't you, slightly? The guys in the middle of the boat, they weren't really feeling it. I mean, they've really got to get themselves fired up if they're going to overhaul this. What is it now? It's just over a length lead.
Yeah, I think it's a length and a half looking at the milepost board. Those numbers on that get lifted, they tell us how far apart the crews are. It's in a length and a half, and it's the University of West England, the King's College, Queensland, Australia. They went out there, they got a really fast start, they got a really long start, but it's the crew from the University of West of England that has made the best of the second half of the race and are pulling away.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they had us duped at the beginning. I think we were really backing them as well, looking at the stats, but they've really, UE have really overturned this. It's a great first round for them.
And it's interesting because according to their Charles James, the best coaching mark he's heard is the mushroom cloud. Charles James, he's in the 7th seat of the UE boat, and I think what they were trying to do is see that mushroom cloud in the King's College Queensland boat, and you know, Queen's College, they look better together now. They're coming past the crowds, but the damage is done.
I think you're right there, Sarah. They definitely had a front row seat to watching that mushroom cloud today. That's a great job from those guys, and you can hear the applause from the spectators in the enclosures.
And actually the guys need to concentrate now, just noticing the athletes beginning to look out the boat, make sure of what's going on around. They just need to keep their concentration, make sure of the wind before they start to celebrate.
Yeah, they look quite relaxed now as they're winding it in. I think they're really there was quite a big fight for the race during the middle there, and I think it's just been a bit too much for the Australians.
And there we have the University of West of England coming through the finish line, winning that heat, the Temple Challenge Cup. And it's now that King's College, Queensland, Australia, they've come through, pressing their way there. And once again, it's great to hear the crews acknowledge each other in the traditional way of Henley Regatta with the 3 cheers. And as they paddle away, University of West of England will be thinking about tomorrow and their next round.
Two very likely, two very likely, two very likely. Let's find top three.
This is race 27, a heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. Tideway scullers on the right-hand side of the picture, and our first American crew, Green Lake Crew A from the USA. And pressing out, the Americans have had a fantastic start. Green Lake have pressed it away. Tideway scullers are doing their best to stay up with them. Very high ratings from both crews at the moment. A little bit of splashing, but this is a fantastic spectacle as you look down all 2,000 metres of the course, 2,000 metres 112, and it is Green Lake that are just ahead at the moment.
I like your accuracy there. So yeah, so this is going to be an excellent international race again, US versus GB. These guys have been battling it out on the domestic circuit in the UK. When Green Lake came over earlier from Seattle. There's been very close racing between the two crews, so this could go all the way.
And it's great to see Green Lake back here at Henley again this year. Quarter-finalists in the Thames Challenge Cup in this event in 2013. Let's see how they go this year.
It's worth remembering these guys from Green Lake in the green and white are from a community rowing project for junior rowers. And they're obviously against Tideway scullers in the red and yellow on the left of the shots. And they're more of, guys that would be working in London, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some young athletes here on the right-hand side. They will be rowing and maybe doing a bit of school or working, and then Tideway Scullers School, they're going to be balancing their rowing training with most likely a full-time job. But at the moment, it's those who are spending more of their time training and resting, we might argue, that are getting the best of the Tideway Scullers. It's Green Lake Crew A that are ahead of Tideway Scullers School.
That's right, those youngsters have definitely got some more energy in them today. I think they're sort of leading by nearly a length there. I think during some of the regatta races they've had, they've been, only been a second and a half separating the two crews, so Green Lake have definitely upped their game on this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw that determination as we watched them out the start. It was Green Lake who absolutely drove their boat away. And this match racing, I think this is one of those races that's going to go all the way to the line. Green Lake not dropping their rate at all. Their blade work's absolutely still neat and pressed on. And Tideway Scullers School, they'll be looking to do anything they can do right now to get back onto the Green Lake crew.
That's it. Yeah, the water is looking quite rough there as you watch the Green Lake crew with their big G's on their chest. It's quite an American thing to have the letter massive on your rowing suits. But you can see as you're going through, there's quite a lot of wash there and they're chopping through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now both crews past the mile signal. This is where it starts to really hurt.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You can hear the coxes, can't you, really shouting and cheering, trying to squeeze out that extra bit of energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we look onto that Tideway Scullers crew in the red and the yellow, you can absolutely see the effort on the athlete's face. This is war. This is the only way to describe it. This is their moment. This is their final. Tideway Scullers need to do anything they can do now to get back onto the Green Lake crew.
This is a real battle, actually. It looks like they are clawing back slightly. I think it could be pretty close on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start to see Marcus Jones, Bob Leonard, Jay Sermon, Paul Savage, Edward Beckett, Tim Sparks and Rod Lucas in that Tideway Scullers boat. It's their cox Andrew Barton who's going to be pressing them on. But it's still at this stage Green Lake A who are ahead. And you really can start to hear the crowd. This is getting now towards lunchtime. People have arrived at the regatta and they want to be cheering these crowds on.
Yeah, it looks like Green Lake have found another gear now, haven't they? They've just started to cover their oars a little bit quicker into the wind and just got a grip of the water and shoved that boat a bit further ahead of Scullers.
Yeah, absolutely. Green Lake, they're making sure of it. They've taken their rating up as well. They're matching Scarlet's rate as we come to the finish line. It is Green Lake that win this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. Tideway Scarlet School B, they're not going into the next round.
Attention!
This is race 28. It's the heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. We've got Westminster School on the right-hand side, King's School Canterbury on the left-hand side. They are under starters' orders.
Attention! Go!
And hearing their coxes calling them to draw the stroke away, draw that first stroke, make sure they start moving the boat. And it's Westminster who've gone flying out of the blocks, looking really neat and tidy there. But their coxswain is going to need to look at his line. He's just had to put the rudder on there as King's School Canterbury hold their line better. And we see the umpire there waving his right flag. And Adam, this is going to take some boat speed off the Westminster crew.
It sure is. I mean, that Westminster crew is a very strong crew, but that was a bit of a wide line he took there off the blocks. But it looks like it hasn't really affected their lead. This Westminster crew are really one of the crews to watch in the Princess Elizabeth. I mean, they are going for the triple, aren't they, really? They've won the School's Head and they've won the National Schools Regatta, and this would really finish off the big one for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Their coach, Bill Mason, he's coached international crews in the past. He was the mastermind behind the 1996 Women's 8, believe it or not, and he's been out on the Tideway and he's got such knowledge. And he's been putting that knowledge into this Westminster crew, and you can see now their steering problems over. They really are moving this boat beautifully. The bright pink strip, you can't miss them when they're out on the river. They've even seemed to add bright pink socks this year for some of them in the bows there. But this crew are pressing it on. They really are moving well.
I mean, yeah, there's all sorts of fluorescent colours in there, but we've got Sam Mayer in the middle of the boat there. He's a pretty exceptional athlete. He was in the British quad, junior quad last year, and I mean, he's even taken some pretty good big scalps in the single. Like I think he beat Olaf Tufte at the Armada Cup, which is a pretty impressive feat from a schoolboy.
Yeah, absolutely. Olaf Tufte with his 2 Olympic gold medals, and there you have a school guy who's beating them. But we're looking now here at the King's School Canterbury. They've come in, they've put a really good rhythm there. These guys will have been practicing for this regatta since, you know, they turned up in September, and it's now, of course, 1st of July today, the first day of Henley Royal Regatta. But this is, I think, where their practice will be over.
That's right. King's School Canterbury are regulars in the 8s. You know, they usually sort of make the finals at the national schools and stuff. But to be drawn Westminster on this year with such a strong crew is relatively unlucky. I mean, even that Westminster crew, when they're split into 4s, they got 1st and 2nd at the national schools regattas. So you're dealing with a pretty class act here.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the power that these schoolboys are putting into this boat, and you know, this is one of the events that brings the biggest crowds. Anyone who's raced for their school will come back to Henley Royal Regatta to cheer them on. As we're going through now past the milepost, it is Westminster that lead King's School Canterbury.
That's right. Funny enough, actually, I think when Sam actually beat Olaf, he actually went up and asked for his autograph, which is quite a nice thing to do. And I don't think Olaf was too pleased to find out that he was only 17.
Yeah, Olaf Tufte's done huge amounts to promote rowing in Norway. I think he's raced here at Henley Regatta in the past. But at the moment, he's got his dream set into being on Rio. But what we're looking now is here at Westminster. We've got a fantastic crew, really well drilled by their coach, Bill Mason. And it's James Plout, Ed Bentley, Oswald Stocker, Nick Platt. I'm going to get you to say Sam
Major,
Alex Berry, and Jonathan Edwards and Oscar Arts Jones with their cox, Matt Holland, as they press on through.
This is brilliant. They're very strong. They're definitely a crew to watch in this event as the regatta unfolds. I'm presuming they'll either face Shrewsbury or Hampton in the next round. Yeah.
Yes, Westminster, a selected crew, selected by the stewards as one of the crews that we wanted to keep apart, and there they are, going past the finish line. Westminster beating King's School Canterbury. And looking there now, the King's School Canterbury, something's going on with one of their blades. We can see everything is fine on this side. But there could be a breakage in their equipment there. The stroke man, he has no spoon there, breakage in their equipment. His head goes down. He's been rowing without the oar to push it on. And here at Henley Regatta, there's no breakages rule. If your spoon comes off as it has there, you just have to do your best to row. That explains that gap, Adam. Westminster School beating King's College Canterbury. This is race 29, a heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We have Oslo against Henley Rowing Club, the local club against the Norwegians. Wyfold Challenge Cup, 4 men without a cox. So you'll notice the athletes need to get themselves straight. The stroke man of the Henley Rowing Club with the white strip, he's got his hand up, not happy with the lining.
When I see that you are both straight and ready,
indicating to the umpire that he doesn't feel he's straight.
Attention, go. Get ready, please.
And the umpire asking both crews to get themselves straight and ready.
Attention, go.
And there'll be great support here, but it's the Henley 2 man. He's just missed a bit of a stroke there, the blade on the right-hand side, and that could cause a trouble with the steering.
He did, didn't he? But the Norwegian boat got blown to the right, and now they've overcorrected the steering to the left in the shot.
And I think the umpire may have a bit of work to do right now, because these boats could come together in a clash at this stage. That's going to be very unhelpful. They're trying to hit their rhythm. But it's Henley Rowing Club at the moment. They've got over that small problem at the start. And Oslo, they're being warned by the umpire, and I think we're going to have a clash here. And this is what happens, Adam, as soon as you have a clash, the blades come together, and what you notice there is the umpire, he's put up his red flag, and he's going to have to make a decision. He could absolutely do one of four things. He could restart this race, or disqualify a crew. Let's listen to what he says. Henley Rowing Club there. Hands up in the air, saying it's not my fault. The Norwegians looking, just getting themselves out of trouble, getting away from these very heavy umpires' launches that are quite hard to stop.
So, Sarah, what do you think is going to happen from here, potentially?
It really does now sit with the umpire. It's absolutely his decision. He'll have the best view to see what happens, and he will be making a decision right now. He could choose to restart the race from here. He could choose to take them back up to the start, which looks like the crews are backing down. Or he could choose to disqualify. We're looking at George Hammond there, the umpire, and he'll be making his decision. He's on the radio. And he's planning to restart the race, and I think from where he is at the end of the island, he'll probably get all the athletes back onto the start. But it's interesting, if you look at the Henley Rowing Club, they're looking down at their boats, they're trying to check the shell, see if it's actually okay, because these two boats, they came right into each other.
Yeah, like you said earlier, when the blades clashed, they got knitted in together, and the boats came together quite hard, so checking for damage, obviously.
If we have a look at that again, we've got Henley Rowing Club. They're far on the left-hand side. It is the Norwegians. They're coming over towards the Henley boat. We see now that the umpire puts his blade up and he's warning the Norwegians.
It's unfair for Henley, actually, because they're trying to get out of the way.
Yeah. And you see the Norwegians making some response, but actually their boat is still going towards the Henley shell, going towards the dark blue blades. And then the crash happens, and everything happens really quickly. At this point, the umpire very quickly stops the race, makes sure everyone's safe, and he's decided to take them back onto the start. So George Hammond, the umpire there, will be making sure on the second time advancing that we're going to be watching this heat, the Wyfold Challenge Cup, Oslo, Norway in the red strip, Henley Rowing Club on the white tops and blue bottoms.
Let's hope for a clean getaway this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, we seem to still have the umpires launch. In these coxless boats, we have a steering foot to help these athletes keep the boat straight. Always quite tricky, I think, when you've got two blades close together. If we look in the Norwegian boat and two further apart, they call it a bucket rig. And it'll either be the bowman or the two-man, I would suggest, the two at the back of the water, who have got a steering foot on their right-hand foot, and they point their toe effectively to where it wanted to go. And what we wanted to happen there, Adam, was him to be pointing his toe towards the booms, and he seemed to not be doing that enough.
That's right, but it is very hard off those starts because you only have a very thin lollipop, like a big post with a fluorescent orange circle on it, lined up with a chevron. And it doesn't take much for the guys in front of you to block that view, and then you can't really tell whether you're going straight until you do get up onto the booms. So it's not surprising we haven't had a few more crashes this morning already, particularly with the cross, with a little bit of wind blowing up. Yeah.
And George Hammond, the umpire there, the gentleman standing up in the cap, he'll be picking up his flags again and starting to bring these crews back under starters' orders. But I think both crews, the heart rates will be up.
That's right, yeah. I mean, after that, you must be pretty panicked and just, unsure if the boat's okay, riggers have been tweaked, or it could be a hole in the hull. You just don't know, really. You just have to hope for the best.
Yeah, and I think you just have to focus on the moment you're in, worry about those things afterwards.
It'd be quite a good test to see which crew does settle themselves best in this restart and then takes on the race properly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Henley Rowing Club, a local club, they'll know this stretch probably better than any other athletes on the water. The Norwegians, they've come over, they'll be training on this course, but on race day it suddenly goes quiet and it just feels slightly different, doesn't it?
That's right. These guys from Norway are students, I believe.
There'll be no roll call.
Some of them have raced in the threes, so there is some experience in that crew as well.
Get ready.
And umpire George Hammond saying there'll be no roll call, so we're just expecting the attention go from him to start this heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup, Henley Rowing Club against Oslo, Norway. And on the second chance, they are off. And this is a much better start at the moment. We've seen the Norwegians go over to the right-hand side. We're talking about steering because of what happened in the last race. And now what we're noticing, Adam, they're coming back again towards the Henley Rowing Club. And it's Henley Rowing Club who've gone off straight. And George Hammond is warning Henley at this point, warning Norway. This is a very exciting race for all the wrong reasons, Adam.
It is right. That's right. Definitely from a steering perspective, a lot of zigzags going on here from both boats. So let's hope they don't clash too soon and we can get halfway down the track.
Yeah, the Wyfold Challenge Cup, an event for Cox's event for club rowers, and this is going to be a fantastic race. Henley Rowing Club, they've got the slight lead there on the Norwegians, but the Norwegians, they're right on these booms, and these booms they're big pieces of work, they're heavy, and if you hit them, they will stop your race.
They will indeed. They've got vertical posts, and also floating in the water is a very large, chunky bit of wood, so if you clobber that, you're going to do some damage to your oar or bring the boat into it fully.
And it's Henley Rowing Club that are taking full advantage of this. Andy Pettigan, Chris Mitchell, Stan Admiral and Matthew Higginson, they are really pressing away as the Norwegians are struggling with the steering. This is a bit unexpected, maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. So these guys in the Norwegian boat, actually, you can see they're borrowing a boat from Oxford Brookes, so maybe that's why they weren't quite used to the steering, slightly different setups, that sort of stuff. But actually, if you look now, it doesn't look like it's stopping them as they're finding a bit more of a rhythm. They're calming down after all the kerfuffle of getting off the blocks there. And it looks like they're settling into quite a strong, long rhythm, actually. That stroke guy, very sort of quite a chunky chap there.
Yeah, both crews settling down, Henley having had the better start. And now it's the Norwegians that are pushing away.
Yeah, the Norwegians are just nipping ahead there. It's good to see we've not had any more clashes, and we're keeping it quite clean, although the Norwegians are in the middle of the course.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the steering story of this race is over here, Adam. And got George Hammond, see that flag flapping in the wind. He's warning them again. And these cockless boats, part of the skill of the rowing, the watermanship, if you like, is to be able to keep them straight. You have to be able to do that to allow your crew to have the best race. And the Norwegians, they're ahead there, but at the moment we could be looking at another clash. Henley Rowing Club are coming towards Oslo at the moment, and those blades are getting very close, Adam.
They are. They're touching each other's puddles again, aren't they? And Henley are just coming over. But, I mean, that umpire's getting a really good arm work out today, isn't he? I mean, he's going from left to right to left to right. Henley on our right on the screen, or they're trying to go to our left, and Norway on our left, who are trying to go to our right, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. That umpire using a megaphone. There's big crowds here. It's a noisy event. He's making sure that the boats can hear him, but he is demanding that Norwegian crew move over. And Henley Rowing Club, they will not be happy. They will feel like that boat is impeding them at the moment.
Difficult stuff for them. I mean, it's Henley Rowing Club are celebrating their 175 years of existence, so you know, they'd be looking to push through this round, but that's not on their mind at the moment. It's trying to get back on level terms with these Norwegian students.
Yeah, and these Norwegian students, it looks like they are getting the better of Henley Rowing Club at the moment, but they're going to be having to go out there and practice their steering, because this has been a real story of this race, if you like. It's caused a restart, and we've got Henley Rowing Club still in touch, but it is the Norwegians that are pressing away. But once again, they're drifting over.
They are, like you said, it's a shame to let your rowing be dictated by the rudder so much, especially when you put all that hard work in, physical work, strength training, endurance training, to be decided by by one man's foot and where it's pointing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Oslo club, they were here last year. They got knocked out on Friday in the same event, Wyfold Challenge Cup. So it looks like for now that the 4 men in the boat are going to take themselves through to Thursday. Henley Rowing Club pressing on though, really looking flat, looking at the slightly higher rating at the moment, struggling to get back on terms.
Yeah, and although their steering has been a bit all over the place in the Norwegian boat, I think they've just positioned themselves quite wisely now. So you can see the V-wake off the back of their boat, and it's just beginning to touch those Henley Rowing Club blades, which is not a nice feeling when you're in the boat that's down. Once you get the sense that you can feel their wash, you know they're quite a decent way ahead, and so it does really break your spirits a little bit. So they'll be having to regroup and have some inspirational calls in there to try and get back on terms.
Yeah, absolutely. These athletes, they boat from just the other side of the bridge. They won't have been in the competitive tent alongside everyone else. They'll have had the luxury of being in the club, stepping away and keeping quiet and coming onto this, through the bridge, onto this wonderful Henley rowing course, into all this sound and light and noise. But then they come down to racing day, and it's all about how fast you can move the boat over the Henley course.
It's true. Probably just as well, actually. That boat tent at the moment is pretty much like a sauna, so it's probably quite a good thing to avoid.
Yeah, and we just see again that Norwegian crew, they've put their rudder on again, getting slightly uncomfortably close to the booms, but that number 2 going up in the box, that tells us it's past, the Norwegians have passed the mile single, and we're waiting now to see the number 1, recognising that Henley Rowing Club have also gone past on their station, and on the Berkshire station.
It seems we must have a sort of Norwegian rally driver at heart in that Norwegian crew. With the way he's handling that steering today.
Yeah, absolutely. But now you're looking at the Norwegian athletes looking strong and loose. They'll have 1 or 2 things to work on and think about, but they're pressing their boat strongly now, really moving it per finish, looking relaxed. And we're starting to begin to hear the sound of the pleasure boats coming through, but
still not out of the woods with the steering there again. I mean, he's veering quite heavily over onto the other station, which isn't a wise move, you know, before the race is over.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think now umpire George Hammond feels that the Norwegian crew is far enough ahead of Henley Rowing Club, who are pressing it on. They're in front of a home crowd. They're pressing their finishes out, making as much as they can of this final sprint. But umpire George Hammond feels like the Norwegian crew is far enough ahead not to need warning.
Yeah, you can see they've sort of settled the raid down quite a lot in that Norwegian boat, the red and yellow just on our left, Henley in a blue and white on the right-hand side, just upping the gears, trying to make some ground back.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is when those last metres of this Henley rowing course can really tell. You've done your 2,000 metres you're used to, you're slightly down, and Henley Rowing Club, they're really pressing it on. Good technique, they're good strength with their legs, lifting their bow ball out the water, but the Norwegians, they've got the longer stroke here, they're looser, and they're just connecting their legs a little bit better as they go through that finish line. They'll be pleased to see that finish line after their first heat. And Henley Rowing Club, let's just watch them as they come through and see how they feel that went for them. I think Henley Rowing Club will feel that perhaps they were given the worst of that decision earlier on, and I suspect they... But it's the Norwegians that will be going on to the next round of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. What we're looking at now is a heat of the Forley Challenge Club. We've got Thames Rowing Club against Norwich Rowing Club. Norwich wearing the yellow strip and Thames Rowing Club wearing their classic colours of red, white and black.
That is correct, and these two crews have been haven't raced each other that much, but at the national schools on the time trial results, I think there was only a second separating them actually. So, as you can see, quite far down the course, they are still in contact with each other. Thames possibly just a little bit further ahead of Norwich than what they'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. Forley Cup is an event for juniors, one sole club or one school, and we're looking at two rowing clubs here. Thames Rowing Club, used to the tideway, used to the rough water, and they've had a great race there. Real concentration in the athletes' face. They're focused in the boat there as we look at that beautiful shot as we come down. And you can see that Norwich are looking over there. They're looking out of the boat quite a lot more, wondering how to get back onto Thames at this stage.
That's right, like you said, those Thames Rowing Club oarsmen probably more used to slightly rough water coming from the tideway. But Norwich aren't giving in just yet. That's only half a length lead to Thames.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is some good, neat sculling. You notice there with Thames, you've got the strength in that boat. Oscar Bird there, pressing down in the 3-seat. Alex Kelly in the 2-seat. Really the powerhouse of that quad. And it's good to see Thames Rowing Club here in the Forley. It's not traditionally that we see them in that. I would be more expecting to see them in the Thames, in the 8s, in the senior rowing. So to see their junior athletes come through is really exciting, and I can see how different good programs at a senior level are now giving good programs at a junior level, which is great for rowing.
Exactly, it's really nice to see a very big London club like that fill out its junior ranks, you know, and compete in a junior event like this.
And just looking now at that camera angle, we've got Norwich Rowing Club. They're pressing to stay in touch. But it's Thames Rowing Club there that's staying ahead.
Bit of a tactical manoeuvre there from Thames, going quite close to the Norwich crew to give them some of the dirty water from their spoons.
Possibly tactical, Aaron, possibly tired athletes with steering foots, but we're pressing on there. They do look pretty close there, the different crews. Norwich perfectly on their station. Thames have moved over slightly, but I suspect that's more a bit of inexperience than anything else going on.
Possibly they're hanging in here for the last stint to the line.
Absolutely, and there we go. Thames Rowing Club beating Norwich in this heat of the Forley Challenge Cup. Thames Rowing Club delighted. They're going to be progressing through to the next round. And now we're looking at a heat of the Princess Elizabeth Cup. Aberdeen School versus St Paul's School, 12 o'clock racing. This is going to be one of the races of the regatta, we expect.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to this one. St Paul's, of course, came second at the National Schools Regatta. I think Abingdon were 6th, weren't they? St Paul's also came second at the school's head of the river race.
Yeah, and it's St Paul's that have got the better start. Abingdon having a few problems with their steering, as we've seen at other races today. Mike Williams, the umpire, he's asking them to go back on station, but at St Paul's they've had a fantastic start there in this heat.
They have indeed, and as you say, Abingdon having a bit of trouble with the steering there off the start. It is difficult, as we saw earlier, steering up that side of the island, but as they progress up towards Remnant Farm, it looks as though St Paul's have got a slight lead over Abingdon.
Yeah, Pete McConnell, you've just joined me here at the regatta. You've been out there on the site, and as we look at these crews, what kind of conditions are they dealing with out there?
Well, I've just been on the water, in fact, out in a launch. It's hot, for one, but also what you can't see on the pictures is that there's a real strong headwind as well. Much stronger than it looks from looking at the TV here. And that makes for slow conditions, but it means you also have to be a very good waterman.
Fantastic. What we're looking here is St Paul's School in the heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Club. We've got Alfred Jackmont, Bert Wood Fisher, Harry Gessing, Freddie Davidson, Seb Bentzcray, Arthur Doyle, David Hambler, Marcus Hughes, and their cocks Vlad Sangai. They've put a fantastic event together. Abingdon, great history in this event. They won 3 years in a row in this Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Everyone was talking about it, but at the moment St Paul's have the better of this Abingdon boat.
They do indeed, and as they're coming up towards the enclosures now, St Paul's have taken their rate of striking down to about 33, 34. Abingdon are still giving it a proper old go, trying to get back on terms, but it looks as though St Paul's have got a couple of lengths on them and are progressing nicely towards the next round.
Yeah, Abingdon got good technique there. They're pressing it on, but it is St Paul's. They're moving their boat further per stroke. This is Bobby Thatcher's mindset. He's an ex-international athlete, fantastically smooth athlete when you watched him row, and you can see that reflected in his crew right now. They're really moving the boat, and this Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup this year, I'm really looking forward to it progressing. I think we've got some great boats, and going to have some great racing.
Well, I think you're right. The race at 3 o'clock between Westminster and Shrewsbury will be very good indeed, I would have thought, because they've all raced each other previously, these crews, and the National Schools Regatta has sorted some of them out, but they'll all be looking for revenge as well.
Yeah, definitely worth coming back to YouTube at 3 o'clock to watch that race, but right now we're watching a heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. It's St Paul's School against Abingdon Schools. The crowd are all out there. This is when regatta is at its finest. People in their deck chairs, people coming out of the bars and the stands to cheer on their old schools and really recognise these competitors. Because St Paul's, they have done a fantastic job of this course, and here they come across the finish line. They'll be pleased with their day's work.
They will. What an impressive piece of rowing by those boys. I was down by the boat tents when both these crews were boating, and the noise that's generated is phenomenal.
Yeah, really special. Abingdon finishing there now, and it's St Paul's who will be going back to the cheers in the boat tent.
Like this. Attention. Go. You ready, please?
Right, getting ready.
We have Matt Pinsent, the umpire, just telling these athletes in the Temple Challenge Cup how he's going to start them. Looking at Trinity College Dublin, racing off against Pembridge College and Keys College, Boatfell, Cambridge. And we're looking at some Cambridge Blues essentially on the left-hand side against the best in Ireland, TCD, they'll call themselves, and I think they are. And we're looking at 2 8s in this student event, really coming off the start hard. And it's the Cambridge boat at the moment that just looks a little bit tidier, and that's meaning their boat speed's a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think the Cambridge crew, Pembroke and Keys, there's a couple of lightweights in there, isn't there, from who rode in the lightweight boat race this year. But I think there's a lot more grunt in the Irish crew from Trinity College Dublin.
Yeah, and these athletes will be very used to tight racing. We've got lightweights in there. Their varsity match was on this course the other way round. Completely different it looked in March. Not this boom course we see, but racing from the Henley finish to the start. On that occasion, the light blues won by 3 feet, but at the moment, looking at this boat race, they're racing the other way, and it's Trinity College Dublin. They've pressed away in this headwind, as you talked about, Pete, above Cambridge, Pembroke and Keys at the moment.
it's Trinity College on the station closest to us, that's the Buckinghamshire station, in their Bumblebee outfits, which are really quite striking. You don't see many crews rowing in those shirts these days, which are known as Zephyrs, those sort of T-shirts with the button-up piece. But they've put some power down now, and they're really drawing away from the crew from Cambridge.
Yeah, absolutely. In this headwind, it's often the heavier crew that is likely to come away. The average weights aren't that different, but the power does seem to be slightly different there. The Trinity College Dublin racing in black, white and royal blue apparently. It does look like a Bumblebee outfit to me, Pete, in that space. They're the ones that are pressing away from the Cambridge oarsmen in this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup.
They are indeed. I mean, I think they're a very good crew, the crew from Trinity College. They've got a good history here at Henley. In fact, going back some time now, they won a couple of events here. Last year they were knocked out on the Thursday in the Student Cox Fours event, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, and knocked out in the first round of this event last year. So they'll be pleased to get through, get this one out of the way, and progress to the next round.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. Quite often there's that club memory, isn't there? You know, athletes who have won before and they can teach others what it's like to win and how to win. And then these athletes who may not have won and they come back and they're determined and they make sure. And you can often see that reflected in how they go out on that start. There was a confident start by Trinity College Dublin, and you know, they made sure in this match race and they got ahead. They were taking nothing for chance.
Absolutely, and I think that you have to remember while you're in the boat that while you might go down by a couple of men at the start because the other crew has got a quick start, that you have to have the confidence that you will power through them. And I think we've seen from Trinity that they have got that confidence and they continue to move away from Pembroke and Keys.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys, they'll have been trained together all season. Pembroke and Keys had suggested two different colleges in Cambridge. They've come together for this race. And the more cohesive crew, the stronger crew, there they are, winning this race, this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. It's Trinity College Dublin, the Greek Pembroke College and Keys Boat Club Cambridge. And they'll be progressing to the next round. Nice relaxed look on those faces as they cheer the other crew.
Straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention, go.
And now looking at race 30 of the heat of the Thames Challenge Cup, we're looking at Thames Rowing Club C against the Germans, the Ruder Mineshaft Mulheim. And Thames Rowing Club C, 4 boats in this event, A, B, C and D. This is the third best boat. They're sprinting off against the German crew there, and actually Thames just caught a bit of water there, and that will have not helped them on this start. They're looking at their blades as we look at them on the right-hand side, a little bit messy, and they need to calm down and really press it on. I think the Thames crew will feel like they're up against it a little bit. They won't be that pleased with the draw here. They've come across a very strong German crew here, Pete.
They have. I mean, Thames, as you say, have got 4 crews in this one event. 2 of them, this crew and the D crew, went through the qualifying rounds last Friday, which is a time trial event to get into this, the Club 8 event. So they'll be pleased to be here. And for many crews who qualified, Wednesday is their final.
Yeah, absolutely. As in any knockout, every race is someone's final, and at the moment it's Rennrüder Gemeinschaft Mulheim from Germany. They're pressing away. Thames Rowing Club, they've done well to be here. They had to come and race this course on Friday along with their D boat. They went fast enough to be able to move through to the main draw, and this is their final, as you say, today on the Wednesday.
It is, but it's the German crew from Mulheim stroking at 34 strokes a minute now, looking very composed, looking very tidy indeed, who have a lead of 2 to 3 lengths now over Thames Rowing Club C as they come into the enclosures.
Yeah, and as you look, Peter, if you look at those blades on the right-hand side, those white blades of the German boat, that S on their back, that is very good blade work. That's very neat rowing.
Yet they are a very neat and a very strong-looking crew, aren't they? Average weight of 14 stone. So they're big, but not as big as you get in this event. but their blade work, their body movements, their precision is all really good. The cocks are steered a great line, and they're looking fairly relaxed now, and you compare that with Thames, who just don't look as comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always tough when you come up against a faster crew in match racing. You need to get that fast start, and we noticed that little bit of dirty water on that Thames Rowing Club C boat that perhaps didn't get them off as cleanly as they've been talking about and needing to. But they have hit a good rhythm now, and they're pressing it on. You can see that they're pressing the boat away, but it's the German crew that are slightly longer. They're actually slightly flatter with their blade work as well, perhaps benefiting from better water when they train at home. The tideway can often be like Henley in regatta week, really quite difficult water, and sometimes that makes you put your blades in that little bit deeper to feel the water. The Germans here flat, strong and loose, leading the race.
Thames are doing well though. Let's remember that some of these guys were novice oarsmen, they were beginners this time last year. So for them to get this far in their second year of rowing, it is phenomenal for them. And I think, you know, we have to respect the fact that beginners can start and get into Henley Regatta within 18 months, 2 years.
And Pete, I think that's so exciting. I mean, this really is one of the best courses. I know when I raced here, the hairs on my arms would stand up on that start line, because you know that you're going to be cheered down every stroke of the race, and that is completely unique, and this is what these novice rowers are going to be experienced. And they've also come up against a fantastic crew, so they knew they're going to have to bring their A game. They've raced really hard, they've done themselves proud, but it is the Germans that are pressing away. They're making sure that they're going to be going through to the next round.
They're looking very comfortable, aren't they? Coming up to what would traditionally be the sort of 2,000 metre mark. But actually, as we've said before, often it's that last 150 metres or so that catches overseas crews out at Henley. I don't think this is going to happen in this case. But yeah, nice looking crew, the German crew.
Yeah, absolutely. As you come through the stands, it can be distracting as you're pressing it away. You want to make sure that you know exactly where the finish line is. Their coxswain will be learning what it feels like to be in front of the crews and what she needs to say. But here they come through the finish line. It is Brüder Gemeinschaft Mülheim that beat the Thames Rowing Club C boat. And guys, here comes Thames C. They all had a fantastic experience, and I'm sure they'll go on to other things, and we'll see them back here at Henley Regatta. And here we are watching race 34, a heat of the Forley Challenge Club. We've got Windsor Boys School against York City Rowing Club, and a fantastic start here. These schoolboy quads pressing off the start, really fast and furious.
Yeah, and it's always a thrill, isn't it, watching the junior quad sculls, which is what the Forley Challenge Cup is. Junior and school quadruple sculls. It's a thrill watching those guys off the start. They absolutely go for it every stroke of the way. Again, just seeing the picture there, interesting to see the steering as they come towards the top of the island. You kind of there's a bay opposite the island that you can't see on the picture, but you kind of get pulled into that bit of water, and you kind of steer in and steer out again. It's really tricky. It's not half as easy as it looks.
Yeah, and it's Windsor Boys School with the green and gold blades that were struggling with that a little bit, but they're back into their rhythm now. But at the moment, York City on the far side of the picture, wearing the gold, purple, black and white. They're ahead of Windsor Boys School. Just them up a little bit, Pete. This is a great race.
It is a great race so far. We're, 250, 300 metres into it, and Windsor Boys, while they're half a length down at the moment, are absolutely sculling perfectly, aren't they? They're not giving anything, but York also sculling well. They did better than Windsor Boys did at the National Schools Regatta, and will look to move away from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as an athlete, this is where it really begins to hurt. Your body is screaming at you to stop. It's telling you you're going to die. And in this heat, it will feel like that even more. And actually, the best thing to do is really just press into it, press against it, and somehow your body kind of gives up its shouting, goes, all right, I'm going to come and play over the course. And this is what each and every one of these 8 men that we're looking at will be experiencing right now. And the skill in these quads is to keep relaxed while you're having this internal fight. Keep relaxing the shoulders, allow the work to come through the feet and legs into those blades. Windsor Boys School and York City Rowing Club, both doing that well at this stage.
And we just saw there that Windsor boys put in a push. They took their rate of striking up a couple of pips. They're not that far down on York City, and they obviously feel they can get back on them. And they're sculling extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. The boat with 3 Smiths in it, Windsor Boys School, Henry Smith, Arthur Smith and TJ Smith, joined by Harry Oliver. They'll be calling to each other, they'll know each other extremely well, but as will York Rowing Club. On the right-hand side at the moment, Alex Bruce, Joe Carter, Oliver Durnall and Tom Roberts. They'll have been trained together, they won't be educated together, but they'll have been coming after school to York Rowing Club. They'll come together, and there's real camaraderie in these schoolboy age crews.
Absolutely. I was in one myself many moons ago, and we would do anything for one another, and I'm sure it's the same with these guys, that they will want to win at all costs. You just saw the bowman looking around there as they were getting quite close to the boomed course. That's actually lost them a little bit of distance. Windsor have seen that, and they've put in a burst, and actually what's the distance now? It's just a bow ball.
This is going to be turning into one of the classic races. We absolutely see how much they can keep their concentration when the body's hurting, when the mind is absolutely playing tricks on you. And as we look at the signal box on the right-hand side of the picture, we saw the line go down, but it'll give us an indication of how they're seeing the gaps between the two crews. It is neck and neck at the moment. Windsor Boys School look like they've just got a slightly longer stroke, slightly cleaner stroke than their competitors at the moment. I think at the moment Windsor Boys School are just up.
And Windsor look stronger now, don't they? It was York who made all the running early on, but now if it's not bow ball to bow ball, it's Windsor who are up. And of course, they've got a proud tradition in this event. For many years in the 90s, a crew, generally a composite Windsor crew, won the event in 94, 95, 96, 97. You know, the really, really proud tradition. But now as they go past Upper Thames, they have gone through York.
Yeah, and this is the Henley Challenge Cup. It's an event for schoolboy age quads. Not allowed those composites you spoke about anymore, so they all must be from the same club or from the same school. And they are proud traditions. And looking there at the bowman, Harry Oliver, his tongue's out, he's looking round. I suspect he's got the steering foot, he's just checking where they are. And if he hasn't got the steering foot, he's just checking where they are.
But it's interesting looking at their faces there. There's a lot of confidence in that boat, isn't there? And as we look at York City now, the grimace on the stroke man's face, on Alex Bruce's face, he is working his socks off, isn't he, to try and get back on terms. He knows that they were ahead. He knows they could have won this race, and he wants to get back in that position again.
Yeah, I'm really impressed though with that York City stroke man. He is really driving on. Just 10 stone 4 pounds of him that's pressing it on. He's absolutely driving his crew, and he'll have done everything he can to push them on. But as we come past the mile signal, number 2 goes up first. You see that being raised there. We'll see number 1 joining it, and it's going to tell us, I think, that Windsor boys are leading by maybe 2 lengths now.
Yeah, and of course this Windsor crew has done a lot of racing this year, so it's got a lot of that racing experience that's all important. And I think coming fourth at Wyfold Regatta in elite quadruple sculls is a very impressive performance by them. So they'll have been racing against some grown men, and that gives them something that I think perhaps York just lack.
Yeah, Wyfold Regatta 6-lane racing on the Olympic course at Eton A. Those guys will be doing their practice there, racing, as you say, in the elite event, but anyone can enter. But here they are now back in the schoolboy event here at Henley Regatta, side by side. And George Hammond, the umpire there, he's pretty pleased with the work in this boat. He's just observing there, checking where both crews are, and he's watching Windsor Boys School leading at this stage.
And I should think he's quite happy he hasn't had to get his flag out for this one.
Yeah, George Hammond's had a couple of works out earlier this day. We know that with the headwind, with the swirling winds and with the wash, some of the crews have struggled with the steering, but not so in this race here. This heat of the Henley Challenge Cup, Windsor Boys School are receiving the applause of the crowd. They're pressing their boat on, they're sprinting for the line, making sure they get that victory.
Yeah, an impressive piece of sculling, I think, by Windsor Boys School. who may have had some doubts about whether they could do this, given York's good pedigree at the national schools. But they've looked strong throughout this race. They went down, they come back.
Yeah, York City holding their form and really pressing on, but it's Windsor Boys School, the stronger crew. They win this heat of the Forley Challenge Cup. Windsor Boys School will be seeing them again tomorrow. And here come York City. They've given everything they had. A really proud performance.
One York! Guys, take a look!
This is race 35, a heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We've got Fulham Reach Boat Club, a new boat club, against London Rowing Club. London Rowing Club on the Bark Station, Fulham Reach on the Berkshire, on the bank side. Here they go. These crews know each other very well. They train on the same stretch of river, and here they go. They're pushing off, making sure they come into the main part of the course. As they come into the booms, as we say at this stage, it's delineated by just boys. But once again, in these Wyfolds, the crews are coming together. And the umpire, John Hedges, gets his flag out and just suggests there to London Rowing Club that they move over to their station.
And it's refreshing to see that they've done that after one of the earlier races. But actually they got very close to the booms just there, London Rowing Club. London with the white blades with the blue flashes on them. Fulham Reach, who, as the name suggests, are down in Fulham. And it's a former captain of London Rowing Club, Steve O'Connor, who's in the bow seat of that Fulham Reach crew, which is now, as we come up to the quarter mile, just about a length down.
Yeah, London Rowing Club will be able to look at their former captain at the moment, and they're pressing away from him. And these grudge matches really do show sometimes here at Henley Regatta, these local derbies. And when we have the draw on a Saturday, it's at the town hall, and all the stewards are sitting there behind the chairman, who's pulling out the piece of paper out of the Grand Challenge Cup. There was quite a sigh when these crews came together. The local derby here at Henley, Fulham Reach Boat Club against London Rowing Club in the heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup.
Yes, and London, another club who've got a very long tradition here at Henley, in comparison to Fulham Reach, of course, who raced for the first time last year. So London will be hoping to do very well in this event.
Yeah, Fulham Reach, it's great to see actually a multi-sport club. You know, they're there and they have not just rowing, they're looking to bring all sorts of different water activities together for the community around the boat club, as well as for the people in the city working and racing. And it's great to see that they're here at Henley, but it's London Rowing Club here in their boat that are pressing away. Nick Parnell, Dominic Parnell, Matt Cummins and Andrew Morgan, they've had a fantastic row here, and they're now looking very long, loose and easy here on the Henley course.
They are indeed, you can see as they come up through the enclosures, they've taken their rate of striking down to the high 20s, and they're looking very comfortable indeed going past the stewards' enclosure.
And there we are, all the crowds are staying out watching these final races before lunchtime. It's hot out there, but they've got their hats on, and they'll be pleased to see the results for this London Rowing Club crew beating Fulham Reach Boat Club in this heat of the Wyfold Challenge Club.
The last one's just done.
And here comes Fulham Reach.
No, one got postponed this morning, didn't it? Yeah, I'll get back. Oh, yeah.
Attention!
And the delayed race 3 of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Club we're watching now. Canford School against Latimer. Delayed because the spoon fell off of a Canford blade and they were unable to continue on the way up to the start. They've sorted that out now, and now that we're seeing this race delayed from 9 o'clock this morning, and it's Canford that get the better start at the moment. Canford leading Latimer Upper School in this heat of the Princess Challenge Cup.
Latimer Upper from London, of course. They row on the same stretch of the tideway as many of the London clubs, but it is Canford It is Latimer who have taken an early lead, looking very neat and composed. But this is a very tough event, the Princess Elizabeth for School 8s.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited about this event this year. It's always a high standard, but I think this year maybe even more than usual. And we've got Latimer Upper at the moment. We can see there Thomas Phelps, his father is an umpire here at the Regatta and a steward, and he's going to be captain of Latimer Upper next year, and he'll be driving on, proud of his rowing history. He's following strokeman Orlando Nixon and driven on by Cox Rosie Margolis. And they won't have enjoyed the wait. And his father's been umpiring all day, and I bet he hasn't enjoyed the wait either.
I shouldn't think he has. It's tense and it's really difficult if your race gets postponed for any reason and you have to sit there in the boat tent, and it is hot in those boat tents, waiting to do it at the end of the morning's racing. Really hard, really tense for you. Interesting style there from the two-man in the Latimer crew, Ryan Parkinson. Interesting style. He's really leaning out into his rigger, and you can see him kind of hanging, but it's not slowing them down at all. The Latimer crew are really moving away from Camford now.
Yeah, and we're looking at Camford here. They're coached by Ian Dryden. He's fantastic pedigree, used to coach at Cambridge for years, and he will always have a really smooth crew. But you're right, it's Phil McGee's Latimer Upper School who is leading at the moment, and that two-man, he really is leaning away. But sometimes it's better to let the body do what it does naturally, especially at this schoolboy age, so it can develop and get strong. But if I were his coach, I would be maybe suggesting he did some core stability just to get that little bit stronger so he can hold his body more aligned.
I think he just wants to get his face on TV.
Well, he's achieved that. There he was, Ryan Parkinson. We saw him because he leant so far out the boat. But it is this Latimer Upper School, Rupert Caston, Ryan Parkinson, Tom Yates, Arthur Rogers, Ben Freeman, Oscar Holmes, Thomas Phelps, Orlando Nixon and Rosie McGolliffe, who are leading Camford School in this heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. And Camford School, can you imagine, going up to the start, these gentlemen will have trained and dreamed of this, and suddenly you look along and your blade's not there, you've got no spoon. Thankfully for them, it happened up to the start, and the rule here at Henley allows that race to be delayed, and this is why we're watching it now.
They were very lucky that it did happen on the way to the start rather than in the race, and it's quite an unusual thing to happen, isn't it, Sarah? I've certainly never done it.
Absolutely, and it's the second boat we've seen happen. One of the races we watched earlier, the stroke man in an 8, his blade had fallen off as well. So I do wonder whether it's the glue in this heat. Something is going on. So if you're racing here at Henley Regatta, check your blades, because Latimer Upper School, Camford School were delayed for a problem. Another crew has come in that way, but right now, here they come. Latimer Upper leading Camford.
Latimer are making them pay for that weight now, aren't they? They've got a length to 2 lengths lead over Camford. And even though they're neither crew are the most well-drilled crews that you've ever seen, there's a lot of power going down in that Latimer crew as they come towards the finish.
Yeah, and it's Latimer Upper School there, completing this heat, the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, beating Camford School, the delayed race number 3, and it's Latimer Upper who'll be progressing through. And there they are, cheering it on, delighted that they have got through that fantastic morning's racing. I hope you've enjoyed our watching. Join us again at 2 o'clock, where we'll be rejoining the races with the Wyfold Challenge Cup in the UK time. 2 o'clock to rejoin us.
The flags should be in during the day. In the box. They should be. There's sometimes tucked into the roof. There's often a little sometimes it's come to the roof. But then it's up everywhere else. It always comes back again during the day. They don't do that. Because it gets left over by people slip out.
I'm not doing a return journey, that's the bicycle. I'm going towards Marlow. I've got another commitment that I have myself to get towards it. So I'm going to cycle over the rock. Get picked up on the run. So it seemed like a good idea at the time. You know what it's like to make a second. No, I was in So you're in the middle of the river? Yeah. Yeah, there's decent greens, isn't there? It's much better on the yeah. Yes. Johnny. See Kathleen. Should be getting the radios and should be here. No, she's coming. She's just looking very casual. Smiling at my brother. She never rushes. She's all custom. Catherine!
Come on, you're late!
do direct lessons. And you can
Yeah.
No, I want that time short.
The heritage, the traditions, I definitely found there was a different form of pressure at Henley.
The fact that it's one-on-one with the crowds around makes it very different from any other race we do.
I used to love racing here. I loved the side-by-side. It's more gladiatorial.
Attention! Go! Now.
Wow, exciting, wasn't it? The racing at Henley Regatta. Welcome to Wednesday's racing. After the lunch break, from me, Martin Cross, and my co-commentator for the first few races, Olympic silver medalist Annie Vernon. And we're looking at very traditional scenes at Henley now, Annie.
Of course, yeah, these are scenes that won't have changed for hundreds of years, and that really is the true joy of Henley, is that so much of it is unchanged and so much of it is absolutely up to the minute, cutting edge sport.
Yeah, timeless, isn't it? You can see the punt there from those shots at the finish. So we now have the race of Molesey Boat Club versus Tideway Scullers in the Britannia Cup. That's for fours, and you may see the little cots lying down steering in the front of the boat. Molesey Boat Club are on the left of the screen on what's known as the Berkshire station, and Tideway Scullers with their very distinctive yellow and red blades are on the Buck station on the right of the screen. And these very few tense moments before the start, Annie.
Yeah, they'll be just focusing now on that first stroke, then the second stroke, then the third, and really not thinking about the rest of the course. See, the Cox has got his hand up in both boats, just saying they're not quite straight, they're not quite ready, signalling to the umpire. You can see the Tideway Scullers boat on the right, just straightening up on the line there. And that's a wonderful shot there, isn't it, Martin? I'm sure you've been in this position a lot of times.
Yeah, and gives you real goosebumps, and it's great to see that both crews got off to a clean start. It'll be very interesting to see the crew on the Buckinghamshire station, that's on the right of your screen, just maybe come over a little bit closer to their opposition on the Berkshire. We're looking at Molesey on the Berkshire as they wind through the gears up to their maximum speed. How do you read that takeoff, Annie?
Yeah, looked pretty clean, looked pretty good from both the crews there. Both these clubs with a good heritage in this event. Tideway Scullers having won it in 2010 and Molesey taking this trophy away in 2008. So it really is a grudge match here today.
Billy Fields, you can see nearest to you the stroke of the Tideway Scullers Cox 4. He's been a finalist here in the quadruple sculls in the Prince of Wales, and look at that fantastic camera shot. Well, that's probably a 2-metre lead for Tideway Scullers on this near side. It's really nip and tuck at the moment, but Billy Fields there with the glasses closest to you, leading his boat out.
This is the true joy of match racing here. You can see these two crews are stroke for stroke. Just saw a few glances across there from the Tideway Scullers crew, seeing what the Molesey are doing, but they don't really need to look. There's only one other boat in it. They're either going to win it, they're going to lose it. They'll know exactly where they are.
So we're coming into the first minute of this race, and I think Molesey on the far side have just come back a little bit. You see there a shot of Lee Rawlings in the two-seat of the Molesey crew. That's two from the right of your screen. Warwick University took a first in economics last year, just rode at Molesey in their programme this year, and I think Molesey are getting into their stride a little bit now. Would you say that's a key move? Molesey have just moved through the Scullers for a little bit.
Yeah, it looks that way. It's important to remember the first minute or so of the race is very anaerobic. You're just sprinting, your body's just functioning without really thinking too much about it. Then the next section is key. It's where the crews will settle down, they'll find their race rhythm, and the body will start working much more aerobically, using all the oxygen, the red blood cells whizzing around the body. So this is the moment that you really almost put your boat into fifth gear, put the accelerator down and just see what happens. And it looks like Molesey have really got an edge there, every single stroke moving away.
So there's a shot just two from the front of the screen. Dan Dalmao actually is trialling for Brazil in their Olympic squad. The guy with the moustache and the beard is rowing behind Billy Fields and Richard Chambers. There's a shot from our great camera in the Fawley Meadows around about the halfway mark of the Molesey Four. I think they're going through one of the first key checkpoints on the Henley course. It's the barrier. It's a little gate that you go through if you're going up the bank. And I think those crews are absolutely dead level at the moment, Annie.
Yeah, this is shaping up to a real great race here. Cox Fours, really traditional event here, really classic racing. In fact, a boat with which you're very familiar, Martin, having won the Olympics in 1984 in this very boat. No longer in the Olympic programme, but still at club level, this is one of the key boats that people want to row in.
Absolutely, and I have to say that I'm very nervous about this race. Tideway Scullers is my son's club, and I've got great affiliation with them. Of course, Molesey is my club too, so the heart rate is even higher than it would be. But I think Scullers look very smooth, coached by Tom Gale, of course, the former British international. They've been doing their training down in Brive, as they do before they come into the big season rowing. And as they come through to the Fawley halfway checkpoint, it looks like Molesey have a few feet lead on the far side over Tideway Scullers, if that.
Oh, that is close though. That is really close.
So Annie, as we come through to that halfway checkpoint with Tideway Scullers, it looks like just a 2 or 3 feet lead. These are the Molesey boys. What's going through their heads at the moment? I mean, they've worked to try and get a lead. It hasn't happened. What are the tactics that both crews are going to adopt?
I think in every race, you always go out thinking this is going to be a race to the last stroke. If we have to win up the last stroke, it takes that long, that's fine, we can do it. Mentally, you have to prepare yourself for this going the whole way. And if this race does go the whole way, it's going to be incredibly painful for the guys because there's nowhere to hide. Match racing, it's one-on-one, you're either a front. Once you're behind, the game's pretty much over. The other crew's going to wash you down, there's going to be a lot of bounce in the water. But at the moment, goodness me, this is proper hand-in-the-fire stuff. This is eyeball to eyeball. This is a question of who's tough enough.
So we're looking at Tideway Scullers, the crew closest to us with the red and yellow blades. They are in the lead, and they have taken a crucial half-length lead at around about 4.5 minutes. These races being rowed into a headwind, and it looks like Tideway Scullers have made a killer move there from Molesey, the crew at the top of your screen, just to run through the Tideway Scullers crew at bow. Murray Wilcock, Richard Dalmaya at 2, Richard Chambers at 3, stroke Billy Fields. There's the Molesey crew, closer to you, stroke Rupert Graham. Before him, Sandby. Then it's Lee Rawlings at 2, and in the bow, Andy Warren and Eleanor Willits Cox. And of course, Ruada McPhee, the Tideway Scullers Cox. And Scullers had made a crucial lead with what, probably about 2.5, 3 minutes left of this race, Annie.
Yeah, this is a wonderful shot though. You can just see the joy of match racing from this view. You know, these are two crews going toe to toe, and just looking at the faces of the Tideway Scullers crew versus what we just saw in the Molesey crew there, you know, the guys are looking much more composed, feeling much more confident now, and I'll be surprised if Molesey can come back from this, but of course anything can happen. It's a slow race, it's a Cox Four, it's a heavy boat, and it's a headwind.
Of course, Tideway Scullers, one of these selected crews, and you just saw a little look across from the Tideway Scullers Cox. He probably has to look behind him because Tideway Scullers are leading Molesey. I guess it's around about a length at the moment, but perhaps, well, it could be that Molesey might have a sprint as they come up into the enclosures. We're looking at the massive grandstands in the stewards' enclosure with the packed crowds, and you can see from that shot there, Tideway Scullers definitely in the lead, around about one length. How possible is it for Molesey to come back from this, Annie?
Anything can happen in sport, anything can happen at all, particularly this Scullers crew. They could make a mistake, they could drop an oar, but at the moment, you know, if you're a betting person, you put your money on Scullers.
Well, we have seen at least 2 oar blades drop off because of the high temperatures. Neither of these crews are using the particular blades that had the problem, but Billy Fields, he stroked that beautifully as he comes down, real calm under pressure. His face, you couldn't really tell the immense effort he's pushing in on it.
Yeah, and that's the key to a great rower, is that particularly at the stroke, you want someone who's just going to keep going like a train. Really isn't going to worry, going to stress about anything. He's just going to keep pumping out those strokes for metre after metre after metre right down this 2,112 metre course.
So we're coming into the finish. You can hear the crowds applauding the shooting enclosure behind the umpire's launch, with umpire Mike Williams at the centre of that launch, looking out to see that both crews keep on the fair course. And Tideway Scullers, if anything, are moving fractionally away from Molesey. I would say that lead is just over a length, Annie. As they come along the enclosures, there's probably something like 45, 50 seconds to go, and they've got clear water. And it's really all or nothing now for the men in black from Molesey Boat Club.
I'm guessing Molesey's going to be throwing everything at it at this moment, still trying to put pressure on Scullers. If they can get to within a length, they can still put pressure on them, might force them to make a mistake. And for Scullers, they're just going to be holding on, holding on, holding on.
So there is Tideway Scullers cross the line just over a length and a half ahead of Molesey, who are going to be desperately disappointed, but there'll be elation in the Tideway Scullers boat. That's Murray Wilcox, Dan Domea, the Brazilian, Richard Chambers, and then William Fields at stroke. Great result. So here's the start of our second race of the afternoon's programme. Closest to us in yellow on your right is Norwich Rowing Club, and on the left of your screen is Rob Roy Boat Club. Both of these clubs from Eastern England, and they're in the Wyfold Fours, which is a coxless fours event. So no cocks. They are steering the boat with a little rudder attached to one of their feet, and Norwich Rowing Club straight away, Annie, going right over towards Rob Roy.
Yeah, that's right. It can be very hard to steer off the start line. You've got less to align yourself with. So obviously the rowers here are looking backwards. They don't have the beautiful view down the course we have. They're looking backwards. They're trying to keep their boat straight from what they can see behind the start line. But sometimes that's quite tricky. And as you've just seen, Norwich made a mistake, oversteered, and now Rob Roy are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, you can see, I think, all the crews on this near side Buck station. We're looking at Norwich Rowing Club in yellow, and they're around about one length clear water behind Rob Roy crew. Rob Roy, of course, got a great pedigree in this event. They were semi-finalists last year in this event in 2014, losing finalists in the same competition in 2013. And that was so tight because I think they hit the booms in that race and had to come back, and just really lost all their power from that effort to come back into the race. But a real pedigree Rob Roy Rowing Club has in this event, and they look very clean as they come through the first quarter-mile signal, rowing beautifully relaxed in their white Philippi shell, and we wait to see the distance between them and Norwich Rowing Club, the crew behind.
Yeah, it was interesting just seeing the steering there off the start, because it reminds us actually of the final in this event last year, where the crew that crossed the line first was actually disqualified because of a steering error, and the title was instead given to one of the local clubs here at Henley, Upper Thames Rowing Club. In fact, you can just see their boathouse in the background. So remember, the steering, the booms, it's all a part of the racing here, and that's one of the things that makes it so challenging.
Yeah, and just for people who perhaps aren't familiar with the course, Honey, when you say the booms, I mean, we've got a good shot there. Just explain what they are.
Of course, yeah, the booms are the things just marking the sides of the course you can see there. You'd probably imagine that they were forgiving and perhaps inflatable, but actually they're not. They're solid oak, bolted to those posts, and if you hit them in your boat, you will know about it. And there's many a good crew that have gone out from hitting the side posts.
So that's what makes Henley so special. It's why we're so excited to be bringing you these pictures on the television this afternoon. You can see the shots of the massive grandstand from our fantastic camera above Fawley Meadows as the crew comes towards the finish now. We've just sort of jumped forward a little bit in this race, and we're looking at the last 500 metres or so. On the left of your screen, there's a great shot. Rob Roy Rowing Club just looking smooth and calm as they have done, and their stroke man Michael Wetner will be looking back with some pleasure at the yellow of Norwich Rowing Club, probably some 4 or 5 lengths behind. Norwich Rowing Club in yellow will be hoping to avoid an easily verdict. You see Norwich Rowing Club on the left of your screen in distinctive yellow. Fantastic junior programme from that club. They really do get through some young athletes in Scully. And there's a shot of the Norwich crew and their stroke with the beard. James McKelvey, behind him Carl Shipley, then Will Irving, and then at bow Sam Bentz. And they're really trying to hang on to the Rob Roy crew in red in front of them. So put yourself in the position of the stroke Mike Wetnell in the Rob Roy Boat Club. I mean, what's he thinking? What's going through his mind? I mean, it looks like the race is won at this stage, Annie.
At this moment, he probably will be looking very relaxed, but internally he'll just be staying on his process, staying in the moment, staying in his boat, as we say in rowing. They'll be feeling very relaxed. They've got a decent lead, but still it's a long way. There's a headwind, and like I say, it's Henley. It's very unpredictable. Rob Roy, of course, one of my old clubs, wonderful club up on the River Cam in Cambridge. Very much focused on the town bumping races every year, which are later in the summer. And very much a sculling-based club in single sculls on the overcrowded River Cam, but a club with a great history. And in fact, I've got no idea why they're called Rob Roy. So if any listeners know why they're called Rob Roy, do let us know.
Yeah, tweet into Henley Regatta, and we will let you know the connection of Annie Vernon's own club. But what a fantastic shot as we see the race leaders in this heat of the Wyfold boards cross the finish line. To me, that looks a very comfortable victory from the Rob Roy crew over Norwich, crossing the line now. I guess that's a margin of about 2 or 3 lengths. There's the Rob Roy crew, and great race from you boys. So we're up to the start again, almost 2,000 or more than 2,000 metres away, and we have a heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. On your right of the screen, it's the Royal Chester Rowing Club, and on the left, it's the London Rowing Club, their A crew, and they've just gone off the start, and we'll look to see what sort of course the Royal Chester cock steers. Sarah Armstrong, she looks to be pretty straight in her course. We've seen some of the crews on that right-hand station, the Buck station, veer over, but Sarah Armstrong looks to have got it right there, Annie.
Yeah, she looks absolutely spot on, and you'd hope so. She's raced here at Henley Women's Regatta this year, so just a few weeks ago in the Club Cox Falls event, so you'd hope she'd know this course inside out.
So we're looking at Royal Chester on this side and London Rowing Club on the far side. Coming into the first minute of the race, London Rowing Club, based at Putney, coaching team led by that Australian Peter Hardcastle and of course Brendan Borum, coming into a very smooth lead. They do look smooth and long, that London Rowing Club crew, don't they? Really sort of just placing the blades nicely at the front end and levering the boat past.
Yeah, they do. They look very well drilled. The stretch of water that this club normally row on is right in West London, right in the tideway. It's very rough, so to race on water this flat will be really enjoyable.
So back in with a close-on shot there of, I think, the London Rowing Club 8. That's absolutely right. And we're looking from the camera at Fawley, just panning out there. What a great view. You see London Rowing Club with a really handy lead going past the halfway mark, probably 2/3 of the race gone now. And it's Royal Chester Rowing Club closest to us on the Buck station, and furthest away in the lead, it's the London Rowing Club crew. Very strong tradition at London Rowing Club, mainly in fours, it must be said, and you see some of the guys rowing in those very distinctive blue and white caps. Graham Hill, the famous Formula One racing driver, was a member of London Rowing Club, and his Formula One racing helmet was in those blue and white colours. And what a great shot there of Philippa Wiseman, the London Rowing Club Cox, urging a crew on. There's no let up there from them, Annie.
No, that's right. They're really putting the hammer down now, really trying to move away. You could say that London is a very strong entry in this event. And the Thames Cup, it really is a very traditional club event. It's one of the ones that all the clubs in Britain will have their eye on right throughout the year.
And there's such a real decision about, where do you put your best rowers? Do you put them in the club Coxless Fours event, the Wyfold, or do you put your strongest rowers in the Thames Cup event? And this year, Peter Hardcastle's opted to put his strongest club rowers into the Thames Cup event. So this is London's top crew that we're seeing on the right of our screen as you look at the head-on shot, and nice shot of their technique as they go down, not too direct on the catch, just getting hold of it. One or two things the coach will look at in terms of blade work and look to sort of move on with this crew. Of course, moving on in the regatta is so important, isn't it, Annie?
Yeah, exactly. It's a long time. It's 5 days, it's potentially 5 races, and you really want to make sure you press on every day. And so London will be reviewing this and seeing how they improve for the next race on Friday, on Thursday.
So Thames Cup is raced on every day. These guys will, if they are successful, London Rowing Club will go into tomorrow's heat rather, and they come up to the finish line. London Rowing Club, a good victory for the crew from London Rowing Club. There the camera just pans on. I think that's Ashley Maitland in the bow seat. Exhausted, it's such a hot day for these rowers, and panning back to Matt Bernard. And, well, there is the crew from Royal Chester Rowing Club crossing the line now. That's probably about a 3 or 4 lead verdict. And you can see there the shot of London Rowing Club. 3 cheers for the losers, great to see. So here we have some more 8s. This time it's the schoolboys event, the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, and we have 2 fantastic schools for you. On the right-hand side of the screen, it's Lawrenceville from the States. Wow, that was a really quick second stroke from them. And on the Berkshire station, that's your left-hand side as you look at it, St Edward's School from near Oxford. And of course, these are the beaten finalists from last year, many of this crew. So I guess they will be favourites, but Lawrenceville School come here with a bit of a pedigree.
They do. They're Mid-Atlantic champions. In the USA, the regions are all divided. The schools are divided into regions, and they won their region. In fact, the top US rowing school, Kent School, which is not eligible for this event because they're a bit old, Lawrenceville is the only school to have beaten them. So they're coming here with quite a pedigree, and I must say they went off at a cracking pace. But at the moment, it looks like they're not able to sustain that.
They absolutely did, and St Edward's not quite had the perfect season. They really got the time trial wrong in national schools, which decides who goes through into the final. They didn't pace it right, and they ended up in the small final. But here it's St Edward's on the far side, leading Lawrenceville from USA.
Quite a good selection of American crews entering the Princess Elizabeth, as always, but in recent years it's very much been British. The trophy stayed over here. It hasn't gone across the pond since 2008 when it went over to Canada to Shawnigan Lake School. And St Edward's, losing finalists here for the last 2 years, have certainly got something to prove in this event.
I like the way St Edward's row. I mean, mainly that's because I know a lot of their coach, Johnny Singfield, always fantastically smooth row himself, rowed in 6th seat of many World Championship 8s, got a couple of World Bronze medals. Not the biggest guy, but he's done a great job with very sort of minimal resources because, of course, St Edward's is a mixed school, boys and girls, so there's less boys to choose from. And how Johnny Singfield gets these fantastic 8s, I don't know. Perhaps one reason, his son, Rupert, is in the bows of the St Edward's 8. That's the 8 at the top of your screen in the lead. The little speck furthest away from you, or closest to us now, Rupert Singfield, is the coach's son. And I think St Edward's, with those blue blades, they do look to be rowing beautifully, don't they?
They do, yes, and I must say I was expecting a closer race in this one, so I'm quite surprised and impressed that St Edward's have got out to such a lead, and I think that reflects that schoolboy rowing in this country at the moment is very, very strong, and it's certainly shaping up to be an exciting few days in this event.
I know, and we were talking about this race, and we did think it'd be a bit of a barnstormer, but it just shows you the unpredictability of the Henley course, which is why we love watching the races and why it's such a fantastic sport. Head-to-head competition. You think you know who's going to win the race, and we've probably got about 300 metres to go, less than a minute from this point. St Edward's looked to have the race under control. There with his cap back distinctively, Rupert Singfield, the son of Johnny, who's the coach of this crew, and the camera pans back and we can see there the cocks in the seat, Hugo Marsh. Just a shot of Lawrenceville. There's not much they can do at this point, Anna.
No, there's not. You've got to remember that in multi-lane racing, what crews that are behind will do is they'll sit in the pack and they'll use other crews around them as kind of a ladder. They'll try and move up a different boat like a ladder, one seat at a time, and then slingshot themselves back into the leading pack. In match racing, one-on-one, that doesn't exist. The second you're down, you're rowing in a vacuum, you're facing backwards, so you can't see the other crew. It's much, much more challenging. But for the crews in front, it's a beautiful view. You're looking back at your opponents, you're enjoying the fact you're leading at Henley Royal Regatta, and you're about to row to the steward's enclosure where, being a British versus American race, you'll get a big cheer.
Yeah, great shot there from the umpire's launch. The umpire of this race, I think, is George Hammond. And if I'm correct in that, George was a junior international, same year as me, back in Montreal in 1975. I hope I've got that right. But great cheers for well, I guess a local school as St Edward's come up to the finishing line, past the packed grandstand in the Stewards enclosure. I think that's a shot we'll see from the camera on the finish line. Hugo Marsh just checking, what are the crew behind, what are Lawrenceville doing behind? Always aware, always alert, but you've got this one in the bag, Hugo. And it's St Edward's that come up to the finishing line and cross it. You'll hear the sound of the buzzer. That's a great victory for St Edward's. Job done, and they will go forward to tomorrow's racing. Lawrenceville have come a long way for their moment in the sun, and boy, it is hot today. Really put a lot of effort into it. And we can just see the St Edward's school get their breath back and give 3 cheers for Lawrenceville School. So it's another school in this one, Kent School. Annie will say more about them, but this is a step up. This is the Temple Challenge Cup. It's for university and college 8s. There are a few school crews in this event, but these 8s are probably going to be faster than the schoolboys we've just seen. So let's just take you through Newcastle University nearest us on this station, the Buckinghamshire station, on the right-hand side of your screen, and on the left, on the Berkshire station, the enclosure station, that is Kent School from the USA, and Newcastle got a good start.
Yeah, they did. They're really attacking that start, and of course, as we've said before, in match racing, it's all about getting a nose in front and then hanging on for dear life. That's what these guys are doing.
Great shot there of Newcastle. Of course, they've got that fantastic coach, Angelo Savarino, there, and he is one of the legends in the sport of rowing. So many of rowing's athletes have been through the Newcastle University system, and Angelo Savarino really drills them technically and, you know, trains them physically hard. And there's a shot, the man on the right of your picture, Barnaby Stroud-Turp, know him very well, used to be at Latimer Upper, rode in a pair with Frank Cross. The juniors didn't quite make it, the junior trials. But at the moment, it's the school, it's Kent School just edging out, Annie.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive performance from, let's remember, it's a school crew, and like one of the reasons they're racing this event rather than the schoolboys event, the Princess Elizabeth, is because 3 of the crew are too old for that. The rules are much stricter, so they weren't eligible for the Princess Elizabeth, although they do have a history at Henley Royal Regatta. They were, in fact, the first ever overseas schoolboy crew to come here back in 1927, when I presume they got a steamer across the Atlantic. I think these days they probably flew into Heathrow, because they've been over here for some time and have recorded some impressive results at some of the British regattas.
So we can see there a shot at Kent School just coming down to position the boom camera. We get a great view of the rowers moving up and down the slide there. You can see them sliding. I mean, so the leg use is really apparent in that shot, Anna.
Yeah, it's really great to see, and I suppose it reminds us that rowing is the ultimate team sport for a reason. One person, you know, you can see from that shot, one person out of sync and the whole boat will be destroyed. You need every single person in that crew to do exactly the same thing.
So we're well past the halfway mark in this course, and Kent School have that vital 1 length margin. That's the school in the yellow, that's a German on-packer boat. At the top of your picture, they have a 1 length lead over Newcastle University with the white blades, the distinctive star on their blades, and, well, there's Kent School. And their technique hasn't let up. They're really quite precise on the front end, aren't they?
Yeah, they look pretty well drilled. Like I said, they've been over here for some time and have really put up a good fight against some of the British universities thus far. They were losing finalists here in 2010 in the schoolboy 8s, the Princess Elizabeth Cup. And here, stepping up to the Temple, which is of a slightly higher standard, they really look to be holding their own.
So as we come down to what effectively will be the last 600 metres of this race, it looks to have sorted itself out. Kent School, of course, I mean, it might look like they're out for a nice paddle. You can't see the effort on their faces, but this will be sensational as you just see the Cox, Brett Cataldo there, adjust his cap and his microphone so that the crew can hear the instructions. Of course, the race plan will be given minutely to this crew at this point. And you can hear his voice now just driving them on.
You can also see from some of the crew who've got slightly longer hair really getting blown from behind. It shows you it's a really very breezy day here at Henley, which is adding another challenging factor. It slows down all the races, they take much longer. and every stroke will be heavier. The boat will feel heavier because you're rowing against the wind, which can be very challenging, and again, it makes the races a bit more unpredictable.
Great shot back down the course, that lovely hill behind you, and you can see the umpire resplendent in his Latimer upper blazer. That's Richard Phelps in the centre, that umpire's launch, just keeping an eye. Not much for him to do in this race, the umpire there with a flag to warn the coxes if one of them tries to impede the other. And of course, part of the thing of match racing is if you can move over closer, you might send down some puddles to make the road for the other crew a little bit less comfortable, Annie.
Yes, you'll try, and I suppose that's one of the jobs of the judges, to just keep them apart so there's not too much of an advantage given to the crew in front. But yeah, certainly they'll be feeling the bounce. You can see the wash there from the boat as it goes past, and yeah, Newcastle will be rolling through that, which will make it less difficult.
So Newcastle University in the Temple are behind Kent School USA, who are coming through to the finish line to take this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. They cross the line. You can see them now. That's well over a length victory. There's Newcastle crossing the line now. So the schoolboys of Kent School beat the university students of Newcastle University. You can see just how much effort Kent School have put into that victory. And they progress on to tomorrow's racing. So, at the start, we have got the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup between University of London and Liverpool University. So, Liverpool University are the crew on the right-hand side, and that's the Buckinghamshire station. We call the sides that the crews are on stations in this race, and the camera's just flying over Liverpool University to look at their opposition from University College London. And they are on the Berkshire side. So we are looking at them directly now, and you can see the rowers just relaxing. They know that perhaps the start is not imminent, so they are alone with their thoughts, and it gives us a good chance to welcome Olympic gold medalist Mark Hunter and Henley Stewart also to the commentary.
Good afternoon, Martin. It's great to be back in the broadcasting centre, and yeah, what a wonderful afternoon we have here at Henley. Both crews sit on the start of the Temple and waiting for them to go.
And just before we have the start of this race, you can see the coxes holding their hands in the air. Why on earth would coxes be holding their hands in the air at this point, Mark?
The coxes want to make sure they have the best line, so when they go off the start, they're going to keep the rudder off, so they're not going to be using that, so they can maximise their boat speed as they leap out the blocks. So the straighter they can be, the less impact they'll have to have with the rudder, so the faster they can go.
Attention!
So attention go, the umpire calls, and both crews' blades whir into a maelstrom there, driving the boat speed as high as they can go. And well, I think we can see again Liverpool University. Are they coming a little bit over towards the Berkshire station? Are they veering off their course, Mark?
Yeah, they've gone into the middle of the river there, really putting pressure onto the opposing crew, and that could be a tactic they have to kind of put them under pressure, get them out of their boat, looking over a little bit. And as you can see, they've started to move back over to their side. So that might have been a tactical thing they did off the blocks. Now they're inside the booms, and the race is really underway.
So, crews neck and neck. Just to remind you, on the top of your screen, it's University College London in purple. Then nearest to us, it's the crew from Liverpool University, really come into the rowing scene of late, both strong men's and women's crews, and their cox, we were talking about his steering, James Plunkett, just out of shot on the left of your screen. But that's a real head-to-head race, and this is one of the fantastic things about Henley, Mark.
And this is the sort of race you come to Henley for, that side-by-side, that gladiatorial racing, where it's one-on-one, and you're just trying to, it's a fist fight all the way down the track, and you bow ball to bow ball. And the race does just disappear very quickly, but this is why the cox's job is so important, to keep the crew in their rhythm, in their bubble, and doing their thing.
So if we take a look at the form of these two eights, one of the form guides is of course the Head of the River race, which you know very well, rowed over a much longer distance, the reverse boat race course on the Thames. And University College London, crew on the left of your picture now, finished 132nd, and Liverpool University on the right finished 112th, so very close, at least back in March, Mark.
Yeah, what's quite unique about that race is it's racing a time trial format, so they'll race individually one at a time, where today they're side by side. It's a different type of racing. It's more of a mental battle against your opponent, you know, and as I said, it's that kind of one-on-one situation, trying to get your boat in front of the other and putting the other crew under pressure.
So there's a shot of University College London row out of the University of London boathouse just upstream of the boat race finish, and well, they're probably coming to around about the halfway distance in this race. You can see a great shot there of the umpire's launch, and behind it the starting pontoons where they blasted off from probably about two and a half minutes ago. I guess it's the UCL crew on the right of our picture, Mark, that are leading at this point. How do you see it?
Yeah, they've just moved up. It looks like they've got about half a length. They're in control of the race. They're in a really nice rhythm there, and they can just look back at their opponents, you know, and put their opponents under pressure. But the one thing about Henley that you don't want is you don't want to drag along or tow along the opposing crew. You want to break that string or break that contact so they can't feel you there.
So, breaking contact. I'm not sure there's much contact going on. You see the Hampton School boat just behind going up for its heat of the Princess Elizabeth. Just waiting for the umpire's wash to clear. Big wash from these umpires' boats following the launch. But that seems to be a bit of a decisive move that UCL have made now.
Yeah, they've got a couple of men there. There are 2 men in front there. It's not much, so it's pretty much it's all in there. They're side by side, and you can still feel the opposing crew. But what you were just saying about the boats going up, that's another extreme that comes with Henley. The things you don't have control of is that wash coming from the side. You never know when it's going to hit you, and just the cox's job to make sure that you're anticipating that little kind of ripple coming in that may knock you off.
So what's going through the heads of the Liverpool University crews? I guess towards the back of the Liverpool University crew, and the camera's zooming in on University College London. But what's going through the minds of the Liverpool University crews? They're gradually beginning to lose contact with these University College London students.
Yeah, the more they can hold the University of London, the more confidence they will grow over the course, you know, because they'll be stuck to them like glue now. And if University of London is sitting there, the pressure's on them there. It transfers back over to the crew in front, trying to hang on because they've committed so much to getting in front. And now the confidence grows in the Liverpool crew, and this race is coming back to there's not much in it.
Oh, it's a real barnstormer, because there was me in my head going Liverpool University, bye-bye, University College London moving out. But actually, they've moved right back into this race, and if anything, I think they're coming through to lead. That's a fantastic job from the Liverpool University crew, led by stroke Ollie Wilkes, and behind him Jack Wojciak.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stroke man's job, to keep that rhythm, keep that length, and keep the cox that has to keep on top of him. So James has done a great job there, making sure they stay relaxed, stand in their bubble, and now they're taking their opportunity and putting the University of London crew under pressure as they come up to the regatta enclosure.
So I've got the rating, the strokes per minute of Liverpool University, about 36.5, Mark. I mean, what does that actually mean in layman's terms, the strokes per minute? How significant is that in this sport?
Well, that's kind of 36 strokes per minute is kind of the bulk of the rhythm race you'll have in run. That's the amount of times you'll put your blade in and take it out of the water. So that's the cadence they're running. So all cyclists out there watching rowing, that class is cadence in our sport. And they'll be doing 30. And as you come into the regatta enclosure now, you'll see that rate to start increase. So they'll be up to 37, 38, and then push in the mid-40s.
So I have to say the signal's gone up there at the 1 mile, and Liverpool University, that number 2 has gone up. That's the indication for the buck station. Liverpool University in white, closest to us, and they are, well, they have a significant lead over University College London students in purple. That's about half a length lead. I mean, how significant is that sort of margin at this point in the race, coming to the last 500 metres mark?
Well, seeming they were behind and now they've come through and they've gone in front, their confidence, they will be buzzing from that. They will just keep moving on, keep grinding it out. And I think this is a really tough patch now for the University of London. If they don't hang on and dig deep now, Liverpool University could walk away with this quite easily.
So key moment in the race, and we've seen Liverpool University craft a fantastic race, coming back from behind from the fast-starting University College London students. To me, the crew on the left, Liverpool University in white, look to have an advantage with about 300, 350 metres to go over University College London on the left of your screen in purple, but it's still very close.
And this is the exciting point. You come into the enclosures, both boats are fairly close. The crowd starts to get noisier and noisier as you come in towards that line. And Liverpool, if they're clever enough, they can just edge over and just give the University of London some dirty water from their puddles.
Well, so that's another thing about match racing, isn't it? Just the puddles, you can see the swirls. If you can send any of those puddles onto the blades of your opposition, then they may have more difficulty.
Well, that's a unique thing. We don't have any buoy line in the middle, so the crews aren't separated.
So we're coming up to the finish, and that's a fantastic job from the boys from Liverpool University. Wow, look at the celebrations. Almost a length victory, not quite, over University College London. It's a fantastic feeling as they cross the line. You can just see the man in the 3 seat of Liverpool University, Borna Banshee, hold his arms up in delight. They will be thrilled with that result. As University College London, dejected, just offer their congratulations. So we go back to a heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. This is for Club 8s, as opposed to the University 8s that we've just seen, the best club rowers. And we have got 2 crews for you. On the right-hand side, it's Exeter Boat Club, Exeter Rowing Club, I'm terribly sorry. And they look to be steering a little bit towards the left-hand side, and the crew of Sport Imperial Boat Club, who have quite a pedigree in this event, Mark.
Yeah, the Sport Imperial crew, they were finalists last year in this event. You know, they lost. It was quite heartbreaking to see them lose in the style they did, but they're back out this year. They want that Henley medal, and I'm sure they're going to go off the blocks as they've done today and just lead from the first stroke.
Well, they've shown their intent. I mean, there's not a minute of the race gone, and they've already got a clear lead. That's Sport Imperial at the top of your screen, disappearing out of shot. And the boys from Exeter Rowing Club with green blades nearest to us.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenging position for the Exeter boys to be rowing in now. That they're behind, they'll start picking up the dirty water coming from those puddles from the Imperial boat. And if the Cox is switched on enough, she will just move into the middle of the river and just send some even worse dirty puddles down.
So, what does Sport Imperial mean, Mark? I mean, it's different from Imperial College, isn't it? What's the connection with the club?
Yeah, it's a mixture of university students and people outside. Like, if you raced under Imperial as itself, then it'd have to be pure students, but they have athletes that may be outside of that row at the club.
Yeah, and of course we're talking about the Sport Imperial crew. The camera's zooming in, you can see the distance that they've mounted over Exeter Rowing Club behind in green, and they row out of their club on the tideway. That's the tidal reaches the River Thames down at Putney. Fantastic gymnasium there.
Yeah, they've got some fantastic facilities, and they do have a great history at the regatta and in rowing in general in the kind of domestic events. And you know, I'm sure they'll want to get on the podium on the weekend, and this is a big kind of stamping their mark in the event that they came so close to last season.
So, good shot looking down the course. You can see the yellow markers on the left of your screen where the crews used for steering, right way back at the start. That's probably some 1,300 metres away. The cameras foreshortening that distance. Exeter Rowing Club in green on the left of your screen, and the leaders, Sport Imperial, moving imperiously on. And, well, we had a great shot there in the bows of Merlin Dwan. Dave Loveday, Matthew Ponting, Florian Herbst, Dominic Howard, George McCurdy, Till Teets and stroke Patrick Hudson. And I'm just checking what the names are for the Cox. I'm not sure. We've got one different name on the programme and one on our commentary sheet. Do apologise for earlier mistakes for the tideway scullers. I was calling Billy Fields at stroke in that crew, and of course Billy Fields was rowing behind in the 3 seat. So shows you we need to get our P's and Q's right, but one thing's for sure, Imperial College are dominating this event here.
But what's great, when you talked about the Coxes there, they do have assessments themselves. They aren't just given the seat, they have to prove their worth, just as athletes do. So these Coxes have earned their right to steer these boats down the course. They haven't just been given the seat. So there will be changes as athletes get changed during the regatta due to the performance of the Coxes and how well they steer.
Yeah, and we're looking at Jessica Terrell in the Cox's seat there of Imperial. And I mean, what do you do? How do you trial a Cox, Mark? There she is.
The Coxes will have different kind of exercises to athletes. Athletes, it's all based on performance and how fast you can go on an ergo and how quickly you can move boats. With Coxes, it's more about how you speak to people, how you get them to believe in what you're telling them, how you get them to focus, and obviously how loud you can speak, because when there's 2 8s side by side, the noise that comes from these boats, you need to be able to shout loud, make sure that your instructions are very clear.
Okay, so we're looking at Sport Imperial Boat Club now. The mixture of alumni and students come down to the finish. I mean, it looks like their strokes per minute has really lowered now as they come into this final phase of the race now.
Yeah, they'll be looking, they've got a nice lead now, so they can start to relax, and they'll be thinking about conserving energy the rest of the regatta. This is racing every day. They don't get any rest days, so they'll be making sure that they're not overworking. They can really start to recover, and they will be starting to think about their race that will be coming on tomorrow.
So Sport Imperial progress serenely. I will say serenely, because they've dropped the pace very much so, and we will try and get across who they might be racing tomorrow for you as they come up to the finishing line. It looks...
So that'd be a good battle tomorrow when the Sport Imperial will be racing London A.
London A. So we saw London A come down earlier, and Sport Imperial, comfortable victory. They managed to keep some energy in the bank for that race, Mark, against London A, Thursday's race. And I think, is that Merlin Dwan? No, it's not. I think that was Dave Loveday, possibly, as we go down the Sport Imperial. That's Merlin Dwan there. From a famous rowing family.
Yeah, the Dwans have got a lot of history in this sport, so...
OK, so that's Exeter Rowing Club crossing the line, and the victorious Sport Imperial cheer and go on to Thursday's racing.
Get ready, please.
So we now go back to another eights race. This time it's the schoolboy event, the Princess Elizabeth, for the top schools of the world. And this race is between two schools. On the right of your picture, the Phillips Academy, Andover, USA, taking it off the Raider knots there in blue blades and white tops with a bar across. And then on the left of your screen, a school from Weybridge in Surrey, St George's College. And they're on the Berkshire station with the white blades.
Yeah, it looks like they've gone off the blocks fairly level there. And once again, the Cox didn't want to steer the boat and let the athletes do his thing, get the first 15 strokes underway, and then he'll start drifting back over to his side.
So this is again nip and tuck. I mean, we did see that in the last race between Liverpool, the last but one race between Liverpool University and University College London. It was such an exciting race. Both crews look to be quite smooth. There's a little look across from the American bowman, Gabe Blanchard there. I mean, you get some looker-outers in a boat and some focusing. Were you a looker-outer or a eyes-in man, Mark?
I used to be as a youngster, and this is what a thing when you're a kid, you like to look and feed off the people around you, but as you become more mature in your racing, you try and keep your head fixed into what you're doing. So, you know, it's a difficult thing when you're a youngster, trying to commit to your head being still. And it's something that maybe takes a bit of experience as you get older.
So I guess you might know the St George's College coach, Gareth Walters, is it?
Yeah, when I came into the senior team as a youngster, he was kind of one of the older guys on his way out, so I kind of overlapped a little bit. But yeah, you know, it's a big event for these guys, the PEs, for just is schoolboys rowing. So this is all their top eights that began at that today in race, and you know, to get to the regatta and race is such a big deal for them. You know, they're kind of street cred at school.
So that street cred of Phillips Academy Andover. The Americans, the closest to us on the picture at the top of your screen, now they're on the right of your screen, St George's College Weybridge. And well, the Americans have been over for several weeks in England. They've raced at Reading Amateur and Marlow Regatta, and part of the tremendously strong American presence in the schoolboy eights at this regatta.
And that's what's great about the regatta, new schools, new universities coming over to race, and this is Phillips Academy's first time at Henley Regatta, so you know they'll be learning constantly as they've gone down the track the last few days, and this will be a big step on if they can overhaul and win this race.
Well, we come through to that mark just up at the bars there, probably about 1/3 of the way down, just over, and Phillips Academy do seem to have eked out a small but crucial lead, Mark.
Yeah, coming just up to Fawley, which is around roughly the halfway mark. Yeah, they've got a couple of men there, so that's a really good move in that kind of second phase of the race there. And if they can just hang on to that, just keep that rhythm, keep the length, and just keep easing out, you know, they'll be making their way through to Thursday.
And of course, this is the point of the course where it comes away from the bank, and the shouts normally aren't as loud in the rowers' ears.
Yeah, it kind of goes silent at this part, you know, and then once you come back into the grandstands, the crowd kind of picks up again. So it's kind of no man's land at this point, but you know, you're both in the center of the river at this point, so you're both in that battle together, you know, and to be honest, most of these athletes will be totally fixed in and listening to their cox's voice.
So as we look closest to us, we have Phillips Academy of Andover in the distinctive blue blades, and they have almost a one-length lead over St George's College Weybridge, the Surrey school, and probably something like 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes of this race to go. So St George's with the white blades on the right of your screen, Phillips Academy USA with the blue blades on the left. And if any of you have heard of St George's College in rowing, it's a school that's been rowing for many, many years. Of course, Alex Davison, one of their former pupils, was captain of Oxford University Boat Club in 2013. So they do go on to great things. As we look at the American crew coached by Dave Hurley, how would you rate their style? It's very different, isn't it, to the...
Yeah, it's very different. You know, they're using the big spoon, the big blade, so they'll be slightly longer, shorter in length, the actual length of the blade. You know, it's very aggressive. It doesn't look technically very smooth, if I want to put it that way. It's very hard.
I was thinking the same thing, actually, but they're very direct in, aren't they? I mean, I guess if you're going to row a particular way, do it the same.
That is exactly it. There's many different styles of rowing, but as long as all the crew buys into one way of doing it, then you can go fast. And that's the thing. Everybody has to do the same thing.
So we're looking back down the course. You can see the umpires launch behind these two crews, and closest to us, Phillips Academy Andover from the USA have crafted out a race-winning lead, or what looks to me like a race-winning lead, just over one length. Both crews rowing in white shells. I suspect the St George's are rowing in the white Filippi shell, and I guess the Phillips Academy Andover, well, it's probably a Resolute or one of the American manufacturers, not quite sure of what shell that is, Mark. Maybe a Hudson, actually, from the look behind.
Yeah, I think it's a Hudson. You know, as we were saying, once you get in front, you can make it really difficult for the opposing crew. You can give them those dirty puddles, send it down, keep knocking them off and really knocking them out of the riverman without doing much more or putting much more effort in or trying to go faster than you already are. You just eat out a little bit more distance by the other crew slowing down.
So this very distinctive shot, which we've become so used to now. And I think you're probably getting used to the pictures. Your eye can tell, can't you? You know that it's the crew on the left, the USA crew, Phillips Academy with the blue blades in the lead. But to me, St George's College seem to be raising a sprint mark and coming slightly back into it.
Yeah, they've lifted the rate now. They're trucking on there. They're trying to get back into it. Well, this is their last-ditch attempt to try and get through to the next round. And you know, these guys would have trained all year for this moment.
Well, St George's College, as they come up to the finish, have got an overlap. That means that the distance is less than one length, and maybe Andover Academy from the USA are tiring, but no, I think they're going to hold out as they come to the finish. Yes, it's the American crew who do take the victory in that race, probably from something like 3/4 of a length from St George's. And the Americans will love that. They've been over here preparing for this race the last few weeks with their coach, Dave Hurley. And the exhaustion on the face of Nick Robertson at the stroke telly. Cox Jacob Cazal says well done to his opposition, and just a great honour for both of these schools to be in this Princess Elizabeth Cup today. So we're now at a start of the fours events, and on the left of your picture on that Berkshire station we have got Star Club from Bedford with the stars on their blades, and then on the right of your screen it's Leeds Rowing Club on the Buck station, and already a bit of steering from Leeds Rowing Club there, Mark.
Yeah, these guys are racing in the event called the Wyfold, which is the Coxless 4, so the crew have to steer the boat themselves. One of them will have the rudder attached to their foot. And, you know, it can be, a lot of people are worried about steering. They want to concentrate on their rowing, so to have that added pressure of the steering can also be a challenge.
So Star Rowing Club, I mean, I think they're one of my favourites this event. As we go through 3:32, you can just see the time to Forley, which is the halfway mark. I think conditions maybe got a little quicker this afternoon, but Star Rowing Club look very comfortable. Star Rowing Club on the right of your screen with the distinctive red star, the Bedford Club, and the bowman in that crew, Lloyd Mulcairns. Just see a shot of him furthest away from you with the white sunglasses. Very famous rowing father, Pete Mulcairns. I rowed with him on many an occasion, and Olympian in the Seoul Olympics and in the Barcelona Olympics, and great coach down in Bedford, real Bedfordian. And he'll be delighted seeing his son. And they've got this race completely under control, Mark.
Yeah, they've had this race under control for quite a while now. They went off the blocks, took the lead, and they're really just conserving energy now. You know, the other leads have moved into the other side, so they've moved into their dirty water now. So they're making it more challenging and more difficult for themselves. And Star can just really start to just relax, start thinking about tomorrow, and just setting up a nice platform of rowing that they can take into their paddle that they'll probably do this evening or tomorrow morning before they go into their next race.
Of course, Star now coached by Andy Smith, not Pete Mulcairn, who I think coaches at Bedford School, but it's so fantastic that Bedford crews do so well. A lot of the draw of the big city, a lot of their rowers tend to go to London, and for Bedford to actually maintain and keep rowers working in Bedford and produce crews to the standard that are obviously going to be competitive like this is so important for our sport.
Yeah, that's always a challenge that people row at schools. You've got Bedford School and Bedford Modern, and then straight away when they finish, they go to university, and then they move into the city or they move elsewhere, and you can sometimes lose an athlete. But Star Club have got a great history with producing youngsters, and now they're producing people that are moving into their senior events.
So just looking at that, why have Leeds Rowing Club gone and steered right behind Star Club, and will that bother the Star Club crew at all?
No, it won't phase them at all. If they're in front, the only way that Leeds can get past them now is by literally going over the top of them. So that's kind of bad steering from the Leeds crew. They need to keep to their side, but because they're so far behind, they're not impeding the leading crew. The umpire is happy for them to stay there, but for these Leeds guys, it might be the only time they've ever raced at Henley, so it's a big deal to them to be here and to get over the course. They've given it their all, and that's what we can ask for.
So Star Rowing Club come up to the finish. The Star Rowing Club crew of Lloyd Mulcairn, Sam Butler, Callum Beasley and stroke Tommy Durant. They've got a few strokes left. Really rowing at a very sedate style. Pretty much just a training paddle. And Leeds Rowing Club not been able to compete with the strength, the poise and the flow of Star Rowing Club, who will cross the finish line just now. And Leeds Rowing Club, well, it would have been an easy verdict. There's a shot of Lloyd Mulcairn's Leeds Rowing Club cross the line. Now, not quite an easily verdict. Well done, Star Rowing Club, or Star Club. So, very different race. This is the Forley Challenge Cup. Again, this is a schoolboys race. We've seen that in the Princess Elizabeth Cup, but this is a completely different boat. There are 4 boys, but they have got 2 blades each, so they are sculling. And for those of you that don't know the sport, we'll explain a little more about what that means down the course. But first of all, who's rowing in this race? On the right of your screen, the camera is looking at Wyquad Cities Rowing Association from the USA. First time I've seen them at Henley. They're from the Midwest. But wait with interest to see how they get on. And on the Berkshire station with the red blades, that's on the left of your screen as you look at it, the boys from Kingston Rowing Club, who've done a fantastic job to get this far. So Kingston Rowing Club on the left, waiting for the start, and Wyquad Cities of the USA on the right. Mark, 1 blade, 2 blades each. What's going on?
Yeah, we've got 2 blades in this event, so it's a sculling event, and each athlete will have a blade in each hand. And the events you've seen previous are rowing events with 1 blade, so the athlete will have 1 blade, and that's called rowing.
Is it harder if you've got 2 blades? I mean, you have to be better, like technically, as a sculler than a rower.
So as a sculler myself, I will say you have to be more technical, but that will be unfair to the sweep guys. Now, they're both technical sports in their own right. There's a different feel and different sensation to the 2 different sports. So, yeah, but this is a prestigious event at Henley. You've got it's no composites allowed, so it's just 1 club or 1 school in the event. And what's also daunting for the Kingston boys is that they would never have seen the American crew. So normally when you're racing a British crew, you would know the guys and what they can do, but this is into the unknown. So they'll have their own race plan, what they want to go out and achieve and do for this particular race.
You can hear Richard Phelps, the umpire, in his distinctive voice. I mean, if you weren't feeling goosebumps before, then that's going to really bring them up, isn't it?
That's always a nervous thing, sit on the start, waiting to go when the umpire says this.
So we're hearing there was a bit of a delay for some debris on the course, but the start is imminent. The Americans from Wyquad City on the right, Kingston Rowing Club on the left of your screen.
Attention! Go!
And as the schoolboys look behind them, they will see the umpire lower his flag on the go, and they will blast into action. And straight as a die, the Wyfold C crew from the USA on the right just go down that Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, that was a great start by the crew on that side. You know, they went out the blocks, they looked very slick, moving together. And another thing, a key element of this is we talked about in the Cox's fours is that the quad, you have to steer the boat with your foot. So one of these guys in the boat will be steering the boat with their foot. And you know, in this particular event, you always want to get inside the booms. And once you're in the booms, you kind of feel safe because you know you can't hit them then, or you shouldn't be hitting them.
So we've got a great shot there. Crew number 358, Wyfold Cities Rowing Association. The Americans had a fantastic start, but it's the boys from Kingston Rowing Club in red and white hoops at the top of your screen. They have a lead at the moment, probably something like half a length as we come into the first minute of this race, and that's a great tracking shot, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, that's a great shot from the side. And the thing about these two crews, they're exactly the same average weight. So the athletes in the boat get weighed in before they race or a day before, and the average weight of both crews is 11 stone 13. So there is nothing between them. It'll be a technical thing that's the difference between these two crews, or the program they follow, or the mindset these athletes have.
What I love about that Kingston crew is there are a lot of local lads in the crew. Josh Burrows in the bow from Hinchley Wood School, and Matt Rowe from Teddington School, which is really just over the river, Teddington School from Kingston Rowing Club. And it's great to see that club promoting local young talent coming through the club system as opposed to the school system.
Yeah, this is what I love, is when you come to Henley, you get the schools racing the clubs, and you know, this is what these guys would love. They go to schools, they don't have the luxury of kind of being able to row while they're in kind of PE lessons at school, and they come to Henley and they get the chance to take it down the big schools.
Yeah, fantastic. And there we're looking at the Wyfold City squad, and Matthew Doyle with the very distinctive headband. He hopes to be going to Princeton, or he will be a freshman at Princeton University next year, so it's likely that he'll be carrying on in the sport, but he's got a lot of work to do as we see the shot back. Very impressive, that beautiful yellow distinctive steering mark as the umpires launch in the centre. The American crew slightly down on the Kingston crew that we can see there. There's the close-up mark.
That's what I love about the shot from the distance, is you get to see how much space is actually in between the booms. You know, you could actually fit another boat in there, but I know athletes probably wouldn't want that, but while you're racing, it doesn't seem like you have that much space.
And didn't they row 3 abreast for the Olympic Games in 1948? Wasn't that?
Yeah, back in the day they did have 3 abreast, you know, and I'm sure there was some blade clashing that you probably see in the boat race and those sort of events.
These are half men now, like 2 abreast, it's easy compared to what it used to be in those days.
Yeah, very much so, but I'm sure if you speak to these youngsters, they'd be like, there's no way there's going to be a boat between us two in this race.
By the way, if you're watching that, if you're the parents of Kingston Rowing Club or Wyfold Cities, your lads are amazing, not half men, and the pressure they're under here is immense. And the Kingston quad are delivering, steering right down the booms, and their coach Dan O'Dowd is going to be very pleased with that. It's a very straight line that they're steering, and well, Wyfold Cities haven't let them go. Kingston Rowing Club, of course, had to come through the qualifiers to this event, but they're steering straight as a die right on those booms.
Yeah, and sometimes doing the qualifiers can be a positive. You know, people love to get automatic kind of selection into the regatta, but sometimes to actually race down the course and actually experience what it's like, understand where the markers are, put a race plan together, can sometimes come into your benefit when you come into the regatta itself.
So this is going to be a close race. I did think Kingston were going to perhaps walk away, and well, if anyone thought the bow Josh Burrows in the Kingston boat, just checked. No, Wyfold Cities haven't left you, and the 4 boys from that crew. So we go stroke Matt Doyle at 3, Justin English. At 2, it's Tony Rammick, and then Mikey Trahan.
Oh, this is a fantastic race. Both crews side by side. You can hear the crowd kind of getting into the race now. They're kind of knocking chunks out of each other, and you know, this is what's great about Henley, the one-on-one racing. You know, it's such a mental game out there.
So that's a really distinctive move that the Wyfold Cities quad have made. They've really laid down the hammer, and Kingston Rowing Club looks so smooth, steering so straight, but I mean, what went on there, Mark?
Yeah, they just really committed to that move, and Kingston didn't respond to it. Maybe their race plan is to save a bit till later on. They seem to be underrating the other crews, so hopefully they've got a few gears to come as they come to the enclosures.
So this Wyfold Cities crew from the Midwest region, they rode in the Midwest Championships, and there'll be nothing like this in the Midwest of America. They have made a race-winning move. I guess there's probably about 400, 500 metres to go, and led by their stroke man, who we've been talking about down the course, Matthew Doyle, Justin English behind him. It's Alan, not Tony Romack, and then Mike Trahan. That's a shot of the Wyfold Cities crew from the USA. And what do you say about their technique in terms of sculling, Mark? I mean, how's it held up?
Yeah, it's pretty good. There seems to be one guy he seems to be out of sync a little bit. I think he's at 2 or 3 in the middle of the boat. But you know, they're moving together and they're dominating. Well, they're winning the race, which is important, and they're committing to the moves that they made. So that big move they made in the kind of middle part of the race, they're really committed to. I just hope it hasn't taken too much out of them.
Coached, of course, by Dr. Peter Sharis. Fantastic crew that he's prepared. It's very, very difficult to come over from the States. And Kingston Rowing Club, well, their technique is holding up. They've kept that pace all the way down, but I think they've been unable to change it to react to the American attack, Mark.
Yeah, the Wyfold Cities rowing kind of move at that point has really kind of put the Kingston boys under pressure. And you know, with these youngsters, when they come over from America, it might have been their first time they've kind of travelled and raced, so to understand about how long it takes to acclimatise to the time difference would have been a challenge to them. And I'm sure as the regatta progresses, and if they win this race, they're coming more in tune, and they should hopefully progress as the regatta goes on.
Just looking back at those shots, it looks like the Americans have a far more aggressive front-loaded style than the Kingston crew. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, they look more aggressive. The Kingston crew is probably a little bit rushed into the front, and by rushing to the front, if you rush into the front and you don't connect, then you kick the stern of the boat down, and it just makes it harder to kind of get that speed back up.
So it's the Americans from the Midwest, the Wyfold Cities Rowing Association. Great to see that association do so well at Henley. They have a few strokes to go to the finish line. We look back at their opponents, Kingston Rowing Club, in red and white on the far station. But it's the Americans. They haven't let up all the way. They've driven to the finish, determined not to give Kingston any chink, any light of hope. There they go, Wyfold Cities, welcome to Henley. Fantastic race, you have done the business. And Kingston Rowing Club sculled a great race too. And there they go, exhaustion. That's what you get to see at Henley when a crew crosses the finish line. So it's the Princess Elizabeth Cup for schoolboy 8s, and on the left-hand side of the screen in the black boat, it's Hampton School, last year's beaten semi-finalists. Not many of that crew returning here, and on the right-hand side of your screen, it's Shrewsbury School, and they have started. And I think that was a good start from Hampton School with the yellow blades. Perhaps a little tentative from Shrewsbury School, but they rode a fantastic race in the National Schools Regatta, very competitive, and I guess Shrewsbury School on the right, most people's favourites for this race.
Yeah, these are two big kind of schools in this particular event. They've both got history of winning the event, and Hampton haven't had the best season, injuries, and they didn't make the final in that school, so that was obviously disappointing. And Shrewsbury came 5th. So both crews really on paper are quite similar. It's just who gets the better race plan going into this big kind of duel.
And of course, Shrewsbury School coached by Athol Hundermark. There we see a shot of the Hampton School stroke by Jack Rhodes, Chris Zahn behind him. And Hampton seem to have taken a significant lead from the Shrewsbury crew. Well, let's talk about Hampton as they're in that Black Hudson boat, coached of course by Neil Double, famous Hampton schoolboy himself, and coaches Britain's crews, and they do look to be rowing well. Great cohesion in that boat.
Yeah, that's a big turnaround from where they raced earlier in the season. You know, they've really committed to what they were trying to do, and they didn't let the performance of that schools hinder them, and they've really come out and worked on some things and, you know, progressed on, and this is a big scalp for them to take today.
So we're seeing a bit of an upset here. Hampton School not in the final of National School. Shrewsbury School on the left of your picture as you look at it. They were very much in contention for a medal until the last 500 metres. But what have Hampton put into the first part of this race? Of course, it's a mark of Athol Hundermark's crews. When he coached at Abingdon, they always have a fantastic second half. I remember seeing them in the school's head of the river come through. So this race is not done and dusted yet. And, well, there's a great shot of Jack Rhodes, the Hampton stroke. And these boys very focused down the boat. They're not looking out at all, are they?
No, they'll be totally focused in their bubble, doing their thing, trusting and believing every word that Cox puts down. So they'll be committing for every single stroke just to try and open up a bit more water between them and Shrewsbury.
It's not quite clear water as we go past Upper Thames Rowing Club. The boys have probably got about 2.5, 3 minutes of rowing. So I'd say this race isn't over yet. I mean, as you look at Shrewsbury School, closest to us in the yellow Empacker, do you think they've got what it takes to come back on Hampton?
They don't look like they're panicking. They look like they're in their bubble doing their thing, and they haven't lost contact with Hampton. So Hampton could be towing them along. And then if they do get a sniff and that Cox gives them the feedback, you know, he's the eyes in the back of the athletes' heads, he's telling them where they are, they've got to stay focused on what they're doing, you could see them start to creep back up and in contention with this.
So there was a look round from George Patterson in the stroke seat, and he wants to know where the crew are, and his Cox, Thomas Shields, well, we can see Thomas Shields there. Camera pans across to Hampton, and of course their Cox, Christian Toombs. He's got his eyes in. They will be so focused on what they want to do. I think, if anything, Shrewsbury School in the yellow boat that's closest to you have moved back a little bit on Hampton, and I think this could be anybody's race, but camera angles may be deceptive. How do you read it, Mark?
Yeah, it looks like Hampton still have the lead. You know, Shrewsbury seem to be moving back, and you know, Hampton really need to dig in now, because if Shrewsbury get a sniff and they get close, you know, the excitement and confidence the crew gets from that just draws you up, and then just really kind of helps you pounce onto the crew.
So Shrewsbury School now, we look at them, they're desperately trying to make the distance up on Hampton, rowing in their yellow Empacker shell. The camera's just moving down. They've still got work to do. It's Hampton School. This is a turn up. The form book is not really going according to how we thought it might do. Hampton School have a lead, but it's not a big lead as they come down to the last 200-300 metres.
This is when you want the Cox to draw every ounce of training you've done in the last 8 months leading into this. You know, these kids have dreamt about this time to come to Henley, an opportunity to try and win here, so they will not want to go out on the first day. You know, they will want to get through to tomorrow to progress on to hopefully future days.
Yeah, I think the winner of this race will race Westminster tomorrow, who of course are the very, very strong favourites for this event. But the camera's panning to Hampton School, and Christian Toombs, the Cox, just checked. Shrewsbury School, I think, are gaining, but it looks as if Hampton have a bit of a race-winning lead. But Hampton, they're holding on, and we'll get a closer look as we get the camera onto the finish. It looks like Hampton's race in the black boat from Shrewsbury School on this near side. A few more strokes to go past the packed stewards grandstand. There's Shrewsbury, there's the shot in the finish. You can see for yourselves that probably is a race-winning lead. An upset coming up here. Hampton School take the heat of the Princess Elizabeth Cup. There they go, across the finishing line. A close race from Shrewsbury School, and the sixth man in the Hampton boat, Bryn Hassan, lies back, and that is a fantastic result, and you would not have picked that coming into this race. A tremendous race for the boys and their coach, Neil Double. That Hampton School have managed to beat Shrewsbury, who did so well in the National Schools final. Well done, lads. You'll have a great race tomorrow against the favourites, Westminster. So we go back to the start after that exciting race to the Temple Challenge Cup again for universities, and I'd like to welcome John Hill, who normally commentates for Regatta Radio alongside me, who's an adult and beginners coach in Oxford, and he's been doing that for over 20 years. Hello, John.
Hello, Martin. Great to be here, and this time with pictures.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Amazing? Really exciting to be here.
So we're looking at, I think, one of the crews of the regatta here on the race in the Temple Challenge Cup. Furthest away, it's Oxford Brookes University. It's their B crew. Sorry, I say one of the crews of the regatta. Oxford Brookes is A crew, one of the crews of the regatta. Fastest British 8, but the B crew have shown tremendous form all year. They're at the top of your picture in the yellow on Packer boat, and closest to us, Cornell University from the USA, and it's Cornell University who have a slight lead at the moment. We're just into the first minute of the race, so anything could happen, literally, John.
Absolutely. Well, of course, Brookes has got a fantastic programme. It's almost a war of attrition there, where if you survive the training programme there, you're probably going to be a winner. So, I mean, you got Richard Spratley and his team working their squad incredibly hard down at Wallingford, where they do most of their rowing.
You must see some of the Brookes boys rowing. I mean, what do you make of it?
Not enough. I mean, what I do know is that they almost have an American attitude of sort of working on the strength and the power and the stamina, and the technique possibly comes second or third or maybe fifth. but they certainly get the results. And obviously the way that people from Steve Williams onwards have gone on to represent GB shows that they do some good work with their athletes.
So Oxford Brookes University B crew, we've got a fair sprinkling of Oxford Brookes crews, and they're the crew we're looking at with the distinctive red, white and blue blades. And then we'll pan out to get a shot of Cornell University. Very, very close race this is. Cornell University, coached by Chris Kerber, the former American international, and it's Cornell who lead this race by half a length, and probably just coming up to the halfway mark. Do you think that's a race-winning lead, John?
No, I don't. No, absolutely no way with the athletes of this sort of standard. I mean, I appreciate that they're not going to run out of steam or anything like that, but I just feel that tactically and so on, a lot of these crews don't do that much head-to-head, side-by-side stuff. What I do find exciting about these sort of almost full bow-on shots is you can see any instability in the heads and the shoulders as they go forward, suggesting core instability and things like that. You can see how well.
Tell me about core. Tell me what is core, just so that people.
It's the way that people, when they do something up, they pick something up, they have to sort of tense themselves around their tummy and things like that, just to make sure that when they move their legs, their upper body moves with their legs.
So we just saw a little shipwreck. Some of the blades caught on stroke side, either the 6-man or the 7-man from the Cornell crew. It didn't seem to upset their rhythm. If you're wondering what sides they are, well, bow side is the side nearest to us and stroke side is the side nearest away, and kind of rowers either row on stroke side or bow side, that's guys with one blade. So that's what we're talking about.
But I'd just like to point out, just to mess people's heads about, that Cornell are being stroked from bow side. So I mean, I think the American way of saying I row port and I row starboard is in fact at least consistent.
Yeah, absolutely, and it did mess my head around, John, actually, but we're getting a great look at the Cornell crew, and at their stroke, Eric Johnson behind him, Chris Rogers with the sun hat, and of course Dan O'Neill on this very hot, scorching hot day at Henley, and they are leading Oxford Brookes B. And don't be put off by the fact it's a B crew, because this Oxford Brookes B crew will challenge and beat most university first eights in this country. That's how good the standard is. That's how good this Cornell crew is, coached by American international Chris Kerber.
And what do you think, Martin, in terms of the selection of this crew? Do you think that the best person from this crew might just get into the first boat, or are there different mixes of matching crews, or what do you think?
It's a great squad down at Brookes, because they've got the alumni that want to row in that squad. They've got the first eight guys. Talking to James Stanhope, who's in Brookes A, I mean, it's very close for selection. He's done such a good job. He had to do his turn in Brookes C last year, coming straight from Hampton School first eight. Yep. So as you say, it's so competitive to get in that Oxford Brookes A. They're in the yellow boat. They are around about a length behind Cornell. The Americans on the left of your picture with the red and white blades, Brookes with red, white and blue blades, and at the moment America has led this race.
I'm just looking at, you mentioned that little shipwreck they had earlier on the left-hand side of the boat, which we're calling stroke side. You can see how much they flick their blades out of the water, how they turn their blades almost before they've been released from the water, and that's dangerous, because if you get the timing slightly wrong, you do what happened to that guy, you catch the blade, and that way you can catch a crab, you have the thing turning upside down and falling over your head, which can be incredibly boat stopping. So I'm not convinced that this boat is a secure boat.
So as they come to the finish, it looks like the Brookes crew are surging. On the right of your picture, Oxford Brookes B are raising the rating. This is a traditional surge. Of course, Oxford Brookes won this event in 2014, their A crew, and we're coming up to the finish. There is time to do it, but they'll need to get a sprint on. Cornell just hanging on at the moment. The Americans go towards the finish in the white boat. Brookes are closing, but they're running out of water, and it's Cornell who take this race. I think as we come through to the finish line, it's very, very close, but Brookes are charging. It's going to be close on the finish. Cornell come to the finish line. Yes, it's Cornell. That is probably just a canvas, John.
Unbelievable. I think Brookes did it all right. I think they stayed in touch. I think they tried to keep the pressure on. They had the big finish, but it just wasn't quite enough at the end.
So there we see the exhaustion from the Brookes boys. Absolutely dejected. Their sprint couldn't get them through Cornell. At the top of your screen, the winners of this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup.
Please. Sit up. Guys, sit up, please.
Race 47, finish time 6:28, 6:28. 5.
So we join this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup at Forley, and we can see the German crew closest to us at the top of your screen. with a comfortable lead over Eastbourne Rowing Club. They're furthest away from you, probably about some 3 or 4 lengths behind. We joined this race just past the halfway mark, so they've gone off the start road just over, what, 1,000, probably now about 1,300 metres. And we've got a shot there of the German from the rowing club of Bayer Leverkusen. You might know as a football club, but they do rowing and hockey. They go by the name of Rudern Tennis und Hockey Club Bayer Leverkusen Deutschland. And they are a very strong crew, John, and leading this race comfortably.
They're looking like a very good setup, aren't they? And of course, these multi-sport centres that they have in Germany is a model that we might be looking for in this country. We're certainly studying other ways of trying to combine the limited funds to try and get more into rowing, but joining up with other clubs as well seems to be a way ahead. I mean, Eastbourne there, I think, is a coastal club, and it's interesting to notice there are a few coastal clubs here, and there's a cycle where every few years they have a river race against other coastal clubs where they use what they call river boats, which is what we call racing boats, as opposed to coastal boats. And so for that year only, which I think is every 3 years, they actually practice in these fine boats, and that's why they suddenly turn up occasionally, but not regularly.
So we're looking at the very distinctive colours there from Eastbourne Rowing Club. Great to see them in this event at Henley, the Thames Challenge Cup for Club 8. But it's the Bayer Leverkusen crew. Many of these men have raced at Henley before, whether it's in the rowing events like the Thames or the Britannia, or indeed in the Prince of Wales, the sculling event. I see the stroke of Bayer Leverkusen Felix Krahn. He's the furthest away from you out of shot at the moment. Was a Prince of Wales semi-finalist in 2012. So there's a lot of experience in this Ralph Marlo coached 8.
There are no Muppets in this. It's a club event, so I mean there's a wide disparity of competencies, but I mean there's no Muppets. I mean Eastbourne were not asked to qualify, so clearly there have been results this year that have satisfied the stewards that should go straight into the draw. At the moment they're sort of competing well against the German crew, but the German crew seem to have a reasonably comfortable lead at the moment.
Yeah, I think Eastbourne had a great result at the Wyfold Regatta where they came into the final and finished 6th in the final. Of course they had to qualify through for that final. So that's probably why the stewards have put them straight through into this event, but no doubting that it's the German crew from Bayer Leverkusen coming up to the finish line. We'll get a shot and pull back and we'll see the bows of their yellow Onpacher shell, the weapon of choice for many European rowers at least, and there go Eastbourne Rowing Club in a similar boat passing the line, and I suspect Bayer Leverkusen did not have well, the hardest of rows, and just congratulating Eastbourne. So this should be a race and a half. It's a Wyfold Challenge Cup. It's Newark Rowing Club, and Newark Rowing Club are on the left-hand side of your screen, the Berkshire station, and Tideway Scullers, we've seen their distinctive yellow and red blades. On the right-hand side of the screen, the Buckinghamshire station, and Tideway Scullers were the beaten finalists in this event last year. So Newark Rowing Club very fast too, so this should be a great race, and we're all going to be looking out for the steering in this race, John. As ever, and in fact, although some people might be watching just this video as a sort of a one-off, we have been noticing that on the right-hand side of your screen at the beginning, the crews are tending to drift away, and I'm just wondering, when you turn around, there's always an optical illusion. It is a straight course, the booms are straight and parallel, but even when they've got a cox, there's a tendency to draw away from that island, avoid the threat of the booms, get to the booms, and then ease your way back onto it again. I think it's a safety thing rather than a technical ploy. So if you're hearing us talk about steering, then you will have noticed that there isn't a cox steering these boats like in some of the 4s events or the 8s events, that one of the men is steering with their foot attached to a rudder. And what made this event so exciting and indeed controversial last year was Tideway Scullers steering caused them to be disqualified in the final few strokes of their race. And the man steering that boat, Nathan O'Reilly, is actually rowing in this boat today in the 3-seat, but he hasn't got the rudder. That's gone to Stuart Heap in the stroke seat, the Tideway Scullers boys. There you see Stuart Heap in the stroke seat. It looks as though Tideway Scullers have settled into a nice rhythm now, and Nathan O'Reilly behind him, he's sort of one back from the stroke man closest to us. They really are letting that boat run on, and it looks like they're not really under a lot of pressure on that shot, John.
Yes, it's interesting. They obviously settled down to manage this race rather than race it. There's no need to race. It's interesting the choice of the person that you have steering the boat. A lot of people might find it counterintuitive to have the person furthest away from where you're going steering the boat. But I think you mentioned in an earlier race there is in fact a set of markers at the start that if you line them up, you know you're going in the right direction. So the person who can see those the best is the guy at the far end of the boat from this end, the stroke.
So we see Tideway Scullers coming through to the finish for the second successful race this afternoon. Of course, they're Britannia 4. Had a very successful tight race against Molesey Boat Club, but emerged victorious from that to progress through to Thursday's racing. And it does look like one of the favourites for the Wyfold Challenge Cup, the Tom Gale coached Tideway Scullers crew. Tom takes them away mid-season for a training camp on the lovely water down in Brive in France, and this crew, well, closest to us we have Bow, Adam Riddler, then Adam Ladowski, Nate Riley in the 3 seats, safely without the steering foot this year, and stroke man Stuart Heap. So the Tideway Scullers crew have disposed of their opponents. We've got to look there at Newark Rowing Club. Thought they might be a little quicker than this, but Newark Rowing Club really trying their best to hang on to the tails of Tideway Scullers. It looks as though they're 2 different classes of crews though, John.
It looks like they had a start and they're just sort of letting them catch up. Of course, that's not the case. It probably is quite true that Tideway Scullers are almost going the same speed as Newark with a vastly reduced rate of striking. So one has to wonder why Newark aren't going faster with the effort they're putting in, because clearly they're making a race of it. Clearly they're showing as much pride and effort as they can do, and they're going to be very pleased to have been competing today on this course. It's a magnificent opportunity to have rode the Henley course. If you come across a superior crew like this, all you can do is say, I rode my best, it just didn't work on the day.
So Tideway Scullers, we see them coming past the packed stewards' grandstands, the huge thronging crowds. They've had their lunches, they've come out to watch an afternoon's rowing. Fantastic competition, and they're seeing one of the favourites, Tideway Scullers School, be a closer race tomorrow. I think they might be racing London Rowing Club tomorrow, if I've got that right. And there they crossed the finish line, Tideway Scullers 4. It was easy for them. And shot of the bowman, Adam Riddler, try and get my Tideway Scullers names right. Adam Ladowski new into this boat, Nathan Riley, we just missed him, and Stuart Heap, and they're the boys from Eastbourne Rowing Club, well rowed, and Tideway Scullers sportingly wait for them, the Newark Rowing Club, to finish before they cheer. So Tideway Scullers move on to race tomorrow. So we're now going to look at the start of the Forley Challenge Cup. This is for quadruple sculls. It means each athlete has 2 blades rather than the one we saw them have in the previous race.
Go.
So the German school on the right-hand side of your screen, their boat ran into problems with the strikes at Calais. It only arrived at 4 a.m. this morning. A little bit of steering wandering around from the Germans on the right-hand side of your screen, and on the left-hand side, it's Tiffin School from the Kingston Reach, and a look round there from the bowman of Tiffin School, Cormac Malloy, just to check his course as he comes up to these wooden booms. But it's the Germans out in front, seemingly unaffected by the fact they only got their boat, John.
This is indeed true. I'm sure they're very pleased to be back in some equipment that they're familiar with and has been set up for them, although I'm sure the coach found something to practice in the meantime. We've been talking about the steering. We can never tire of talking about the steering. The one advantage of sculling over rowing is that because each athlete has got some sort of symmetry, one blade in each hand, the boats do tend to go straighter. So once you've got a good line, you're not being put off by over-enthusiastic bow-siders or stroke-siders. So get a good control and a good crew going straight, and it's just down to the bow steersman or the stroke steersman to keep on a good course.
So we're looking there on the left-hand side of your screen. It's the German crew from Frankfurter Rue de Gesellschaft Germania, and behind them it's Tiffin School that row on the Kingston Reach. And you can see as this race has panned out that the German crew have really got a fantastic lead in this contest, and Tiffin School, of course, have had to work so hard to get into this Forley Challenge Cup. It's so competitive, this race, just to try and get into it. So These guys have done a great job. That's Tiffin's school behind in the light blue, but in the dark blue, it's the German crew who lead this race by some comfortable margin.
It's true, but I mean, Tiffin did actually qualify in this fall. There was 8 qualifying from 46, so there were 38 dropouts, and Tiffin school was one of the fastest of those qualifiers. So if this German crew is doing this to one of the fastest qualifiers, then it's indicative of something pretty important.
Well, I think German junior rowing is probably, I guess, German, Romanian, Italian. I mean, they are the strongest in the world, their programs. And German programs, I mean, if you're at the World Junior Championships in, I think, Hamburg last year, almost every race was a German gold medal, and that's really credit to their clubs. There's not really any school rowing in Germany. It's all centred around the clubs, and Frankfurter Gesellschaft is one of these great clubs that take in youngsters from the schools around, and they put them through the programme. They go and race at these very competitive German regattas, and that's what you see. Sculling is really, of course, one of the things that Germany is known for, with the Olympic champions, of course, Germany in London 2012, who we'll see later in the regatta.
Does the sculling success of the seniors actually provide a high status for schoolboys to be aspiring to being scullers at younger age?
I think it's interesting, isn't it? In Germany, you have the big 8, the ACTA, and that is the magical event in Germany. But sculling has always held more of a resonance in continental Europe. It's really later in Britain that it's caught on, and so in part the sculling quads, I think we've nearly got to a stage with people like Jack Bowman or Angus Groom now. We've got fantastic juniors coming through, but for a long time it was the 8 that held the sway in this country, John, and so in Germany that wasn't always the case. So to get into a quadruple scull in a club was a fantastic achievement, and they've got that heritage, and that's why you can see this Frankfurter crew come through so well. A little look behind there from the 2-man Antonio Juric. He doesn't know where he is on this course, so this will be a learning experience for him, John.
I think he's averaging to the middle of the course. I think he's just having a look either way, and he might not even remember which station he was meant to be on, but it doesn't really matter. He's got the whole water available to him. He's enjoying this, hearing the grandstand applauding this very fine performance as they're coming to the final few strokes.
So the Frankfurter crew from Germany, Frankfurter Gesellschaft, congratulate each other, and that's a great job, well done. Tiffin School, their A crew, they cross the finishing line. They will no doubt be frustrated, obviously beaten by a better crew, and there's the Frankfurter stroke man congratulating his crew. Smiles on his face. Probably in a tighter race you won't see so many smiles, but I think we saw a good exhibition of quad sculling. So it's goodbye from me on the commentary slot, and I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Peter Drury and Fiona Dennis, who will talk you through the rest of the racing.
Thank you, Martin. Education to be listening to you and to John. Good afternoon to you, Fiona.
Good afternoon. It's good to be here and looking forward to some excellent racing.
Yes, we are. Fiona Dennis, I'm sure, will be familiar to you. There aren't too many roles and capacities she hasn't filled in the world of British rowing down the years.
Yes, well, I'm an umpire, an event organiser, and joined Henley as a steward last year. So.
Well, this is race number 51. It's in the Thames Challenge Cup, and on the Berkshire side we have Kingston Rowing Club, and on the Buck side Thames Rowing Club D, who I saw boating half an hour ago, looking buoyant and with it, and effervescent and very much together in this, as we've heard repeatedly today, the ultimate team sport where unity counts for everything. It has, as you can see from our pictures here, been and continues to be the most glorious first day of Henley in 2015. Racing has been of the very highest order.
Kingston, Temps. When I see you are both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please. Attention!
Appears to be ready.
Go!
And they're away. Kingston on the left of the picture as we look in the red and white hoops. That is the Berkshire side. And Thames Rowing Club D nearer to us on Bucks as they go through the gathering of momentum, the great physical aerobic effort of getting away and finding a tempo and falling Fiona into their respective rhythms.
Yes, absolutely. Off the start, they're trying to get the boat to the maximum speed as quickly as possible. And you can see both crews now settling into their pace and adjusting their steering. Thames just straightening up there. As we see coming up the island, a lot of the crews on the back station, that's the station to the right, tend to drift over a little bit, but now both settled into their rhythm, long and strong from both crews.
Kingston, who lost their heat at this stage to Thames B in this event last year, share a boathouse with Tiffin School, who we saw a short while ago. They row the near 5 miles stretch of the Thames between Molesey Lock and Teddington Lock. Had to qualify on Saturday, but going off at a very decent lick and with a certain assured smoothness. Thames A reached the semi-final last year, rowing of course as so many do from Putney Embankment, and this has the makings of a very decent contest.
Yes, indeed, it's still a very close race here. Kingston just easing out ahead of Thames at the moment, but you know, Thames, 4 crews, they're a very large and strong club, so to be able to field this many athletes at this standard is impressive.
The boat coxed by Prudence Seward with Matthew Paulson in the stroke seat, William Hilder, Tom Rawlins, John Keane Tomlinson, Adam Draycott, Benjamin Handy, Richard Sharrett, and in the bow Andrew Bedford. And evidently, as you see the light shimmering off the water on this near impeccable day, it is they who have grabbed the advantage over the first 2 minutes or so of the race, and it's these guys in the Thames boat who have it to do, coxed by Hannah Burke, who is exhorting them to greater effort. In the face there of the stroke, Andrew Jordan, and Tom Beard, Chris Shepherd, Alex Wareham, Bradley Warren, Hugo Shackleton, Desmond Healy, and in the bow, Daniel Avery.
As we progress through this race now, you can see Thames Kingston to ease out a little further ahead. Both crews rowing neatly. Perhaps Thames blade work, that's the way they're moving their oars, is a little neater, which is helping their boat speed. But both crews look well in time, good technique.
It's the perceived, I think, certainly in terms of this event, this regatta, is perhaps a coming club, one that doesn't have a cabinet full of trophies from Henley.
No, they've been successful in the past, certainly in 4s, but over recent years, yes, they've had perhaps mixed fortunes, always been here, but perhaps not getting through to as far as they would like. But here, just managing to keep ahead, perhaps eased out a little further, looks about perhaps half a length now, I think. Both coxes steering well, keeping on their stations. Although Kingston have moved out a little bit more towards the centre of the river now. The blades, from our angle, look to be coming a little closer together.
And with your umpire's hat on, would that be something that's beginning to disturb you?
Not necessarily. As the umpire, you're watching, and I think as previous commentators have said, your main concern is about the safety and fairness. And what's different about Henley is there's no buoys down the middle of the course, so that the crews only have the booms on one side to guide them. However, the umpire launches a good guide as well, because he will always be coming down the middle. So both crews moved apart now, well into their stations as they come past the mile and the 8th there towards the approaching the enclosures.
And we have a race on here. This is no procession, this is a contest. They're going stroke for stroke, oar for oar, bicep for bicep. And the gladiatorial nature of Henley racing is showcased beautifully here. You would not want to pick a winner from this point.
Absolutely not. Thames are giving it everything to keep in touch here. This is a close race, an excellent race from both crews, who are really pushing on now as they come towards the final section of the race here.
And to what extent, in a situation like this, Fiona, in a tight race like this at Henley, to what extent are you aware of the opposition crew, in particular the cocks, but not just the cocks?
Well, the guys in the boat should be keeping their absolutely focused on the race, and the cox is the person that's calling it, and she or he is the person that really is motivating the crew, telling them exactly where they are, and the rowers need to keep absolutely focused on their task.
In which case here it is she, Prudence Seaward, keeping the tempo for Kingston, and Hannah Burke for Thames D. Kingston with an advantage, still short of a length, I think. There's no clear water between them, but it is, by this stage of the race, a substantial, a significant advantage. They wouldn't anticipate being rowed down from here, but equally they will be aware that there is still hard labour to be gone through.
Yes, indeed, and every muscle will be aching now as they're pushing way into that pain threshold. They'll be just hoping the finish will be coming shortly as they're pushing on now for the final section of this race.
Eventually, these red and white hoops are prevailing. Kingston have been kept honest all the way by Thames in a really good race here in the Thames Challenge Cup. No quarter asked or given. It's come down to the last 400 or 500 metres, but now the outcome is clear, and it is Kingston Rowing Club who progress from this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup as Thames D follow them home. And there is the angst-ridden, wearied smile that tells the whole story. So we are into the Temple Challenge Cup now, race 52. We have the Berkshire Station, Imperial University from the United States, in blue and white, and in blue, black and grey nearer to us on the Buck Station, Imperial College London. So this, I fancy, will be a really good Anglo-American competition. Columbia University from the city of New York in a competition, a cup, which has been won in 6 of the last 10 years, Fiona, by Americans, plus 1 Canadian, a Dutch and a couple of Oxford Brook successes, but this has a great recent American tradition.
Yes, it does. We get a good representative of American crews in this event, and they do love coming over to Henley. It is a unique regatta. So there's some very strong competitions, you say, from America, and we've had a range of winners, which I think is fantastic and strong for the sport. But Imperial are a very strong club and should hopefully be giving Columbia a really good run for their money. Both crews are now settled into their rhythm. A few ducks in the way there, but both are steering well and not causing the umpire any concern at the moment.
Columbia on the Berkshire side, that is closer to the Ducks, and indeed to the great majority of the spectators who are enjoying a shirt sleeve order day. Indeed, many of them there with their toes dangled in the river. Columbia, whose boathouse is at the confluence of the Harlem and Hudson rivers, one of the most beautiful spots in New York City, coached by Scott Olwyn. And having gone off pretty impressively here against Imperial, for whom this is their second-ranked student crew. So Romain Barnou, the stroke. I was looking at the Imperial website just last night, and there are a few anecdotes and less than complimentary lines written by each of the oarsmen about the other. Romain Barnou, in common with many strokes in world rowing, it says, is universally accepted as a nutter. Perhaps you have to be.
Well, if you're going to lead your crew through, you know, really tight, tough racing, you've got to be fairly committed and willing to give 110%. So the guys behind you know that you're going to lead them to the very best of your ability. Certainly that's what he's doing here.
Brooks were the champions of the Thames Challenge Cup last year. Imperial, their regular rivals, are finding the going tough here against very impressive, smooth, confident-looking Columbia University 8.
Yes, they're looking very measured now as they come down to the finish here. Very controlled, not losing any of that technique as they cross the finish line.
Columbia University, in the end, by perhaps just more than a length from Imperial College, and it is the Americans who progress.
Start to finish. All safely.
Starts like this. Attention.
Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Berkshire Station. College of the USA, and the Bucks side, Winchester College. Bristol, of course, train on the Charles River, fourth in the men's youth eights at the head of the Charles. Despite a crash, they recovered memorably and make much of it in their internal publicity. Winchester College, who were beaten by American challengers in this event last year. Montclair High School beat them by 2/3 of a length, a tight race in 2014. The early stages, burgundy and gold is Boston.
We've just got the edge now over Winchester, but it's still a very close race. Both crews rowing well there, and like many of the Americans, the Boston crew have been over here before Henley, competing at one or two British regattas, just to become familiar, and would have been training here. But it's a tricky course for both crews to steer, but both doing staying in their water. Good clean race at the moment.
How do you read the state of school rowing, GB, vis-a-vis USA?
Our rowing programs are slightly different, but I mean, I think in Britain, our junior rowing at schools and in clubs is really growing and blossoming. So we have tremendous strength and depth now. So I think say the two systems are a little bit different, and certainly when the Americans here come over here, we're seeing some of their best crews, I'm sure, from their schools, and it's great to see such a wide range of clubs, of schools, sorry, coming over to wanting to compete at this regatta.
It's Eton who won this Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup last year, beating St Edwards in the final. Last 6 winners have been Eton, Eton, Abingdon, 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 Eton.
Yeah,
so it's been a bit of a duopoly.
Yeah, and it's that demonstrates the strength and depth of British school rowing. Eton are a very strong school, and they have fantastic facilities over at Dorning.
It is Boston who've pulled comfortably clear of Winchester here. They have clear water. They have a good view of their opposition. They have, in fact, everything in their favour, and they will begin to have the sound of the swelling crowds echoing in their collective ear, which will be a source of great encouragement and uplift as the body begins to ache. What a wonderful sound that must be for an oarsman.
Yes, and hopefully they can just enjoy this experience now. They've got the race won, they can relax, conserve a bit of energy if possible for their next round, and just enjoy this experience as they row up to the finish, clear winners in this race.
Now, one suspects showing too many of their cards. Bristol College High School are across the finish line, well ahead of Winchester College and Progress in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. So the Wyfold Challenge Cup for coxless fours, and in this race, this heat, we have on the Berkshire station Upper Thames Rowing Club A, and on the Bucks station Royal Chester Rowing Club. Bucks, therefore, the right-hand side of the screen as we look at it. It's Royal Chester. Upper Thames, again, nearest to the bulk of the crowd. Upper Thames, the defending champions. Last year they went through victories against Agecroft, Fulham Reach, Thames, and then Tideway Scullers in the final. Locals, of course, based at Remenham. They will have the local favour for what, Fiona, that's worth, and I guess it may be worth something.
Yes, it is, but for most of the year the booms are not in, so they'll just be training up and down this course, sorry, up and down this stretch of the river. But it's only in July or late June when the booms actually go in that they can actually begin to train on this or get familiar with this course. But yes, they had a fantastic year last year, winning both, say, the Wyfold and the Britannia. So see how they can get on this year, whether they can progress today towards winning again this year.
Go! So they are away, and again this immense physical effort that's required over the first 5, then 10, then 20 strokes to establish momentum and speed. And of course, steering, another potential complication over these first 1 or 200 metres.
Yes, indeed, there. Royal Chester moving over into the centre, just beginning to correct, hopefully, and move back. But as you say, because this is a coxless boat, where one of the crew is actually steering with his foot, so he steers uses a rudder that's attached to his foot plate to actually steer the crew, which is quite tricky as he's doing that as well as rowing.
Royal Chester are being steered from the stroke seat by Henry McGarver, and Upper Thames from the bow by Daniel Boddington. Is there a rationale behind that?
Well, crews will just generally look to the best person, because some people are more skilled in steering than others. But there are things that can help the steersman as well. Obviously, you've got the booms down the side, but there are markers off the start as well. So as long as you can use those markers to help you steer straight, and the umpire launch, as I said, is in the middle of the river. So there are strategies you can use to help you maintain a good course. But of course, as you get tighter, that becomes more difficult.
So it's Upper Thames, the defending champions, furthest from us then, and now to our right, closest to the Berkshire bank, who established a lead over the first quarter, half mile or so. And that is the picture which shows you what sort of a day we've got. Heat haze, which is glorious for spectators, potentially sapping for athletes.
Yes, indeed, it is a very warm day for some of the athletes, but Upper Thames seem to be rowing well and not letting the weather disturb them. They look to be about probably a length ahead now as they're stretching out here. Again, keeping the stroke really long and strong. Just correcting their steering again to pull them back on course.
Stroked by James Hansen, Lawrence Manning in the 3-seat, Jason Turner, and in the bow, Daniel Boddington. And Royal Chester stroked, as mentioned, by Henry McGarver, Peter Dean, Joe Fletcher Hunt, and Henry Hart in the bow. Just a couple of weeks, actually, since a very successful Chester regatta, rowing, of course, on the River Dee. But it is the home crew here who appear to be, if not entirely dominant, certainly a slightly pre-eminent position.
Indeed, they've now drawn away from Royal Chester and getting clear water. And that makes it harder for Royal Chester because their Upper Thames are now out of their direct sideline. So they are now pulling away. And if Royal Chester are going to get back on terms, they're going to have to push hard to close that gap.
And it is a race, though, that is going to keep the leaders honest. It's not one on which Upper Thames can take any liberties. They're going to have to show their cards. There can't be any easing up.
No, and I was just watching their steering there, Peter. They got very close to the booms. They've just steered away now, but their blades almost touch the wooden booms there, and they are very unforgiving. So the crews definitely want to stay away from those, otherwise you can break your oar, or certainly at worst, or at best disturb your rhythm. But they've settled back now. But perhaps that's given Royal Chester a bit of an opportunity to sneak back up. Certainly the distance between the crews has decreased.
Substantially. Royal Chester have bitten back here, and this is a really spirited effort.
Yeah. And we're just going past Upper Thames Club now.
There'll be a bit of bellowing going on.
I'd imagine so. There'll be an awful lot of people there supporting them. But this is turning into a really good close race now.
This is a fantastic recovery from Royal Chester, who have reeled in the champions and favourites and are threatening to get up alongside as the enclosures move into view.
Yes, indeed. Royal Chester certainly haven't rolled over. They've really pushed on in that middle section there and definitely back on terms. You can see the bowman there just looking round, seeing where Upper Thames are so that he can make the calls. So again, keeps the, instead of the cocks making the calls, you'll have one of the crew. So he will be telling them where their opposition is and when to push, so that they are hopefully timing their race plan exactly as planned.
Well, if Royal Chester's plan is indeed what we're seeing unfolding in front of us, then it was a courageous plan, leaving themselves as much work to do as indeed they appeared to do. Can you see anything in either set of blades, which is a clue to what might occur over the last portion of the race?
Well, at the moment, both are rowing cleanly. We can see Royal Chester there in a close-up. There's no splash. The catches, the all work is very clean. And at the moment, it looks like Upper Thames are going to hang on to this race. So Royal Chester are allowed to push back, but both crews rowing well there, maintaining the length of stroke and keeping the blade work clean.
Thames appear to have held off the assault. There was perhaps mildly worrying moment for them when Royal Chester seemed to be nibbling away at that advantage and almost clawed it back, but there was the strength of character, and indeed the sheer physical strength in the Upper Thames A boat to respond to that threat and to pull clear again. now with the end drawing nigh, it would seem that their lead has turned out ultimately to be an unassailable one. So the champions are ready to go through, but Royal Chester have given them a right royal run for their money here. A very good race to be absorbed by those 5, 10, 15 thick rows of spectators between the grandstands and the river. Here come Upper Thames Rowing Club A to win it by a pretty minimal margin from a very spirited Royal Chester Rowing Club. This is the Britannia Challenge Cup. At the Berkshire station we have the Quintin Boat Club. That's furthest from us. Blue and white. To us, the Stratford-on-Avon Boat Club in crimson, black and white on the Bucks station.
And the difference with this event that isn't necessarily obvious is that both these crews have coxes, but they are what we call bow loaders, so they're the coxes furthest from us, steering the boat, which gives them a very good view of the course, but as I say, almost obscured from our vision. You can just see
Stratford, who are back at Henley after a prolonged period of absence, haven't been represented here for a decade, are beginning as if they mean to make up for that gap. They have come startlingly fast out of their starting position, and they have already established a substantial lead on Quintin Boat Club, who row out of the University of Westminster Boathouse close to Chiswick Bridge. Already have perhaps half a boat length, maybe more, deficit to concern them. And certainly Stratford look the tidier.
Yes, they do, Pete, and they seem to be just stretching out a little bit now as they settle well into their rhythm. And the cox will be making the calls from her position there, or his position in the bow. It's her, sorry, Rebecca there. Say the bow load is great because she can see the course well, but when they're ahead they can't see where their opposition is so clearly. But she's steering a good course, and Stratford will look to be the stronger of the two crews at the moment.
And for the uninitiated, Fiona, a good course, what would you consider a good course from the respective stations?
Well, as straight as possible, and you're using the rudder as little as possible. Every time the cox touches the rudder, it will affect the speed of the boat. So he or she is trying to minimise the amount they have to use the rudder. Now, the way the crew pull and the way that, the weather will impact on the course of the boat. But a good course is the one where you are minimising that use of the rudder and just keeping the boat straight as possible.
And although there's clear water here and likely to be for the duration of the race now, when steering, do you take into account at all the position of your opposition?
Absolutely. So now she's getting clear water. She may move over a little bit so that the crew behind is wearing what we would call the dirty water. So you see when the oars come out the water, it creates disturbance in the water. If the crew behind is rowing in that disturbed water, it's not so, it can unsettle their rhythm a little bit, but it's and affect them. So definitely a good crew can use tactics once they're far enough out ahead.
Next, as you say, Stratford by Rebecca Stokes. James Rowe, see to us in the stroke seat, James Reeder, Ben Twiney and Mark Jinks in the bow. And it's a tough experience now for Quintin Boat Club, clocked by Lisa Gove, with Owen MacDonald at stroke, Robert Williams, Jonathan Brown and Max Murdoch. I've heard a lot of talk today about crews like this one who are leading by a distance, perhaps leaving something in the locker, not showing their cards. Is that a part of their mindset now?
Absolutely. You don't want to exhaust yourself more than necessary. So these guys know that barring a major incident now, they will be progressing to the next round. They'll be wanting to conserve energy. So just keep themselves ahead and make sure they succeed, succeed in that win. But just as you say, keep that bit in reserve in their locker for tomorrow's racing. They certainly do look very comfortable now out in front, just stretching out there. Not a particularly high rate. They don't need to. They've got this race, as I say, fairly much in the bag, and they're just looking long and strong.
In terms of this event, as mentioned, there really isn't much form or recent history upon which to judge Stratford, but they've had a couple of notable results this year. Perhaps most notable fourth in the elite cox tours at Wallingford.
Yes, they've been out racing at a number of the major, what we call multi-lane regattas, so where the crews are racing 6 abreast. So they've been to Metropolitan, which was earlier last month, Wallingford and Marlow. So the crew have certainly been out there racing some of the best crews that they can in preparation for competing here at Henley. And you say we haven't heard much of Stratford, but it's great to see the whole range of clubs come through. Again, it shows the strength across the sport.
And indeed the draw of the event.
Absolutely.
Lovely to see it freshened and refreshened year by year with the re-arrival of old favourites. Princeton Boat Club, whilst they know that their involvement in this event is going to end very shortly, will be themselves proud to have been a part of it, and indeed buoyed through these painful final metres by this supportive, uplifting crowd. But it is Stratford upon Avon Boat Club on their return to the Henley Regatta after 10 years away, who win at the expense of Quinton Boat Club, who cross the line now.
Chop it up. Keep pushing. Right up. Your hand is down.
The Temple Challenge Cup. Berkshire Station. We have Princeton University from New Jersey, USA, to us in this All-American Derby. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, also from the USA, from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Princeton, who won this event in 2009, with 6 American winners in the last 10 years. Go Princeton Tigers, they say. And what a thrill to reunite with an old friend. Long time no see. Double Olympic gold man, Tom James. How are you enjoying it, Tom?
Very good. What a fantastic day. Very hot and trying to find shade, but it's quite hot at the moment out here. But yeah, it's a very exciting day. Obviously a lot of races back to back, so it's getting to see a lot of good races. And here 2 very classy American crews come over. And the Americans, when they do come over, they only come over with top-notch outfits. So always get to see good crews when they bring them over.
But, if you are joining us live in the USA, well, good day to you. I hope you're enjoying the early stages of this East Coast derby, and indeed the capacity to watch it from wherever you are in the world. There are the familiar vests of Princeton. On the Berks side, that's nearest to the roaring crowd. We'll hear the Remenham roar again before too very long. Kingston coxed by David McFall. James Steen is Stroke, Jonathan Lord, Seb Grimberg, Jan Bernhardt, Augustin Wambersi, Ryan Mader, Douglas Guyot, and in the bow, Leo Tock. And, Massachusetts there coxed by Ali Finkelstein, Stroke Thomas Altman, Michael Tucker, Lee Mount, Luke Koblan, Chris Schleifler, Peter Augustiak, Chris Knapp, and Jake Liguori is in the bow seat.
So this is what you ideally want in the ace race. Just get out, get into a nice strong rhythm, and then look back at your opposition as you just move away. And it makes such an advantage in a two-horse race, in a side-by-side race like this, when you do get the advantage early on. You can just sit tall, feel composed, just feel in charge of the race, and then that helps bring the rhythm down, so you can deal with. You can see quite choppy water there, and just helps you just glide through. The thing about rowing is that obviously you can look back at your opposition. If you're in the back, then you can't see them, so you're constantly worried, you're constantly looking over your shoulder. And you'll see if you look at Princeton there, the race just a little bit high, a little bit chased, doesn't allow you to get composed, to get that easy rhythm that you want when you look at those crews in charge in the front.
So Princeton, even at this relatively early stage, you think can be setting themselves to row within themselves?
Yeah, I think early on in the regatta, then it's you don't want to be expending yourself. You want to get out. Obviously, the first race is always a bit nervous. You're always going to be a little bit tense. You don't know what the opposition are going to be like. So you just want to have a good, clean start. So it's good to get out of the system. Once you get into a position advantage, then you can just relax, take your foot off a little bit. Let the boat come home. You've got big races to come. Particularly in the ace races, it's going to get tough as you get towards the end of the week. So really keep your reserves a little, keep your powder dry a little bit.
Massachusetts are back at Henley for the first time since 2009, but it's been a short-lived return in this event because it is Princeton University, New Jersey, USA, who progress in the end with ease. Massachusetts following them home. Little doubt that they will be amongst the favourites as the week grows older. The Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, and on the Berkshire station it is Monmouth School, the yellow,
Attention!
Bucks, College, unmistakable Eton Blue, the defending champions, the Prince Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Eton College beat St Edwards in the final last year. I'm sure most of you around the world are very well aware of Eton College, but if you're not, it is considered, if not to be the school, certainly one of the schools of the English nation. It's room for 1,300 boys in Windsor, and amongst its many strengths since its foundation in 1440 is certainly rowing. And it is indeed Eton who have opened up an early advantage on Monmouth, a great and historic school in its own right, with some rowing alumni, including Charles Wiggin and Tom Lucy and Robin Williams, who you know well.
Yes, I do. He was my first senior coach at Cambridge, so he sort of set me up at university, and I think he's a very technical. He's got a very good understanding of the sport, and I think I'm personally very grateful to how I came into it at Cambridge. But yeah, Eton obviously is a very established school. They've got fantastic facilities, but more importantly, over the last 4 or 5 years, I think they've developed a culture of developing school kids throughout the years, so they keep churning out very fast eights. And these things, they come and go. Some schools will have their good days, some have their lower times. Eton is certainly on the up at the moment. They keep churning out very good outfits, and very good individuals. The most recent, obviously, is Stan Ludis, who you'll see in the team at the moment, one of the most promising athletes in the British team. And like I said, Eton, they're at the top of their game at the moment. I think the last 4 or 5 years, it looks like they're stretching out to a nice lead, and they're showing the class they've had the last few years.
There are some boys very much on the cusp of becoming men. Some hefty, broad athletes. You can certainly have a substantial weight advantage in this race. I don't know how much you read into that, Tom, but average 13.8 as opposed to Monmouth's 12.11.
Well, I've always got to back the lighter crews on those, because I was never the one of the heaviest ones. But it's always a good rough indicator. If you don't know anything else about the crews, and weight turns out, you usually assume that the power goes along with the weight, and you'll be better to deal with the rough water or whatever the circumstances, and it generally correlates. But if it's a fine line, if the crews are within half a stone of each other, it's not a clear indicator. I know there's a lot of focus on the boat race when it comes to the weight, but I don't know what the results say, but for me it's less of an indicator.
Certainly, yeah, the famous Oxford-Cambridge University boat race makes great play about the weights. Let's face it, devotes a whole day to them.
It does. It's a nice showpiece. And it's quite good because there's a point of sort of confrontation, isn't it? You can get the crews out facing each other. And certainly, I mean, for something like, and to be honest, when you've got nothing else to go on, and that's races like this, you turn up on the day and you just don't know what the opposition is like. You go on as much as you can, and weight, okay, in that case is one factor, but that's what makes the racing so tense. When you turn up on the start line, you just don't know what the opposition is going to be like. And it's the same for this regatta to a certain extent. Now, okay, got to feel a little bit bad for Monmouth. They know as soon as the draw came out and they saw they're up against Eton, right, okay, the first race is going to be tough. But as the regatta progresses and you get crews where you're not going to see, particularly in international crews, and school level we see a lot of American crews, we're seeing some German ones come over now. You just don't know what they're going to be like. So on the start line, that's where that part of that sort of getting your head right, how you're going to approach the race. Do you back yourself in the first half, get up into a lead, and then be able to sort of control the race, but then maybe come into pressure in the second half? Or do you back yourself to get into an early rhythm, get control of your rhythm early without overdoing it in the first half, and then sort of ease through and see how the opposition are, so you can then adapt later on? Eights is always tricky. You've got more factors. But it certainly makes the sort of the start line experience very, very hard for the athletes to do it.
And so, having spent some time discussing in previous races how it is for a crew which is well in front, talk about now the thought process of Monmouth, for whom, as you say, the draw was a tough one. They were always up against it, and these last 400 or 500 metres, could be painful. Must they try to enjoy it? Or is that asking too much?
Everyone always tells you, remember to enjoy it. So it's obviously
nobody's
not going to be enjoying
this.
it. It's something you never talk about. You never talk about, well, what do we do when we're down? Okay, if you're still within reach, you want scenarios where you keep focusing the boat, whatever, you have certain moves, what technical things so you can keep in touch. When the margin's big, I mean, what does the clock say? I think if you've got a good culture in the team, you want to be thinking ahead. Not going to be thinking ahead, but you want to have a good culture. You want to be putting your effort in, still show a good race, commit to what you've done in the season, show what you're capable of, and even if no one else cares and is important to you as a crew, I think, and your experience as a crew, and I think that that's very important. But it's a hard one. There's no way you enjoy that. But it's about making the best of those situations, and if that's the standard you're at, then that's what you've got to be comfortable with.
Well, for Eton, it is indeed jolly boating weather, and they are maximising their moment. Eton, who've won this 3 times out of the last 6. The current champions are easing up to the line and into the Thursday of Henley Regatta, and Monmouth School, who have made the Thursday 4 times in the last 10 years, are packing their bags 24 hours earlier. Determined though they clearly are to finish spiritedly, their coxswain sparks exhorting them to flash over the finishing line with as much verve as they can summon. It's Eton comfortably.
Three chairs for Walmer. Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray! Ready, please.
Super white cap here. Henry. Do it again. Yeah.
Thames Challenge Cup. On the Berkshire side, it is League Rowing Club. Orange, sky blue, and hunter green. It is Green Lake B crew from the USA, from Seattle, Washington, whose philosophy, it says, is pull hard, go fast, have fun. My understanding of competitive rowers is that there's only fun to be had by winning.
I think that is the nature of the racing. It's pretty cutthroat. I mean, you obviously, when you go into the sport, when you go into races, you know you're going to lose some races. You never want to admit it to yourself, and that's something you've got to prepare for. Actually, some of the, for me anyway, the biggest losses I had have been the most educational ones. And that's part of the roster. When I was at King's racing here, it was I got to the Thursday once, so my school time was not quite that successful. But here you see, when you get the US crews come over, they're always going to be tough outfits because they only send the crews over when they're of a decent, when they're performing at home, and I think we're seeing a bit of that here today.
Of course, Lee Rowing Club, a very popular club out of Clapton in East London, if you like, and I say this advisedly and coweringly, the unfashionable end of the Thames, at least historically speaking, though of course less so since the London Olympics of 2012 revived that part of our capital city. They think of themselves as East London's finest. Go the Orange, and indeed the Orange are going over the early stages and indeed up towards the enclosures now. Significant advantage on the guys from the Emerald City, all the way from Seattle, big sporting city, and a full length, perhaps a little bit more down.
Yeah, do you think you can see when you're just down? You see the grimace on the faces. It's so much harder, and that's where you've got to be really tough as a unit. When, particularly in the stern of the boat, the length of an 8 is 20 metres, which makes it even further. If you're in the bows, you can look over and still see the other crew in touch. It's worth just giving some voices down the boat, a bit of volume, so that you feel connected as a unit. So that 20 metres feels a little bit shorter. But again, here you can just see they're trying. At least they're sticking in some big strokes. They're trying to get the rate up, trying to put some boat speed on here. But for Lee Rowing Club, obviously, getting out into the lead, able to let the boat run and just enjoy it. Get the claps as you come through. This is what Henley's about. Enjoy some of the summer, feeling good as the boat sits tall. Just enjoy the last run in.
Wonderful sense of unity, togetherness here from those in orange. It's their second-ranked club boat. Top crew in the Britannia Cup. Drawing on athletes from their Learn to Row scheme. They've certainly learnt to row. The Henley Rowing Club will be here in the Thames Challenge Cup on Thursday. And Green Lake Crew B will not. Boxless fours now in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We have the Berkshire station, the HSBC Rowing Club. And from Germany, on the Bucks side, Dresdner Rudeverein from the city of Dresden.
So HSBC just having to correct their steering. And in fact, this is the hard aspect about this race with no cocks. You're just going off the beams to your right and left for the steersman. It's very hard, particularly off the start when there's the easiest moment to steer the boat. You're trying to pull hard, you're trying to get into your rhythm. The crew is lurching a little bit from side to side because of the start of the race. And you just saw the crews come around there. So that's one of the hardest sort of aspects of this event.
HSBC being steered from the bow by John Davis, and the boys from Dresden by their stroke, Yannicka.
Yeah, so you can just see the German crew there just easing out to a much stronger rhythm, letting the boat run. HSBC got off nice and quick. They got off start there, obviously very aggressive. Thought they'd try and take a little bit by surprise, get a little bit of a margin. But now you can see just the Germans just letting it run. A bit more time, and it looks like a stronger rhythm. Now you never know how much work people are putting in. And so from a rower's eye, you're always trying to look for, who's got the easiest rhythm, who looks like they got the most run. For HSBC, they're trying to look a little bit tired, a little bit ragged. It's, still in touch though, and at this point in the race, if you're still in touch, well, it could be anyone's game.
big year for the Dresden Rowing Club. The Elbow River, 125th anniversary year. They love to mark it by making a mark on Henley. Certainly this week in their year is beginning on the face of it profitably. HSBC with already an awful lot to do here.
Yeah, I think the last sort of 300 or 400 metres, the margins just opened up a little bit. I think it's the strength of the risen and Dresdner crew. You just let the boat run, and if you got more time, you got more time to recover, and then you got more time to prepare, so you can actually get hold of the water around the front. The more grip you get right there, the more you got something to anchor onto, in a stronger position to then lever the next stroke. So it's very cyclical. Look over at HSBC while they're a little bit rushed there. Just as they come into the front, which means they don't get hold of the water quite as well. It means everything's a little bit more tense, so you don't get that sort of benefit of recovery, and then that benefit of being able to prepare for the next stroke quite as well.
Just talk, Tom, please, about the configuration of the blades here, which are different between the two crews. What would the thinking be?
Yeah, so when you get crews put together, obviously in an ideal world you've got everyone equal on bow side and stroke side, and you can just put your combinations together. But the seats, where you sit in the boat, it can be very different every time, and each seat requires a different quality. And finding the right athlete for those seats can be quite tricky. Fortunately, in rowing, you can have different combinations. You can have stroke, bow, or you can have, in this case, in Dresden boat, stroke, and then two people on bow side. So this dual combination. It just gives you a bit of extra flexibility. There is also a theory, and it sort of proves quite correct, that actually having it this way, it means the boat runs straighter, and the work that you're putting in is going to be pushing the boat straighter, and so ultimately more efficient. So actually this should be the quicker combination. I think it works well in forwards. You see it in eights as well, and see it more and more in eights. I think it's less of a benefit in eights, but it just gives you a bit more option of what you want to do with seating people in the boat, really.
Well, certainly these four look very comfortable. However they are configured, there's a security of stroke, an unmistakable harmony, and a certain ease.
Yeah, and it's just not, it's a good sort of dominant stroke. You can see they just, looks like they're taking their time about it, but what that means is they can then get hold of something, so they can put big strokes in and send the boat on. And you just see the shoulders are down, it's relaxed, it's rhythmical, everything moves quite loosely, so it flows, the boat moves through the water more easily. And again, this is what you can do. This is the advantage of being up in front. You can sit tall, you can feel dominant, and then you've got that extra bit of adrenaline of just being in a race, but you can do what you do in training. It's not complicated. When you're side by side, then you get pressure. That's when you tense up a little bit. That's when the rate is maybe artificially a little bit high. You get out to the front, and everything looks so much easier. Boat run, and if you look at the stern, so the end of the boat to the left, it just runs through each of the strokes. It joins up very easily.
Well, it's easy to look pretty when you feel pretty. Less so when one begins in a contest like this to feel ragged. The German boat from Dresden has been anything but ragged, and maybe one just to keep an eye on as we move into Thursday and possibly beyond. Dresdner, Rüdeverein comfortably through at the expense of HSBC Rowing Club. We're back in the Henley Challenge Cup, and on the Berkshire station here we have Wallingford Rowing Club. It's quadruple sculls, as you can see. Wallingford on the Berkshire station in scarlet and light blue, and the Buck side is the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. Wallingford, of course, Oxfordshire, the home amongst others to, saying it, Oxford University's training camp.
It's okay, you can mention it.
That's the last time. They have access to a terrific 10-kilometre stretch of water, one of the longest usable stretches for rowers on the Thames. And RGS High Wycombe, who train and race at Marlow, coached by Jeff Baker, an old boy of the school, and a Commonwealth Gold medal winner way back in 1958.
So the Forley is a great event. Standards usually very high. I think in this category, so technically under 18, but you see a mix of schools and clubs. So you really get a breadth across the country of everyone able to participate. And as I said, the standard is usually very high, so you get very competitive races. I think, for Britain, this is where we're seeing a lot of scullers come through to compete where we didn't have maybe 10 years ago. And if you look at the British standard, we've now got a very successful quad. And I think, this is a great channel for feeding into that future generations. This event has come on strength to strength over the last 10 years.
Here's the crew from Wycombe, a slightly more local crew who are into an early advantage. Again, and I don't want to revisit it habitually, and for the sake of it, they do carry a weight advantage of about 1.5 stone. 12.4. That's pretty hefty for lads of this age.
I think in this case, then yeah, that's a margin. But again, I mean, if you look at the standard, so squad crew boat rowing in this nature in a boat in a quad like this, it's quite hard to get it right. You're more confined than in rowing. You've got to still have that ease of movement in rowing, but it's much harder to get that sometimes. That sort of sense of flow, just because of your constraints, and everything feels tight. You've got too many oars always going on. There's a lot of different sort of moving parts. And if you look at Wycombe and before, you saw the same thing. Okay, they're keeping the boat quite lively. So obviously it's still a race going on here, but it's just keeping it high, keeping it moving along.
Wallingford, one of those crews who did have to come through the qualifiers. Reaching this stage was in itself a substantial achievement. But their stay here, it would appear, is going to be relatively short-lived. They've stayed close enough to the RGS High Wycombe 4 to feel a certain amount of pride in performance, indeed plenty of that, but it is RGS High Wycombe who go through, and Wallingford Rowing Club, whose participation in the Henley Challenge Cup of 2015 is complete. Now this is a rearranged race we're bringing you now, just before the tea interval.
Get ready, please.
It is from the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup.
Go!
And, on the Berks station from Osnabrück, Germany, we have the A2 who caused the hold-up and the rescheduling of this race, because they, like some of their compatriots, were caught up in the industrial action in Calais overnight and didn't arrive till the early hours of this morning, and were spared their early start and allowed to slot themselves into the schedule now, and they are taking on the London Oratory School. Germans in the predominantly red rowing vests, furthest from us, and with the early advantage.
I think this is the first time the London Oratory School have qualified for the PE. So this is, if I'm correct, quite a historic moment for the school in stepping up its rowing campaign. So, for the athletes, this is a great experience to be able to race at Henley, being able to experience it and put your best unit together to come out to this established event is a big thing for the school. So, that's a massive celebration in the first place.
It is for London Oratory. I wonder, it's nobody's fault, these things happen, but I wonder how disruptive to London Oratory it might have been to find out at the last minute that their race had been rescheduled through no interest or fault of theirs.
I think, it certainly can be, and if you're preparing for a certain time and you've gone through your sort of routine, depends how close to the race your preparations are, particularly if you started to do pre-race warm-ups or actually start, building up, and maybe if you got down and put your boat on the water. And I've certainly been in races where, for a number of reasons, whether it was equipment failure or there's a last-minute crew change, maybe because somebody's ill from the opposition. You have to be adaptable. I think you have to be flexible, particularly with your attitude. You don't want to be too constrained in how everything should plan out, because ultimately, most things don't go to plan. Actually, one thing I've sort of learnt over the years is the best crews are the ones who learn how to execute and deal with it in the last two weeks leading up to a race, dealing with some of these unknowns, and they always come out, particularly with big races, always things you never plan for. It's about just sort of dealing with them as they come along.
I was hearing earlier today that Rijksgymnasium Osnabrück have had the privilege of racing, or at least training alongside the German National 8, which would have been a great thrill for them, a source of encouragement.
Yeah, and to have that sort of opportunity, the German National 8 is a fantastic outfit. They have the British crew, fortunately, the last 3 years, I think, has turned them over more times than the other way.
He said with a smile.
It's always, particularly the last race in Italy, was very good, very good. But the Germans, they're the first international 8 to really understand how to consistently win 8s at top level and turn those results over again and again. So many times we see, particularly in big Olympic events and big occasions, just crews turning up and getting it right that year, or maybe even that season, but not having that consistency. And the Germans are the first time they do that. So to be able to compete and race, or even train rather, with the German National 8, it's a very good outfit. This is an example of probably that feeding down. These guys are certainly rowing very well, very composed, mature, just letting the boat run in between strokes very easily. It's a nice loose rhythm there.
Cox there, Caroline Dunning, whilst keeping the tempo and remaining vocally focused, permitting herself, in the face of it, a little glance over to the bank to drink in some of the atmosphere. She certainly doesn't have an eye for the Buck Station and London Oratory, who are now quite uncomfortably distant from their perspective.
Yeah, I think at this stage it would be hard to see the Oratory moving back, but it's never nice rowing in wash. I think it's always good form to, if you do get far ahead, make sure you give the other crew some space. I think she's just moving back over to her side of the river just to make sure that it's not washing the crew down. But again, it's just nice looking back, maybe have a look over, enjoy taking a look at the crowds, some of the people in the tents with the Pims. That's probably where they'll be, well, probably not actually, if they're going to be competing tomorrow. Hopefully she should be. Maybe for a drink later, but nice easy rowing for the Germans.
Yep, that's Gymnasium Osnabrück, who won the Student 8s at the Essen Student 8 Cup, one of the landmark events in the German calendar. They've come over to take part in perhaps the landmark event in the British Regatta calendar, and they have made their mark, crossing the line quite substantially ahead of the London Oratory School. We'll follow them in now. And there is a face that tells the story. It hurts. It hurts a whole lot less to win.
Sit up, please, guys. Sit up, please.
So we hope you've continued to enjoy our live coverage of the Henley Royal Regatta, and we will be back with more of the same at around about 5:30, just less than an hour from now. Join us then.
The heritage, the traditions, I definitely found there was a different form of pressure at Henley.
The fact that it's one-on-one with the crowds around makes it very different from any other race we do.
I used to love racing here. I love the side-by-side. It's more gladiatorial.
Attention! Go! Now.
Well, the sun is sparkling on the water. A very good evening to you, and I do mean a very good evening. The Wednesday of the 2015 Henley Royal Regatta is impeccable. It's been beautiful. The conditions have been ideal, bordering on hot. The racing has been good, often close. The ambience is just as the world wants it, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to this corner of the English home counties and to this very special event, this timeless event, which mixes its ancient greatness with a wonderful modernity. And a welcome to somebody you heard in that opening sequence we've all just enjoyed, and that is Great Britain cox Zoe de Toledo. Enjoying it?
Very much so. Great day to be here with the weather. A little bit warmer than perhaps some of these crews are used to. But fantastic to show off Henley now to even more people here on this live coverage we have.
And I hope that you're joining us in North America, because we start the evening session with a race in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup between crews from the USA and from Canada. On the Berkshire side, it is Shawnigan Lake School, Canada. And on Bucks, Bellon Jesuit Preparatory School, USA. In their first ever appearance at the Henley Royal Regatta, Shawnigan Lake School, Canada were the last overseas crew to win this in 2008. They reached the Friday of the event last year, 2014. And they, the Canadians, are furthest from us, and Zoe with a marginal early advantage.
Because it looks like both crews have got out to a pretty clean start there, and you can see that they're all dropping their oars in really nicely in time. It looks very crisp, it looks very clean, there's not much water being splashed up around, and that's usually a sign to a pretty good start. And as you can see there, Shawnigan Lake have really put in some hard strokes and have popped out to an early lead.
Of course, see this racing through the eyes of a cox. What are your thought processes through these first 100, 200 metres?
I think the main thing from a coxing point of view is to really make sure that you get off straight and you're not having to steer, because every time you use your rudder, you are effectively braking the boat. That's how the rudder works, it stops the boat. So that's not something you want to be doing in this fast early part of the race. Mind you, my first ever race at Henley Royal, I was being warned within 3 strokes, so obviously didn't do a terribly good job there myself.
Well, the boys from British Columbia, considered to be, I think, probably the strongest overseas entry in the PE, the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, are certainly living up to that billing in the early part of the first evening race here against Bellon Jesuit Preparatory School nearer to us, who've had a great season of podium finishes at various national and youth championships. including a first in the lightweight men's 8 at the Scholastic Rowing Association of America National Championship. Theirs is a lightweight specialism, rowing out of Miami, Florida. But they are finding the searing pace of their Canadian opponents a little hot to handle over the first quarter of the race.
That's right, Peter. And Shawnigan Lake traditionally only come to Henley if they think they have a strong chance of winning. As you said, they are the last overseas crew to win this event in the PE, the schoolboy 8s. So you know when they turn up that they're going to mean business. They're not going to be here for a little holiday. And they're certainly doing a great job here, stretching out to a pretty commanding lead now.
We have gone beyond now the hottest part of the day. Doesn't feel like it where I'm sitting, but believe me, that is the case. Temperature here in the United Kingdom is rumoured to be, and there are various rumours flying around, rumoured to be the hottest 1st of July on record, which is extraordinary, up above 30, 31, 32, 33 degrees C. Might be meteorological experts disputing that, but it's a good line, and it certainly paints a picture of where we've been at today, and it asks a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, and I think not only just on the water, but off the water as well. The boat tents, where most of the crews store their equipment, store their boats, and have their sort of changing facilities and their showering facilities, are going to be incredibly hot. You know, it's a big marquee, there's a lot of people in there, and that is going to be very uncomfortable, so they're not going to be able to get that much respite from the heat off the water, let alone on the water here out in the sun.
Shawnigan Lake, stroked by Joshua Gatka, with Kevin Sutherland in the bow. Now have what, a length and a half, maybe a little bit more than that. A degree of comfort in which they can, to some extent, luxuriate. There's a length in their stroke here which suggests control, and indeed they do have a grip on this race which is going to be hard for the Americans to unshackle.
This Canadian crew now, you can see a rating slightly lower than their American counterparts. That is, they're taking slightly fewer strokes per minute, which is usually a sign that they're comfortable in their lead and they're prepared to relax a little bit now. They're probably pretty confident that their opposition is not going to come back through them at this point in the race, and they look pretty happy to be where they are.
And of course, the stronger crews, Owen, you know all about this, are rowing not necessarily for today, but for tomorrow, the day after that, and all the way through to Sunday. It's a week-long exercise, and conservation of energy, and keeping an ace or two close to their collective chest will count for something.
Absolutely, these young men have another 4 days of racing ahead of them, especially if conditions continue like this. It's not going to be that easy to make sure they're really well hydrated and make sure they're well recovered. So there's nothing for them here to spend any more than they need to. Best just to sit comfortably and let the opposition throw whatever they can at them, but just stay in comfortable control of the rest of the race.
And now for those who are, individually speaking, fresh to this most singular of regattas, the special minutes, the special yards. Hard yards, yes, but made that much more tolerable and enjoyable as they pass the enclosures by the massed ranks of enthused and enthusiastic spectators who will vocally lift them. Shawnigan in particular, of course, crew well used to being in front, to enjoying such moments, but to have such a good, clear view of their evidently vanquished opponents is in itself buoying, uplifting. And now to treasure the ambience around them, to hear the noise and to feel the clear water and to relax into their moment of triumph. These are moments to cherish. Across the Atlantic and along the Thames, to a comfortable Wednesday win at the Henley Royal Regatta. Shawnigan Lake School, Canada. Watch them carefully, be afraid. They're strong. They're still here on Thursday and probably beyond. Bella Jesuit Preparatory School, follow them home. The Thames Challenge Cup, race 62 of the day.
Attention!
Berkshire side, the University Barge Club from Philadelphia, USA. And Bucks, the Vesta Rowing Club from much closer to home. And the Americans off Schuylkill River in Philadelphia have made the more zestful start, the more purposeful start. A clean getaway and already most of a boat length clear.
I believe that this University Barge Club crew is made up of graduates of quite a few of the Division 1 colleges in the US, so guys who perhaps aren't at their peak fitness, but certainly have been in top level crews and therefore know probably how to race here at Henley, but also know, how to execute a really good game plan, which is what they've done here. I mean, they've cleared out really quickly. They didn't look that tidy going off the start. It looked a little bit scrappy in terms of how they were moving together, but they're obviously a very strong crew.
Which adds credence to the notion that a lot of sport, even this most muscular of sports, is between the ears. Rowing savvy and ability to deal with the occasion, to understand the race, and very evidently the experience of the University Barge Club is and has counted for a lot here, leaving Vesta a long, long way behind. Vesta, one of the traditional Putney embankment boat clubs.
Yeah, this Vesta crew I know isn't one of their top boats and has some guys in it. I know certainly the three-man Ali McCormack, he's a product of Vesta Rowing Club, so he learnt to row there as a novice. And their cox Helen Gray had taken some time out of the sport but has now come back for another crack at Henley. I don't think, unfortunately, this is going to be their year. As you can see here, University Barge look fairly comfortable out ahead there, but certainly a young crew and willing to give it a good go, as you can see from the shots here.
And presumably to learn, if they understood in advance, and I'm not talking in a defeatist manner here, but if they understood in advance that they were likely to be up against it here, perhaps, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, they will have set themselves targets. Lessons to learn. What can we take out of this race?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, when you're racing a crew that you expect to be particularly strong, you are going to go out and try and do something a bit different, so maybe put a bit more into your start. So it might be a slightly unrealistic speed to start off with. It might not be that maintainable, but you've got to do something. You can't just let another crew row away from you. So I think in most of those cases, crews will be prepared to do something a little bit different to what they've done before to make sure they're in the race for as long as they can be.
Michael Kelly there, the cox of the University Barge Club, face to face with Cornelius McPeak, the stroke seat. And again, there is an ease about the stroke now, which is enabled to luxuriate in the knowledge that the result is beyond question now. And another strong American 8 is carrying itself beyond Wednesday into Thursday and very probably beyond what is a very competitive field as ever in the Thames Challenge Cup.
And you can see the water's getting a little rougher now. The wind's been blowing up all day, and it's not that glassy, flat, lovely river that we saw earlier on.
First thing, absolutely.
This is what happens, and you've got to be ready to prepare for any conditions and just go with whatever the river throws at you.
And I suspect that we may have drama of a meteorological nature tomorrow, when the forecast is for potential heavy downpours of the sort that only occur when temperatures reach unusually high peaks in this country. So it could well be that you're boating in the sunshine and hitting the start line in the rain, but that is for tomorrow. It's been wall-to-wall sublime sunshine today, and under these not quite cloudless skies, but nevertheless on this most beautiful afternoon, the University Barge Club, as very much expected, are coasting home to victory and into the next round of the Temps Challenge Cup. The hope is that Vesta Rowing Club, whom really they left from the very beginning, will have derived some satisfaction.
I've got to go anyway.
And indeed learned some racing lessons from this experience. Vesta beaten and the University Barge Club through. The Challenge Cup. And 8s from America and Scotland now on the Berkshire side. It's Hobart College, USA, and the Bucks side from Edinburgh University, coxed by Charlotte Davey, Ross Circuit in the stroke seat. Edinburgh already having fallen some distance behind the crew from Hobart, who are here for the 5th time at the Henley Royal Regatta. Were selected, pre-selected, and are certainly living up to the expectation that such selection suggests.
Yeah, they've got an interesting style of rowing, this Hobart crew. If you look at their oars, you can see that they square them up, so they put them at 90 degrees ready to go in the water very, very late on in the stroke, which is usually something that you need to be quite nimble and athletic to be able to do well. So they look like they're a reasonably well-drilled crew. The Edinburgh crew I know isn't their top crew races in the student coxed fours, but they've had a massive resurgence this year as a club. Their coach, Colin Williamson, is himself, I hope I get this right, a 3-time Henley winner. I know one of those certainly was with me in 2008 at Leander Club, and he's obviously done wonders for the University Boat Club up there.
And his 8 here again, going through a learning experience against formidable opponents. Tell us more about the coach and his coaching style, Zoe. It's interesting to have an inside track.
I don't know him as a coach, I know him as an athlete, but certainly when he was in the boat with me, he had very good boat feel. So even as an athlete rowing in the boat, he was able to comment on what he thought the boat was doing and what he thought we needed to do differently. And that's not something that all athletes are able to do, but also put across well. So that's something, you know, it doesn't surprise me that he's doing well as a coach up there. He certainly seemed to have that ability himself when I was rowing with him.
Here is the Hobart 8, again with a long, confident stroke. Cox there by Sam Zuckerman. The natty shades. Their famous orange and purple. And again, in a position to dominate and to look back at Edinburgh University, who haven't let them go. They've remained always, to some extent, within touch. They've kept Hobart honest, but Hobart have always had enough and give the impression now of possibly just rowing within themselves as they reach the enclosures and close in on certain progress in the Temple Challenge Cup.
There's been some interesting steering from the Edinburgh crew. You can see these cameras are very unforgiving, and I'm not looking forward to my races later on in the week, but you can see she's quite a long way off her station and possibly sitting in the puddles of the Hobart crew, which is going to make their rowing slightly more uncomfortable.
Always a lot more uncomfortable to be behind. The water that much dirtier, especially, as you say, if The line taken by the Cox requires it to be, but that is of little consequence now, because Hobart College, who led from the start, lead through the finish, and they are through to Henley Thursday, leaving Edinburgh University behind them. Wyfold Challenge Cup for Coxless Fours, the Berkshire Station Wolsey Boat Club, and Bucks Quintin Boat Club A, stroked respectively by Alistair Douglas and Matt Denley. Wolsey steered from the bow by Liam Tustin, and Quintin steered also from the bow by Mark Chaplin. Interesting to talk about steering to a Cox in the absence of a Cox here, and the degree of responsibility handed to the oarsman, who has steering to concern him as well.
Absolutely, the Wyfolds can be a very interesting event for that very reason. There's certainly some interesting steering to be seen from some of these crews.
Interesting in inverted commas.
Yes, but exactly. And it can play an absolutely huge part in the way you can progress in the race. You know, if you have a mistake and you crash into the booms, or worse still, you come too far into the centre and crash into the other crew and get disqualified, then that's more or less your regatta over in most cases, certainly. It looks like it's been pretty clean so far here to start off with. I think this Molesey crew is certainly a favourite for this event, and they look pretty comfortable out in front now and dominating this race, so they can, to be honest, they can steer pretty much where they want. As long as they're off the booms, they're going to be safe.
Well, this Molesey crew did finish second in the Elite Coxless Fours at the Marlow Regatta not so very long ago. Winners of the Senior Coxless Fours on the Saturday of the Metropolitan Regatta. And they tell me the domestic favourite for the event. Are you arguing with that?
I'm not arguing. I can't say I know a huge amount about the Wyfolds event, but that's certainly what it appears to be given previous results. And they look pretty comfortable here. They look happy to be sitting out in front. Slightly lower stroke rating, so taking fewer strokes per minute and just allowing themselves to relax a little bit and get the feel for the course and get the feel for the steering and what it's like to be out ahead of another crew like this.
Past Upper Thames, past the 3/4 of a mile mark, and that big red number 1 you can see in the top right hand corner of the screen is a source of great encouragement to the boat on the Berkshire side, one that was posted long before 2 arrived. And again, once past the beautiful verdant green treed area, they will be able to lap up the noise and the atmosphere and the party feel, which dovetails in this unique way with elite sport at the Henley Royal Regatta. Again, we see a crew which has earned the right to coast home.
I think that's absolutely right, and I'm sure they'll enjoy the atmosphere here coming through the enclosures, but also there will have been a lot of noise for them just a little bit lower down at Remenham Club, which is a club that's made up of a number of clubs from the London area, Molesey being one of them, so they will have had what they call the Remenham Roar, they would have heard as they came past there. Now looking fairly comfortable as they come down into the enclosures, and they can really take their time here and just kind of stretch their legs a little bit and start, in a way, cooling down from the quick start they would have had.
How real is that Remenham Roar from an athlete's point of view? I'd have thought from a Cox, it's an interruption, isn't it?
Yeah, I tend to not hear that much of what's around me when I'm coxing, I think, because I'm just hearing the sound of my own voice. But certainly as you come down into the enclosures here, it can be very noisy, and if you're racing on finals day and you're racing particularly against a foreign crew, it can be quite deafening.
In their royal blue and white, pumping away willingly. But whilst their view is of empty water, Wolsey's view is of them, Quinton. And it is an increasingly distant view. Wolsey reached the Friday of the Thames Challenge Cup in 2014, won the Thames Challenge Cup in 2012, looking ready here to put together a substantial challenge for the Wyfold. Boarded with increasing vigour. The Riverside audience, some of them sagely beneath cover and in the shade, others increasingly scarlet in the sunshine. Wolsey Boat Club A bring it home by a substantial margin from Quinton Boat Club A, for whom they will wait and at the appropriate time cheer. Britannia Challenge Cup for Coxed Fours. On the Berkshire side, the Nottingham Rowing Club. And from Sydney, Australia, the Sydney Rowing Club on the Bucks Station. One hand from the River Trent and the other from the Parramatta River. Abbotsford, Sydney. They've come a long way for this. It is an event which has been won in the not too distant past by Australians. Banks Rowing Club won it in 2011. Sydney was semi-finalists last year. Four of the five in the boat finished fourth at the head of Charles, a club with massive tradition and respect, the oldest rowing club in New South Wales. And there are some who are considering them favourites for the Britannia Challenge Cup, and they've certainly gone out as if they mean it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another really commanding lead here from Sydney Rowing Club. And they look very precise, very accurate as they row down towards us in this shot. And you can see that Nottingham behind them are really moving much quicker in terms of their stroke rate to try and stay in this race. But Sydney are just looking back on them comfortably here.
Nottingham did reach Friday last year. Their boat is coxed by Sophie Lee Lawton, includes in the number 2 seat Max Herndon, who's doubling up, racing in both the Wyfold and the Britannia. But his workload is going to be reduced here, evidently, by a majestic-looking Sydney crew, coxed by Kendall Brodie, with Matt Dignan at stroke, Ed White, Tom Gunton, and Steve Pale at bow. And once more, they look entirely untroubled, as if born to this water rather than water on the other side of the globe. That's the sort of picture that makes it all worthwhile coming halfway around the world.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a different view here for the cox of these fours as it has been for the coxes in the 8s races that we've seen previously. They are in the bow of the boat, so at the front of the boat, behind the oarsman, lying down, looking out directly into clear water, whereas in 8s, traditionally, you sit in the stern of the boat facing your stroke man, and you are blocked then by the 8 people in front of you. So it's quite a different feeling, it's quite a different vibe. I don't particularly like coxing like this in the bow-loaded boats because I feel very isolated from my crew. you get to rely on different senses. You have to feel more. You obviously can't see what your crew's doing, and it's impossible to see what the crew behind you is doing, so you have to really rely on your bow person to feed back information to you.
Yeah, it is an entirely different dynamic, isn't it? I mean, just physically speaking, look at that picture. The cox looks like luggage.
Well, absolutely. I mean, many will argue that the cox is luggage wherever they're sitting. But yes, no, it is. It's a very different dynamic, and as I said, I don't like it. You know, you can hear the sound of the bowman's seat sliding back and forth. You can hear the oars clunking in the gates much more because you're that much closer to them, and I find it not a particularly pleasant experience. You can also, unfortunately, see if there's a wave coming towards you about to break over your head, which is also not nice.
Impending gloom.
Exactly.
Well, there's not much gloom impending for the Sydney Rowing Club here. They had their big Henley fundraising dinner last Thursday in order to be able to afford to send their biggest force ever to Henley. They've got 4 crews competing here this year, and this crew looks muscular and smooth and together, and at least in the context of this, their first heat, unconquerable, uncatchable. Warmer day in London than in Sydney today. They will certainly feel at home in these conditions. And it's a tough gig now for Nottingham, out of West Bridgeford on the banks of the River Trent, to keep alive and remain spirited. There's the shortest journey, back up 2/3 of the M1. Sydney Rowing Club will be here for a while longer. And indeed, with this performance, justify their pre-event favouritism. Sydney Rowing Club, with comfort, ahead of the Nottingham Rowing Club. Sydney go through. So the Forley Challenge Cup, and it's San Diego Rowing Club from the USA, who are on the Berkshire station. Beg your pardon, on the Buck station, and on the Berkshire station it is Great Marlow School. And I have new company. Welcome.
Hello, Anna Watkins joining you now. These young lads, they're probably racing in their first Henley Regatta, and it's quite an intimidating experience, I should think, for them. They racing the qualifiers, which Marlow had to do. You're racing one boat down this course, but of course now they've got to the side-by-side race. There's 2 boats, and I can tell you it does feel narrow when you're there. So they'll be pleased to have got off to a clean start. And to be, avoiding those booms, which is what we all worry about at Henley as rowers. You can see now San Diego have taken the lead up about half a length. Bit of a grimace there from Jack Gazer in the stroke seat, and his tongue's out.
They are marginally the heavier crew. There's not a lot between them, and Great Marlow, of course, whose most famous alumnus is none other than everybody's boss here today, Sir Steve Redgrave, who will be delighted to see his alma mater represented for the very first time here. Very special for Great Marlow School to be involved. They have Edward Nunn in the bow seat, Tom Newell at 2, James Wheel at 3, and Dan Magnuson at stroke.
And they're the black and red crew that you can see there. I've had a little look, their results this year. They raced at Bedford Regatta, and they were knocked out by the eventual winners. They only made it through a round, but it was the eventual winners that went on to, that did knock them out. So we haven't really seen what they can do as a crew. This will be a big test for them. They're representing the pride of their school. As you said, it's got an excellent pedigree. They are down a little bit here, but their winter's training will be what sees them through the middle of this race, and we'll see if they can mount a challenge, mount some fight back.
And it is important not to be patronising in a situation like this, but this is a breakthrough for this school and for these guys, and their very participation is a terrific achievement for them, and they are at least keeping San Diego interested here. More than that, it's a tighter race than might have appeared to be the case in the very early stages.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when we see an international crew coming across, you tend to expect that they'll be of a high standard, because in order to make the journey all the way across the Atlantic, it's got to be worth it. So they'll have tended to have had a successful season domestically, and this crew have won the American Southwest Regionals in this crew and fourth at the American National Championship. So that is quite a pedigree for San Diego Rowing Club. And Marlo will know that, and they're going to have to step up a little bit here if they want to make it through to Thursday's day of racing. I should imagine that all their parents are on the bank today. They're local boys, and they'll be very proud to see them as they start to come in front of the main parts of the crowds here. You can see on that shot there's a little bit of wash from the pleasure boats. That's also a big challenge for them. Most of their training they'll have done on calm water, on quiet water, and of course in Henley we don't have a full river closure, so you do get these cruises going up and down, and that presents a challenge for rowers of all standards. You can see the boat rocking there. They'll be trying to keep their blades clear of the water as the wash from the cruisers comes across.
Talking of parents watching, I guess those who haven't been able to make the trip from San Diego are able to enjoy for the first time the opportunity to watch these live pictures. I suppose it's lunchtime or thereabouts in San Diego right now, so I hope that indeed these pictures are going down well wherever you're watching them, in your homes or indeed at your club. Your club are doing you proud, San Diego, with what is now a substantial 3, 4, 5 length lead over Great Marlow as they head up to that glorious collection of trees and beyond the roaring enclosures, who I'm sure will have a very special welcome for these four guys who bear the weight, in a sense, of Sir Steve Redgrave. That is an act which is, of course, more or less impossible to follow, but equally those are shoes which it is a privilege to tread into, and they, I hope, are able to enjoy that privilege on this most special of afternoons for them.
While the result of this race doesn't seem to be in much doubt anymore, neither crew is backing off. I think San Diego want to set a marker, want to see what they can do on this course, maybe send out a message to the opposition that they'll face tomorrow and onwards. And for Marlow, this is their big regatta. This is what they've been building up to all season. They won't have been sure they've made it through the qualifiers. To get here and race today is a big deal for them, and they'll be wanting to have their best race of the season, even if they come in second place. And you can see from the expressions on their faces now, there's grimacing going on. Nobody is backing down. Everybody's going to cross the finish line exhausted in this quad sculls.
And speaking technically, from what you see of San Diego, can you see in them a four that is possibly going to continue to progress?
Yeah, what I really like about San Diego's rowing is that they're, at the beginning of the stroke, they're using their legs and just their legs for the first half of the stroke, and then they accelerate their bodies through in the second half. You can see on the Marlow side, maybe they just open their bodies a little bit at the very beginning of the stroke, and that means that your legs are less effective. So I'd say there's a technical difference between the two crews in standard, and for boys that have probably been rowing for not more than 3 or 4 years, that's a good quad. It's a good leg-driven stroke. They're using the big muscles, their quad muscles, which is the key to speed in this sport, and they're pretty well drilled, as you'd expect to be if you're going to come halfway around the world to race. It's great for the regatta that people want to come and do that.
Well, it is fantastic, and once again it is evident that challengers in all competitions from the other side of the Atlantic are formidable and enhance this event hugely, deepen its competitive nature, broaden its horizons, and provide challenges including this one, which will have been a well-met challenge by Great Marlow, albeit in defeat. It is San Diego Rowing Club from the USA, who progress at Henley 2015, and Great Marlow, whose experience is now over. I'm very happy now to hand you over to one Mr. Gary Herbert. Gary.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm Gary Herbert, and it's my pleasure to be taking you through to the last race of the day, 7:20. So first up, we've got Tyrion Boat Club B and Worcester Rowing Club in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. They're under starters' orders.
Go!
Clean start on this weltering first day of Henley Royal Regatta. Already still 33 degrees in the heat as the Coxless Falls event. This is an event for Club Coxless Falls. Oh, some wayward steering there. And on the right-hand side coming, there's going to be a warning. And if that's, it looks like Matthew Pinsent is the umpire on this race here, warning them because there is, Anna, a bit of an impingement there.
Yes, the crew that you saw on the right of your screens, which was Worcester Rowing Club, came across right into the middle of the course there. But also Tyrion Club went over the same way. So actually both crews got out of the way, and there was no impact with the booms, and there was no contact between the crews. So I think that was a warning, and the race has been allowed to continue. The crews got out of each other's way. You can still see that Worcester Rowing Club is right in the middle of the course there, and I dare say if Tyrion make ground on them, and they'll have to move over and give them a bit of space.
That's a good start from Worcester Rowing Club here. They're not much of a pedigree in the later stages of this regatta, so wanting to change that here. Big marker down against Tyrion Club B crew in this event. Tyrion crew being the alumni club for the University of London. So UL Old Boys. So you see now they're just stretching out in this middle section of the course here. We're through the first timing point, which is the barrier, and Anna, we're out in the middle of the course here now.
Okay, and we're hearing that the steering issues that we saw from Tyrion off the start are something that maybe Tyrion as a club is going to be working on after this regatta, as their A crew hit the booms earlier on today. Tyrion B managed to avoid them just slightly and continue their race, but they are just over a length down at this point. Both crews doing a similar number of strokes per minute, and we can see the rolling, the wash from the umpire's launch coming in to mingle with the, you can see the boats bouncing in the background. And it is a bouncy course today. You can see both boats rocking just a little bit. The breeze is not too significant, I should think.
Some serious steering there. I don't know whether that's just a timing point there, Anna, that they keep veering out into the middle of the course, which they're entitled to do, but you can see them then coming back again onto the booms, onto their station. But when you're that far out in front, you can do pretty much what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's intentional, as you say, Gary. I think that any crew would like to go the shortest distance from A to B down this course, which is, of course, a straight line. It's not an easy job, you know. In this event, it is coxless. That means that one of the rowers, usually the guy in the bow seat in this event, will have wires attached to his foot, and he'll actually have to twist his foot to move the rudder. So he won't be wanting to look round. That'll slow him down. He'll be using the lines of the booms to judge where he is. And of course, there's no other course in the world like Henley, so you don't get to practice it. You don't get to rehearse what it feels like to be between those booms, and you feel very closed in. It feels claustrophobic as a rower, and it makes you panic. Yeah.
So a little bit of head breeze as the crews come up towards the Royal enclosure here, but the damage has been done. Worcester Rowing Club, but in the bow seat, Chris Beach, 2 Ashley Payne, 3 Tim Woodman, stroked by Damien Bradley, opening their 2015 Henley campaign in pretty stylish form, it has to be said. But I would have put the money being on Tyrion, given that, again, the alumni for the University of London Boat Club here, but it's their second crew. So there is a faster a more deadly crew in amongst it in this event for Club Fours, Foxley's Fours.
And this is actually the first competitive race for this crew in this combination for Tyrion, and so they may not have had such high expectations for here, but of course for a lot of the crews we see racing today, making it to an official round of the regatta beyond the qualifiers is their season's goal. So to row in front of the illustrious crowds, in front of those grandstands you see there, is something they've been working towards all season, and this is what they're getting to do. Across the finish line now, Harry.
So Worcester coming through in first place by about 3.5 lengths of clear water. Tyrion B Club into second. Wonderful crowd still here on day one as Worcester go through.
Ready? I will start you like this. Attention.
So we're down now on the start for the opening heat here for Reading Blue Coat School and Salisbury School in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. They're under starters' orders.
Go!
Clean start there from Salisbury School on the Berkshire side, which is to the left of your picture as we're looking. It's going to change around when we are alongside here. A little bit of steering problems there from Reading Blue Coat. Always great in the first 100 coming off the start here. This is the first time, obviously, they've been around for the last few days. They'll be training here. They'll have done these practice starts over the last couple of days. But now it is business time. At the early part of the race here, we're seeing up on the Buckingham side, Reading Blue Coat just having the better of the starts.
And these athletes will be thinking, let's race to the end of the island, let's race to the first marker. They'll want to be trying to intimidate each other, and as you can see, lead opening up there in your picture, that'll give them a lot of confidence. Their heads will be up and they'll be thinking, yes, this week is going our way. We're as fast as we hope to be.
Great head-on shot here, one of the more traditional shots that you will have seen over the years here, as we're now into the middle part of this race here. The river, the course just starts to move out in towards the river here, but no problems here for Salisbury School, for the university from the United States of America, just opening up 2 lengths of clear water as they come down through Upper Thames and on towards Remnant Club.
And this is a familiar story. We had the same thing in the Fawley just a couple of races ago. We have our local boys, Reading Blue Coat School. Their boathouse is on the Caversham to Sonning stretch of the Thames, so just down the river there. And they're racing against a USA crew that's come over specifically for this regatta. And when that happens, you've got some credible opposition. The Salisbury School crew have been third place in the Varsity 8s at the NEIRA Championships. And they also placed in the Marlow Regatta 5th place in the Intermediate 8s not long ago. So they have got a substantial pedigree. Reading will know that, and Reading will be here to acquit themselves well in front of their friends and family that will be no doubt on the bank, filming and remembering this occasion for posterity.
So in the cox's seat, Chase Merrill there, just hugging the booms quite nicely. You want to be, not too far off the booms here. You know the water is yours, you know the course is yours. It's a job well done. They're through the mile here, and you can compare and contrast the long sweeping strokes now of Salisbury School, United States of America. The race is well and truly under control, and for that they can enjoy the paddle along with the stewards' enclosure here, knowing that they're safely through to the next round. Reading Blue Coat School, well, they've not got really past this day in the first opening heats in the last 10 years. It's going to be another one for them.
Yeah, Reading Blue Coat, they're not giving up. They're not going to just paddle it down the enclosures. You can see the shot we just had there, the expressions on their faces, particularly in the middle of the boat. Lawrence Young, Thomas Rees, they're going to make sure that they've completely emptied the tank on this course, even if they've not got any more racing to do. They want to finish this regatta having had the best race of their season. And also there in the 6th seat, Fraser Jarrett, he's got a good grimace, and you just know that he wants to finish this race feeling that he's done absolutely everything that he can. they're not going to get through to the Thursday for schoolboys. You know, there's an upside to that. They'll be out enjoying the atmosphere and being part of that crowd for the rest of the week, no doubt. But this is definitely a classic performance from Salisbury School. As Gary said, they're long, they're relaxed now. They've taken their stroke rate right down, and you can see them being sharp as they cross the line.
So Salisbury School, United States of America, over in first place. One of the hot favourites, definitely up there. One of the tipped crews, but we haven't seen anything yet. Early days for them as coming over the line now. Reading Bluecoat School, well, their regatta, their 2015 for this event is well and truly over. Just amazing to be out there in such a heat as we go towards the end of the day. So one of the big races of the day, one of the eagerly anticipated races of the day, Thames Rowing Club B, on your left-hand side of your picture. They're going to be on the Berkshire side, and Tideway Scullers School A crew on the right-hand side here. A little bit slow off the start there for Tideway Scullers School. Now we look at back over through the season, there's not much in it between these two crews, and that is incredible there, looking at S.E. Davis from the, E. Conway from the on the Thames crew, taking them down straight and level. You look at the Tideway Scullers School coming out in that crescent form, that will definitely have taken off a little bit of speed, and you would not want to go off like that. You want to be dead along the buoys, onto the booms as you come out of the island. And there we go, we're seeing that Thames Rowing Club are just easing away. But it won't be too much. Again, this is just about consolidating, getting out. They'll race each other all the way through the season, the early part on the domestic side, and they will know that this is going to be a long, long haul. So early scalp, early part of the race goes to Thames Rowing Club.
And these two crews, of course, they bookend the boat race course in London, where they have their boat houses. Thames Rowing Club's boat houses at Putney, and Tideway Scullers is up in Chiswick, so they're either end of that famous course, and so they are neighbours. They train on the same stretch of water together, and they will know each other well, and they will know that they've got a race on their hands today. They'll have seen each other out training on the Tideway stretch through West London, and they'll have been eyeing each other up to see what their technical standards are, and trying to intimidate each other as they know they're going to meet at this regatta.
Well, a big surprise now as we're about 3/4 of the race through here, with Thames Rowing Club on the left of your picture, looking the better, having the lead. It's not, we'll get side on if we can to see whether it's clear, but Thames Rowing Club going into the general enclosures, crossing over into the stewards enclosure with the lead. The big surprise is Graham Benton in the stroke seat of the Tideway Scullers A crew, self-styled Erg Daddy, one of the toughest guys out there on the ergometer, that old rowing machine that many of you will be well and truly familiar with at the gym. But just showing that the moment, and we can see there, clear water, the ergometers do not float. There you go. It's all about teamwork, moving along. There we see Graham Benton closest to us in the stroke seat, sitting in front of Sarah Davis, the cocktail, driving this Tideway Scullers School A crew down, but with clear water going into the enclosures here, it would be a big upset if they were to overhaul this. Very impressive Thames Rowing Club crew. Remember, this is the second boat, Thames Rowing Club, entering 4 crews, in this event. So the depth of club rowing in the men's side and the intermediate side here, very strong down there on the Putney Tideway. The race is not over, so you see pressure still on, Anna.
Yes, and as you can hear the crowd start to build in the background, that's going to spur them on an extra bit. Everybody always finds an extra 10% if somebody cheers loud enough. So the Tideway Scullers School have their supporters on the bank. Are they going to give us a bit of a sprint to the line? I really hope so. This is what Henley's all about. They'll know now. They'll be able to feel the wash from the Thames crew in front.
So Thames Rowing Club through by just over a length over the Tideway Scullers crew. And well, that was a big upset there, because we knew that it was going to be close all the way down. But Thames Rowing Club and the smiles across the face show it. They did all of this in the first half so they could enjoy it in the second. The elation knowing they only go through to the next round. Still a good crowd here at the regatta as we head towards the final few races. So we're on the start now for the Thames Challenge Cup. Okay, so they're just under starters' orders, just getting right. Steady and straight into a little bit of a breeze down on the start as they come along. Nice start there, clean straight away. So we've got on the left-hand side, as you can see it, St Hilda and St Bede's College, and then University of Virginia on the Buckinghamshire side on the right-hand side of the course here. Clean and fast now from the University of Virginia.
Yeah, I was interested there, Gary, as they line up on the start. I noticed the University of Virginia have got a really interesting rig. They've got, as you can see, two rowers sitting one in front of the other with the oars on the same side, and then they've got the same thing on the other side. So instead of going alternate, they go two on one side and two on the other side. And when you see a crew like that, you think, are they having problems with their steering? You know, why have they done that? And they went off that start die straight. So clearly, whatever was the reason, what they're doing now is working for them, and they did. It was a very powerful start, and they absolutely powered away from St Hilda, St Bede, and St Cuthbert's there.
So St Hilda and St Bede's is the composite crew here. It's in terms of what they've done before. They have they're a composite crew of the University of Durham colleges. So the second string really out of University of Durham. But no match today for the University of Virginia. The American crews always love coming here. The big event for them, well attended again this year. Record entries from the United States of America across all events. And we're just looking, we're now into the mid part again. We're through the barrier, which is the first timing mark. Typically just over, it's about 600 meters out from the start. And then you kind of get into what can be no man's land, particularly for St Hilda and St Bede here, as they trail by about a length of clear water.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, the University of Virginia have a significant weight advantage of well over a stone a man, and you can see that. You can see they're college athletes. They're physically very strong. Now the college crews from Durham. As Gary said, they're the second string. They'll be the athletes that are not quite at the standard to row for Durham University as a whole, but they've formed up together, three colleges together to put a crew of the highest standard that's possible with the athletes that they've got.
Stretching out a nice lead now, and you can see, if you look at the timing of strokes, University of Virginia just taking the rate down. A little bit of balance problems there. It's just riding down to the right-hand side as they come up towards the catch, which is the front part of the stroke as the blades go into the water. Just being a little bit super picky there, but they're out in front. Again, one of the fancied crews here in this event.
As they pass up a Thames Rowing Club, they've definitely dropped the rate a bit there, Gary, haven't they? They're stretching out.
Yeah, it's all about just composing, isn't it now, Anna? And they know that what they've done, just getting that first quarter out to the barrier. Typically in an 8, you're going to do it in around 2 minutes, just below 2 minutes for this event in the Temple Challenge Cup. University, an event for University 8s.
And the distance between the crews there is certainly enough for poor old St Hilda, St Bede and St Cuthbert's to be feeling a bit of the wash from that 8 ahead of them. You know, as a rower, there's a particular motion that a boat ahead of you will produce, an 8 ahead of you, that there's a rhythm to it, and you feel the bumps come under your seat, and they'll know that Virginia are out to a commanding lead because they'll feel those bumps under their seat, and that's not going to help their mental state. They know it's over, so it's about pride now as they come past the enclosures.
St Hilda, St Bede just hugging the booms there. They're having no impression here. Again, listen, there's a lot of conversation about which is the favoured station here. If you look at the statistics over the whole week, it works out roughly the same. Personally, I favour the inside station closest to the grandstands, because when you're coming down in a tight race, you want that crowd to lift you up, and we'll get that as we progress through the week. As we start to move on to the bigger open events. But meanwhile here, day one of Henley Royal Regatta coming to you via YouTube. It's all looking pretty good now for the University of Virginia.
Yeah, they're looking very relaxed. I would be having an eye on this crew to progress a long way through this regatta. I'll be watching every race they do. I'm really impressed by their relaxation. It's a big part of a rowing race. The more energy you take out in between strokes, the more relaxation you can produce, the more energy you save. And so a crew that can race in a grandstand environment with a crowd like this and still look like they're out for a Sunday paddle, that's impressive. That's impressive to me, and I think that they'll I think that anybody else entered in this event will be keeping an eye out for them and perhaps hoping not to come up against them too soon.
Well, they seem to come to Henley every 2 years, University of Virginia, and when they do, they make it through either the quarterfinals or the semi-finals. So a crew to watch out for all the other British boats in this event for University 8. Still a good crowd here as we head towards the end of the day's racing. University of Virginia over the line, clear water. They've made it look very easy. They'll move through the regatta to the next stage. So, Thames Challenge Cup here, the event for Club 8s. The Thames Rowing Club will be on the Bucks side. On the right, have your picture as we head off. Reading Rowing Club on the Berkshire side. And I am joined in the commentary box by Camilla Hadland. Camilla, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too, Gary.
Got a good race here. Again, lots of local rivalry here between both Reading and Upper Thames.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that these two crews have faced each other in the upcoming weeks to this regatta, at the Met, at Marlow Regatta, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top at this event here today.
Just getting straight, the last bit, we're ready to go.
Attention!
Okay, under starters orders.
Go!
Heat of the Thames Challenge Cup then underway. Upper Thames Rowing Club on the right of your picture, just slightly down off the start here when you're looking at the stern line alongside them. To your left and on Berks, Reading Rowing Club here. The rivalry will be intense here as these crews now power off. It's all about getting the first 45 seconds. That's going to take you clear of Temple Island and then start to stride out into the pace here. These crews will have practiced this time and again. Now, through 30 seconds of the race, it comes out to full length here. This is pretty good here so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both crews are looking very long, very loose and relaxed, and quite even as they come out of the island. So stroke for stroke, both Reading and Upper Thames. Upper Thames obviously got a bit of a history at this regatta last year. They won in both club events in the Britannia Challenge Cup, the event for Club Coxed Fours, and also in the Wyfold Challenge Cup for Coxless Fours. So be interesting to see if we have any of those remaining members in the Upper Thames crew. Reading Rowing Club also, on the Thames. So a really good calibre of crew here in this round of the Thames Challenge Cup.
Gloria shot down this historic course, 1 mile, 555 yards in new money. That's 2,000 metres, 112 to boot there. So slightly longer than the traditional 2,000 metre Olympic course that some of us are used to. But it just makes it just all that more gladiatorial, doesn't it, really? So it just, that extra stretch out here just makes and breaks crews.
No, absolutely. And as we said just at the start, these two crews have probably raced each other on a big multi-lane, sort of like Eton Dorney type regatta, and may have been sort of 4 or 5 lanes apart in the upcoming weeks. But here it's side by side. They can look across, you know, the cox is there looking across to the man next to them, the woman next to them, and you know, they really are sort of a blade's length away from their competitors, which really does make it that more intense, doesn't it?
You just feel it now then as we come again into the middle part here. The crews are well and truly in their race pace here, down on about 34, 35 strokes a minute. And again, this bit here, Camilla, is just, it's all about just composure really, because you would expect as we come towards the 40, which is typically around the halfway mark, they'll kick on again.
No, absolutely, and I think that, you know, this middle section of the race, a few of you will know, is really where crews are made or break. You know, it really is where some crews will choose to put their push in, will choose to take a little bit of a kick, and I think that Reading Rowing Club have just decided to do that, and they've started off that push, they've put in that kick, and I think they've just about got their bow ball in front. What do you think, Gary?
Yeah, well, what they've done also is, you know, made it a little bit more dangerous for themselves here, because they've come out of the booms. You want to be, typically, when I was coxing, 1.5 feet off the booms, bang, straight down the middle, okay. Anytime these crews and these coxes put the rudder on, just slowing up. This is a tight race here. Look at this. We're just about half a length there, just over as we come through the halfway mark there. Good race here developing now from Upper Thames, leading out into the second part of the race here from Reading Rowing Club. So now, what are Upper Thames going to do here? This is home water for them, so a lot of pride at stake here. They will have been up and down this straight every day through the winter, and they will know that from their race plan here, meticulously executed. So from here, Fawley, knowing at Upper Thames, in less than a minute, the roar will be for them.
As I say, interesting to see that Upper Thames, again pushing on, that they've had sort of history on this home stretch of water over the past couple of years, have really been sort of dominating the club events, but they're being pushed hard by Reading Rowing Club, I must say. You know, only half a length in it as they come through past the home club, whereas Gary says there'll be plenty of support for them, plenty of roars from the bank. I'm sure there's plenty of their teammates there in front of the clubhouse by Remenham, all giving them a good old shout towards the end of the day.
Seems to have worked there, Camilla, because now Upper Thames have gone out to clear water. As I said, it's vital going through Fawley. Yeah, you make a decisive mark here, and particularly so for Upper Thames, because they want to be clear, heads up, looking good, nice and long, nice and sharp here. Once you've got clear water in an aid, it is so hard to come back here, given the monumental effort you need just to get back on terms. And I would say very comfortably here now for Upper Thames. They will keep it long, they will keep right on it, but no need for any histrionics, no need for a sprint here. They can enjoy the paddle as we come towards the general enclosure. The last minute, just under or so, of this opening heat. So we've got good stuff here from James Kirkbridge in the stroke seat, backed up by Jack Thompson at 7, Jack Heed at 6, Hamish Floyd in the 5 seat here, solid stern 4, and it's coxed by Laura Payne. Doing a good job here on this opening day here at Henley 2015.
Of course, these guys are probably going to have a couple more races here over the course of the week, so best to save energy when it comes to these, you know, not so tight races. They've got a bit of clear water, good for them to stay long and strong into these final few 100 metres. You know, they're going to have a race tomorrow, hopefully, so, you know, want to keep as much in the tank as possible, because, you know, as the days go on, it's going to get much tighter for these guys. You know, hopefully we'll see a couple of good races in this Thames Challenge Cup event.
One of the traditional views back there, those long, glorious umpire launches, which will carry members of each of their coaching teams and a couple of family members, and at the back, timekeepers monitoring, keeping an eagle eye on what's going on through the timing marks as we head down towards the finish line now. They'll know they've done it. They'll know that it's been a good race. They'll have been pretty solid here. And Laura Payne will be telling them exactly where they are on the course here now. And it is always just a marvellous, marvellous feeling. Coming down the stewards' enclosure early on in this regatta, knowing it's looking good, the nerves have gone, we are through to the next round. And not much. Opened up a length of clear water at the halfway mark, and it's been pretty much that all the way through the second. You know, they've got the better of their local rival, Reading Rowing Club. If you just look there, you can see really a masterpiece there in club rowing for Upper Thames. Through, Upper Thames win the distance, a length and a bit, and look quite comfortable. They actually can show they were right on it to the line here. They will take a lot of comfort in knowing that ultimately over a length of clear water is a good distance.
Wait, you ready? I'll start you like this. Attention, go.
Okay, we are now on to Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. P, as it is affectionately known, the event for schools. Gonzaga College High School on the right of your picture and Bedford School on the left.
Attention, go.
They're away clean, nice and quick though from Bedford on the left-hand side, the home, the UK nation here. School, but they will know they've got great pedigree here over the last couple of years. Historically very high performing all the way through the PE. Look at the distance there that you can see, as I've referred to before, it's all about in eights, just hugging the outside of the lanes here, because as you come out of the end of the island, or particularly for Gonzaga College High School, they start to come into the stream here. So the stream will start to hit you as you're in the middle of the course here. And on the left-hand side, Bedford School, they really want to just be up against the bank, going along as close as you can.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see that there from Bedford School, doing quite a good job of that actually, staying tight in towards the boom. That Gonzaga College just sort of drifting out in towards the centre of the lane there, but both crews quite tight at the moment. I think that in terms of, you know, as Gary had said, it was Bedford School here who were the home nation, but again with the Princess Elizabeth, a record entry, I believe, of American school crews and international crews across the board. You know, quite a few coming across to such a fantastic regatta. Can be a really, you know, high point in the season for these crews to travel across. And in terms of, you know, Gonzaga College, they seem to now be leading Bedford School, so I'm sure that, you know, they've not travelled all this way for nothing, have they?
Camilla, they're one of the top American collegiate colleges crews out there this year. I mean, they've just, and then if you're going to think about timing your rise right on the day, they seem to have opened up quite a nice start here for this regatta. And Henley Royal Regatta remains, you know, a very big event, doesn't it, for all the American crews, whether they're college crews, university crews, school, or club. We tend to get a really good entry.
Oh, absolutely, and I think, you know, this year has just proved that, you know, they've come in full force. The Americans are all here across the board, as you say, from kind of the intermediate events, the school crew events, and even at sort of the top level, you know, in the sort of international. We've got crews, you know, here coming from Sydney, from Australia, for the likes of the Grand Challenge Cup, which is, you know, the elite level of the eights racing. So it really is across the board, not just in the eights, but also, you know, in the smaller boats as well, that we've got international crews travelling. And you can see why, you know, looking at the screen now, Gonzaga College have just kind of taken it down nice and smooth. They've, you know, got nothing really to worry about here by the looks of things.
Look at that incredible distance here. But again, just mark the cards here. Gonzaga College High School, yeah, the crew to from the United States of America to watch out for all the British crews for this particular event, this particular year.
Absolutely, and I think it'll be interesting to see later on in the week, you know, perhaps if we see this crew at the weekend, you know, if they come up against the likes of the crews at the national schools who have, you know, perhaps medalled, and see how they sort of fare against the top level of British crew in this event. You know, the Princess Elizabeth, always a fantastic event to see how, you know, how countries compare across the board at this sort of school level.
So coming into the general enclosure on the left-hand side, still plenty of people here as we head towards a balmy evening at Henley Royal Regatta. It's day one. The racing has been pretty good here, of a very high standard, and we have still a long way to go towards Sunday afternoon and all those coveted finals. Little look behind him there from Woods Connell in the stroke seat, in the coxswain seat, guiding his crew down here. Knows it's all well done. Okay, just taking it out there. Looked left. Again, one more confirmation that the job had been done, and he's called his crew down. They can just enjoy the paddle in. The paddle in it will be. Little head breeze coming towards the line. No major fireworks in terms of challenging of race records, but you wouldn't expect that on day one.
I think that later on this week, dependent on, obviously, there's a few things that you have to consider when it comes to, you know, records on the course. You know, the stream plays a big element. Of course, we're against the stream here, which slows the crews down, and the wind, you know, depending on the wind direction. But as you say, day one, probably won't be seeing any of that today just yet. But plenty to come over the next few days, and Bedford School still there, kind of keeping the rate up nice and high. But I think they know that, you know, the crew from Gonzaga have just sort of trailed away from them, but really wanting to sort of push it home past the enclosures.
This is looking like it's going to be an easy verdict, a verdict of more than 5 lengths here, as we look now at Bedford School. Strokeman Tom Lusada, they're just gallantly taking it on Matt Lindine in the coxswain seat. Knows that it's all over for them. Over the line, Gonzaga College High School, United States of America, make it look very easy indeed. And to the applause of the crowds, Bedford School over their regatta has finished. Back to the Temple Challenge Cup. The starters orders.
Attention.
So Brooks right, Westminster School on the left, on the Berkshire side of the course. We are away clean and sharp there from the Oxford Brooks crew. Slightly out in the middle there. Again, if you're confident in your speed, Camilla, as well, and something that I used to do when I was coxing, if I knew that we were quick in the first 500, and particularly in the first bit out towards the end of the island here, you could just come out into the middle a bit and put a bit of pressure, because the blades are coming out with the puddles there. It just puts a bit of water down on the right-hand side, on your stroke side. And you can see now already, as we're halfway towards the barrier, Oxford Brooks University A crew out to almost a length.
Yeah, absolutely, and I know that you'd said, you know, if you know you're quick coming out of the island, and I know for certain this Oxford Brooks crew will know that they are quick. Winners of this event last year, they put on an impressive display in the final of the Temple Challenge Cup last year. Really fantastic to watch, and if you look now, you'll see why. This is a completely different crew from last year's event. Absolutely no one person the same. Westminster School as well, they certainly aren't, you know, any pushovers there. A crew, in fact, which will be racing in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup for school boats. They won the national schools this year. This is their B boat entered into the Temple Challenge Cup, and so certainly a couple of fantastic rowing programs on display here on the river in Henley. But Oxford Brooks, how emphatic is that, Gary? Just some incredible rowing, and probably denoted as one of the UK's best university rowing programmes for sure.
Absolutely. If you look at, Camilla, if you look back to the Head of the River race earlier this year, Oxford Brooks had, you know, an outstanding result with the number of crews in the top 20 all across, and I think they had their second 8, you know, right up there in the top 15. I mean, and the third 8 as well. You're just kind of thinking they're producing phenomenal athletes. A lot of these guys are going to move into the under 23s, and over the years you'll see them step up into the international team.
Absolutely, and they've had a fantastic season this season. Done a bit of racing across the pond. They've done a bit overseas at the likes of Essen, and you know they've also been back here on the domestic scene. being very competitive at the likes of the Met Regatta, the Marlow Regatta, and absolutely ones to watch for this event this year. And I think that, you know, as Gary said, going forward, we'll be seeing a lot of these names up there. Harry Brightmore, who's coxing this Oxford Brooks crew, already earned his, you know, his GB colours in the under-23s. Probably going to go on to do, you know, a couple more years yet, at least, on the international scene. So he's certainly one to watch out for. And you know, for the rest of this week, these are going to be, you know, the colours to be looking out for. This kind of maroon and dark blue. If you see a crew like that on the water, they're certainly ones to watch.
We do have to applaud, though, Westminster School here. It's a case of men and boys, because boys they are. This is from Westminster School. It's their J16 8 here. So just youngsters out there in amongst what is a tough event, and also one of the selected crews. So again, you know, they know they have got nothing to lose. They threw everything at it in the first part here, but they would have known in the back of their mind here it would have taken a miracle, if anything, to overhaul Oxford Brooks here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've not done a bad job of it at all. You know, they're rowing very tidily, and for a J16-8, we'll certainly be seeing a few of these in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup next year, I'm sure, being very competitive, you know, at the national schools, and you know, these guys have done an impressive job to be, you know, qualifying for an event in a calibre like this year, you know, where you've got so many international crews, the winners from last year, you know, reappearing, to even have qualified and to draw the previous winners in the first event. You've got to say, you know, well done to Westminster.
So they're coming down the Royal Enclosure here, and this is the mark here. You want to now bring it down, and that's what Oxford Brooks A crew, one of the favourites for this event. You'll see them coming down again as they come to the last 30-odd seconds of this course here. But heads up, really, and hats off to Westminster School. A valiant effort here in this event. And they are racing it, they are right on it, as their coach will no doubt have told them to be. Over the line, one of the favourites for the event, Oxford Brooks A crew safely through. The verdict will be easily, because I'd say it's more than 5 lengths. We applaud Westminster School. It's their J16-8. They've done a good job. They've done themselves proud. Looks good there, doesn't it, Claire? It's very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So on to the Wyfold Challenge Cup here, Vesta Rowing Club on the left of your picture. Radley Mariners on the right. Wyfold Challenge Cup, the event for club costless fours, and Radley Mariners on the right there is the Radley College Alumni Club. Good, and you're seeing their phenomenal steering right out there, and that looks to me like Richard Phelps is the umpire on this heat. Immediately warning, and that is not going to be a great start here. It will have put some pressure, obviously, on Vesta Rowing Club on the left of your picture, and it'll taken some speed off the Radley Mariners. Ed Rees in the bow seat, Tom Gearing at 2, Hugh Simpson at 3, and Alex George at the stroke seats. They've got a length. They're kind of going along there like scared rabbits. They're batting along. They haven't really sort of settled here. They've got a length. They can now just take. They've come over that little hiccup of steering, and it just shows you that they're so nervous. Some of these crews, we're seeing a lot of crews coming off the start, even the coxed crews, and veering away. You should dead straight along the buoys, onto the booms. Bang! You're out onto the course.
And I feel sorry for kind of, you know, the steersmen in these crews with all those nerves on the start. You know, I wouldn't like to be in that position. You know, I've steered this course before, you know, in a quad, so, you know, with 2 blades and going relatively straight. But for the likes of a coxless 4, where you've got kind of, you know, pulls going in all directions, and with all the nerves and with the stream, as you say, it's a living, breathing river. You know, anything can happen, really. And so the steersman within the boat, who will be steering this boat with sort of a wire connected to a rudder on the foot, and he will be trying to keep these crews in between the booms, which is a difficult feat in itself. Let alone trying to keep the crew straight and heading towards the finish line. But it seems that both crews have got back onto that racing course. They're both heading quite straight, and it is the Radley Mariners, so that alumni crew that are, you know, eking out a few clear lengths of water out of the Vesta crew. Impressive considering that these guys, you know, all alumni, so probably haven't trained together, if, you know, considering they're probably based all over the country. Is that right, Gary?
Yeah, they absolutely. They come together for this regatta, so a couple of weeks together here, putting something out, but a tough event, the Wyfold Challenge Cup. So again, for them, early days here, this will be deceptive. You cannot, for this crew here, allow yourself to believe that you're quick when you've got this much distance early on in this particular event here. But Vesta Rowing Club, Robbie Hines in the bow seat, James Burton at 2, Trevor Idenden at 3, Alex Bennett in the stroke seat here. Just really struggled from, I guess they were kind of put off as soon as the Radley Mariners came towards them in that early stage, the early 100 on the steering issues there. That put them off here, didn't quite recover, and Radley, well, they were out and gone. Unusual though for Vesta Rowing Club to be so far down, semi-finalists in the Britannia Challenge Cup. The same event last year, but with a coxswain on board. They were semi-finalists in the Wyfold back in 2013. So they've got plenty of form in the smaller club boats, Vesta here, but really not living with the Radley Mariners. So big surprise, maybe even an upset here for Vesta.
So two very different kind of club setups we have here. You know, Vesta, very well established, Thames, you know, tidal crew, train on that very famous stretch of the Tideway where we see the boat race. You know, been well established for a long time. Radley Mariners, you know, as we've said, a group of guys who are all alumni have come together for this event specifically. So, as you say, might be a little bit of upset there, you know, from the Vesta crew, but very nicely timed there from the Radley Mariners, very smooth. And they're just sort of taking down the rate into the last bit of the enclosures, because I think that they know that they've got this one wrapped up.
Alex George in the stroke seat takes the Radley Mariners over into the next round. A little bit of erratic steering in the first part. They recovered well, and it was never in question. Radley Mariners beating Vesta Rowing Club. Down now on the start for the Britannia Challenge Cup. Sudbury to the right of your pitcher, Non-Such Boat Club on the left. Go! Away first time, and Non-Such Boat Club on the left of your pitcher there. The University of Bristol Alumni Club here, having the better of the start. Sudbury Rowing Club just easing out the first 50 metres or so, not too bad though from both as we come towards the end of the temple. The Sudbury Temple Island Sudbury Rowing Club in the bows, James Brownell at 2, James Woodward, Sam Cooper at 3, Samuel Hogsberg at stroke, and Harriet Hustler. Lying down in the bows here, this is the event for Club Coxed Fours here. The early stage going to Non-Such Boat Club, the University of Bristol alumni.
And as you can see from that kind of very nice panning shot across the bows of the boats, it is Non-Such Boat Club that has got about a half-length lead over Sudbury Rowing Club. We've seen a lot of kind of alumni boat clubs across the board. This particular one belonging to Bristol, and quite a lot of calibre here in this Bristol boat, Bristol alumni boat. They've got a few previous Henley results. You know, they've gotten through to the Thursday of the Thames Challenge Cup, you know, the event for Club 8s in 2014, and they were knocked out on Thursday, and then on the Friday of the Thames Challenge Cup in 2013. So, I mean, they've gotten quite far in previous Henleys in the 8s events. It's now time to see, I guess, what they can do in the smaller boats.
Out through Forley now. That's typically the halfway mark. It is give or take a metre or so. We've got Non-Such Boat Club stretching out a very comfortable lead there. Adam Rushton in the stroke seat, Andrew Turner at 3, Ben McSweeney at 2, bow is Andrew Parrish, and S. Tjornlund in the coxing seat here, doing a great job. An event that is always close to my heart, I have to say. I won that a good few years ago now. This was my first Henley medal here, winning the Britannia Challenge Cup, and again, it's just a great, because it's well contested for club crews, for club boats, and globally as well. So you know, a good quality, always good quality right from the first day, and all these heats. And we're seeing that here now from Non-Such Boat Club here. Pretty good there, Camilla. They look quite tight on their technique.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there, if you look at the leg drive, it's very well timed together. If you look at all 4 men in that boat, the knees go down at exactly the same time, which I think is really kind of pressing that boat on. Very important when you've got, you know, cocks on board to pick the whole boat up together and not sort of be fighting against each other. So I think that's really important. And no, they're demonstrating that very well. And no, certainly a very nice, smooth crew coming through that sort of halfway stage of this race.
It's a great head-on shot there here. Look, just watch the blades as they come out of the finish, and the crew just moves forward along the slide. They come out long, and the boat's nicely balanced here. Good, solid stuff here. And they can do that now because the pressure is off. Non-Such Boat Club knowing that they are through to the next round, barring any, from a rowing perspective, disaster in the last part. As they come through Remnant Club, past Upper Thames, they're through Remnant Club, they're coming up to the general enclosure here, and the course starts to go back towards, it's a straight course, but the way the configuration, it starts now to go back towards the left-hand side. You'll get the noise and the real excitement as they come down the enclosures.
And fantastic to see that, you know, even towards the end of the day, we're coming into the sort of the last half an hour of racing here on the Wednesday, and we've still got such a fantastic crowd here on the bank supporting. You know, it just goes to show what a great event that you can keep people here right to the very last race. And they've got, you know, some fantastic support as they come through into the enclosures. Sudbury Rowing Club as well. It's good to know that these guys haven't produced a Henley boat since 2005, before last year, so fantastic to see them racing here today in this round of the Britannia Challenge Cup. But no, it does seem to be Non-Such Boat Club that are really putting an impressive display into the last few hundred metres.
Look at that view back down the course here, just glorious here. A little bit of England in the Thames Valley as we are watching now Non-Such Boat Club paddling, and that paddling is what they are doing. Look, the rate is right down. And what you do here now is just a little bit of peacock feathers, isn't it, really, coming down. They know they've done the job here, and just keeping their heads up nice and sharp. All the calls will be just enjoy it, place the blade in water, catch, pick it up, really now just paddle technique, because they know tomorrow it's going to get a little tougher.
You can hear sort of the claps coming from as they approach the steward's enclosure. A nice little tradition here at Henley Royal Regatta that crews get clapped through that last 100 metres. So they'll be hearing those claps and knowing that they're approaching the line pretty soon.
Halfway down the enclosure, coming up to the progress board, which typically is around between 10 and 15 strokes to the line, depending on what boat you are in here. And Non-Such Boat Club leading this heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup here. They pretty much dominate it from the very first stroke here. Nice water, glorious conditions. And we're over the line, comfortably done. A lot of authority. So Non-Such Boat Club through the Sudbury Rowing Club, just drifting over the line now. Disappointment from there. So we say goodbye to Camilla Hadland, and we welcome the Olympic and world champion Alex Gregory. Alex, great to have you on board for the last few races of this afternoon as we head towards the Thames Challenge Cup here. Worcester Rowing Club against Molesey Boat Club. Molesey Boat Club on the left-hand side here. It's an event that Molesey really are focused on. We're putting a pretty strong crew into all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I rowed for Molesey back in 2003 in this very event, so there's quite a
brings back memories then, huh?
Yeah, it does. And look at the size of the Lewis Thorpe and stroke, his shoulders. They're absolutely massive. In this Molesey boat, you know, there's 4 juniors, which is great for rowing and great for Molesey Boat Club. Look, if they can be in this event and compete in this event as they are at the moment off this start, then they're going to go a long way in the club for many years to come.
Just Take you down the Molesey crew here. Eleanor Willits is driving this crew out towards the barrier, and the barrier is typically around a quarter or so. It's 600 metres, it's just over the quarter, but psychologically, as you taper into the regatta, you do a lot of barriers. You do to the end of the island, end of Temple Island, and then you go to the barrier here. Clear water already, Molesey Boat Club. Eleanor Willits driving the crew. Lewis Thorpe at stroke. Phil Elton at 7. Jonathan Broadset at 6. Rob Sherry at 5. Oliver Ayres at 4. Will Johnson. Luke Gowland up there in the sharp end is Will Stewart at the bow seats.
This part of the race is the end of the start, really. So now they're relaxing onto their rhythm. And look, like, Molesey Boat Club here are really relaxing. You can tell they've got a lead. They can now just sit on that, row like they've been practicing for months and months, and relax and enjoy it.
So I have to ask you, Alex, so, you know, say you were in an 8 coming down the regatta, which you may or may not be doing later on in this regatta. What are you doing at this part here? What's going to be going through your mind?
Well, if I'm in the lead, which Molesey is at the moment, then I'm relaxing and just concentrating on the guy in front and making sure I'm doing exactly what George, who's sat in front of me, is doing. But if you're not in the lead, you're under pressure, you're just fighting and you're pushing as hard as you can to get back on track, get back in the race. And this is the beauty of Henley, it's tight. A small, if you're not quite fast enough at the beginning of the race, then it's a struggle to come back. And it's a tough race. It's over 2,000 metres long, and it's a long way if you're not up. These Worcester boys at the moment will be killing themselves for this race. This is everything to them.
So we're coming up to halfway mark. The Forley through now by over clear water considerably. Molesey Boat Club, known back at base as the Black Death, so that's what they sort of, you know, they were kind of in terms of talking themselves up here, and there's such a great close-knit group. So we say hello to everyone out there, all the members of Molesey Boat Club.
It's a really good club to be a part of, and like you say, it is really close-knit and tight. This crew, I think it's sort of their third-ranked crew in Henley, or out of all the crews entering Henley. So for them to get through the first round, I'm sure they'll progress further, but this is a great performance to start with for them.
So at this point now, you're clear, Alex. You've got, which you may or may not be on the Germans when you race at the, if you get through to the final of the Grand Challenge Cup here. You're clear, you're sitting a length up on Germany. What do you do here now? What are these guys doing out in this race?
Well, I would be saying to myself, don't catch a crab. If you catch a crab, that's the end of your race. But it is just focusing on what you're doing and what you've practiced on. And you know, anything can happen in this beautiful course. It's treacherous, it's dangerous, there's washers coming all over the place. The booms are solid wood. Okay, these guys have got coxers, but if you're in a coxless boat, it's really difficult, and I hope to never have to steer myself down the course. We rely on people like you, Gary.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm around. I'm available for you guys, okay? I am available. Don't tell Phelan. Okay, back watching now. Molesey Boat Club looking at pretty solid. This is Worcester, though, who are struggling here in this heat of the Thames Challenge. Look at that's the distance that we've opened up here. Give us an insight, Alex, of how important Henley means to these guys, to you, still active, still out there. What's it like these days being out at Henley?
Yeah, Henley is one of the only opportunities as international athletes you get to race on your home soil, on home water. And for national athletes, for club guys, this is everything. This is what you spend 12 months preparing for. Probably 6-7 days a week, every day, through the winter, dark months of the winter, where you're in pain every day. And it's hard to imagine what it's like out there in the sun, in the heat like it is today, but this is what it's for. And these guys, this means everything to them, and it's nice to see this Worcester crew. I hope they're enjoying it. I know they're not at this point. I know they're not enjoying it. It's hell when you're racing like this in so much pain, but they'll look back on this race and have fond memories eventually.
Looking down the course towards the finishing line, and Henley Church, that is a historic part of the skyline here.
Such a good view, isn't it? That's what we think of with Henley.
Yeah.
When we think of Henley.
So Molesey Boat Club having done the job well. You can see, look at the rate, the number of strokes that they're taking per minute.
Yeah, they're cruising. It's so relaxed, so easy. They're saving energy for tomorrow and the next day, however far they get, and they're just conserving energy.
TJ Gibson just calling his guys in there now again, just long and loose there. And you can see Worcester Boat Club still on it. The heads are down. Compare and contrast. Molesey Boat Club heads up. Solid paddling along the enclosure. They know they are safely through to the next round. Well appreciated by the crowds. Always a great feeling to come through with clear water behind you. Molesey Boat Club, winner of the Thames Challenge Cup opening heats. They are through to the second round. Worcester Rowing Club just come over again. Well, it was valiant, but it wasn't to be. They were outclassed and outpowered. Down on the start for the Temple Challenge Cup. Hampton School on the right-hand side and Durham University on the left. Challenge Cup is universities and schools. This will be the Hampton second boat here in the Temple Challenge Cup. Out quick though, and Hampton again got a very good tradition in schoolboy rowing here. And not bad start, good, just to canvas down as they come out of the end of the island here on the University of Durham. But Durham now, you can just see, Alex, Durham are a little bit longer. They're coming into their length, into their rhythm. Hampton just slightly kind of spinning the wheels.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult things to do in rowing is to get that transition right from the start where you're going full on, full rate, as fast as you can, side by each, and then coming onto your race pace, which has to be more relaxed, it's a lower rate. And you can see the coach, Wade Hall-Craggs, in the background, coaching them along. I don't know whether he's allowed to shout to them, but he's a legend in rowing and he'll be enjoying this at this stage of the race already.
Wonderful view back down the course. So we're coming through towards the halfway mark here in this Temple Challenge Cup. Durham University, one of the favourite crews again in all of this, and you can see there. Listen, the distance here is deceptive because of the quality difference between the crews out. You've got the Hampton School Boy 8 against a university, one of the top universities in this event here, and the Hampton School crew is not their top boat.
Yeah, I'm sure this Hampton School boys would have had a chat before. The coach would have talked to them. They have nothing to lose here. They would have wanted to go out and just try and beat these older lads from Durham University. And then similarly, the Durham crew would have talked before and said, don't let these schoolboys beat us. So differing sides and pressures on each of the crews. But I guess this isn't unexpected. But hopefully they can relax. Now the Durham crew out ahead. They're looking good, they're looking tidy.
Good quality technique there. Wade Hall-Craggs done a good job with this lot.
Yeah, he always does, doesn't he? They win so many events at the Bucks Regatta, the university regatta every year. They always turn up with huge amount of boats, and they always do very well. They're very consistent.
Looking again more relaxed as they can just get further down the course, knowing, well, they would have known early on that the job is done here. But again, it's about confidence building as you go through here. Such a brutal event. They will not have it this close as we go through to the next round.
I mean, it's still going to be hurting these boys. They've done a full pressure start. They don't want to drop off too much in case the Hampton School puts in a massive sprint or something and comes back through, and it's really difficult to then get yourself back up into the racing feeling and mentality and pressure. So they're still putting pressure in. These Hampton boys will be putting everything in, and the cocks will be calling them to push on and try and catch, try and reduce that distance as much as possible. So it's tough for both crews at this stage.
See Marcus in the coxswain seat of the Hampton second boat here. Famous alumni from Hampton, those Searle brothers. They're still legends at the school, as you would expect. But out front, down the middle of the course to the accolades. It's a good job, it's a good performance here. Not much was asked of them, but it's all about confidence building for Durham University. Inside the last 10 strokes now, they pass the progress board up to the line, count them in. Comfortable win for Durham University. Telford Challenge Cup over Hampton School. The Hampton School boys is their second boat. Hampton coming over now, and they too will receive a good recognition and good applause from the crowd. So we move now to the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. King's College School, Wimbledon on the left. Portora Royal School on the right. Big noises coming out of Portora as they just power off the start here in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, the event for top school eights, the school first eights, should I say. And look at this, they're just taking it right by the scruff of the neck. Portora School, Royal School from Northern Ireland. One of the top crews here now from the Irish side of things. You're seeing almost already, Alice, a quarter of a length here. It's power, but it's being executed quite nicely.
Yeah, there's two good starts here, and the Portora School, the guys there have won the indoor championships as well, so they're tough, big guys, good scores on the ergo. But sometimes that doesn't matter, sometimes that doesn't help. So we'll see here what happens with them, whether their technique matches their power and strength. It's not all about that. Technique is a huge part of it.
Very different getting an 8 together. You'll know that. To peak as well on the right time for the right regatta. This will be the biggest event for the year for both of these crews.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so difficult. There's so many people, so many people in the boat. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a slightly different way of rowing. And rowing is all about moulding yourself to the man in front and the man behind, and forming that bond. That blind understanding. You can't just talk to each other. It's all about movement and feel and boat feel. So it takes a long time to bring an 8 together.
Just coming through Upper Thames and Remenham Club, about 2/3 of the way through this heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, and by about a length we've got Portora Royal School from Ireland, Northern Ireland. About a length then over King's College School, Wimbledon. And a little bit of history for you here from Portora. The last time we saw them as a school here, back in 1982, in the same event, they took one stroke, broke an oar, and they were just obviously couldn't race it again, and we haven't seen them since. And they've come back though with such a strong crew. Rowing is the major sport at Portora here, so they put everything together, real focus on this boat, all the hopes of the school resting on these 9 individuals.
It took them a long time to fix that oar, yeah. But they're doing a good job now.
Farragut in the coxswain seat here, pushing his boys on. And that's the view now. In the closing stages, about 150 metres out from the line, 200 out from the line.
As a cox, what do you say at this point in the race? How do you motivate the crew?
It's very difficult, isn't it, from the crew that's behind here, because you want to feel optimistic if you can get an overlap, and at this point it's a psychological battle. Get the overlap, and if you've got the overlap, then you can call that we're going to psychologically overpower them, because you can't overpower them with rowing with the way they're going right now. It's just a battle of wits, and at the moment the battle of wits has been won by Portora Royal School. And they look good, Alex. They look really solid.
Yeah, they do look good. They look tight together. Their blades are going in at the same time, more or less. The water is a big issue here, and it's part of the beauty of this event. It's part of the difficulty and the challenge of this event as well. And we try and practice as much as we can as rowers on flat water, and it just makes life easier, but Henley's a different beast. And you can see following the crews down the launches, and on the other side there's launches everywhere, so the water's rough.
So they have the overlap, there we go. But have they left it too far? King's College School, Wimbledon, as we come towards the closing stages of this Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Portora Royal School right up on the booms here now. This is getting close, a little look to the left on the bowman, but they are through the line. Portora Royal School, well, they were caught almost napping in that last 100, and King's College School, Wimbledon, perhaps will rue the day that they left it a little late, because that's what it's taken out of Portora here. Yeah. It was not an easy win. Well, the heads go down in both crews, because that was an extraordinary effort from both of them. But on the day, Portora Royal School safely through. Nonsuch Boat Club on the left of your picture, and Griffin Boat Club on the right. This is the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We are under starters orders. Cleanly away. Nonsuch, University of Bristol Alumni Club on the left. A little bit of dodgy steering there now from Griffin Boat Club, the Alumni Club of Abingdon School, and you just do not want to be the last thing you want on your opening heat of a regatta that you have focused on for so long is to get that rudder on. It takes off the pure speed, and you're just now having to fight to come back in, which is what Griffin Boat Club are doing on the right of your pitch. Look at that, a little bit of a weave here. They're now coming out. You want to be on those buoys. See those buoys on the right-hand side? You want to be a foot and a half off them, so when you come out of the island, you're on the booms here, bang set, heading out to the quarter-mile mark.
I absolutely love this shot. It's such a good insight into what it's like to be in the boat. But when you're in the boat, I cannot believe it watching this screen. When you're in the boat, you feel so close to the crew by the side, and it does make steering difficult, and it takes your mind off what you're supposed to be doing. But looking at the screen here, in the shot we've just had, there's loads of space. I don't know what I'm worried about.
Well, Alex Gregory, Olympic champion in the men's coxswains 4 heavyweight. You know, you've been in these boats here. You know, steering these and being in and around, it's just a difficult old job, isn't it?
It's so difficult. There's so many things going on. And again, this is what makes Henley so unique and such a great place to come. And as you can see, so many crews come from all over the world to race here. Because it's so difficult, anything can happen. But yeah, I've never steered this course, and I hope I never will, because I'm useless at steering.
That from the Olympic champion. It gives us all a little bit of hope, me especially. So right, we're coming through now the halfway mark. We're past that, and we're looking there at Nonsuch Boat Club. Nice and easy, nice and long. Griffin Boat Club. Johnny Garrow in the bow seat just took a little look to the right there, just to see what was going on, see whether they had the overlap. Very hard once you have clear water just to come back on that, because the amount of energy obviously you're expending to get the overlap, the crew that's leading can just sit there, wait till you come, and then push the gas pedal, and that's what Nonsuch Boat Club may well do. It's a little bit scrappy, it has to be said here. The crews are just starting to shorten up the length of their stroke. Neither of these crews are the selected boats.
Yeah, and as they get tireder down the course, more exhausted in this heat as well, although it's cooler now, the strokes do shorten up and do get a bit jabbier, because you don't have the freedom, the flow, the energy to get up the slide. And you know, looking here, it's not clear what's going to happen, I don't think.
they're absolutely, you know, Griffin Boat Club, you're right. They're just hunting down that overlap. Hunt down the overlap from there. It's a huge psychological leap that they can take it, because pretty much early on, Nonsuch had the lead. Bit of steering problems here now, getting quite close. This may well, we've got to see what the camera angle is. It's looking, because the umpire hasn't raised his flag, that Nonsuch perhaps a length and not too much impeding going on here.
Yeah, there's a bit of experience in the Griffin Boat Club. Luke Derrick, the stroke guy, was captain of Abingdon last year, I think, and they won the championship 8s at that school. So, you know, he's in that seat for a reason, and you can't. It's not over till you cross the finish line.
Getting some steering problems going on from both crews here. They're going to hit the booms if they're not careful. Griffin Boat Club coming around, again taking a little bit, any kind of push they will have done, it's just taking the impetus off a bit there as you steer back and straight. But right now, Nonsuch Boat Club, they've got clear water. They're through regatta enclosure, they're now into the stewards enclosure.
Yeah, they're looking more relaxed and calm. They have a calm air about them. Their faces are a little, not so much expression on their faces. They look strong, don't they? Look at the size of that three-man there.
He's a big old fella, isn't he? He is. Edward Walton. They pick the boat up nicely, Alex, and they just, you know, they lever it around the catch, past the catch, the front part of the stroke.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all about leverage, isn't it? And time under the water. If you can spend more time with your oar underwater, then you've got more chance of accelerating the boat.
Nonsuch the line. Over first, clear water, over Griffin Boat Club. In the end, they came back a little bit, but it wasn't to be. Nonsuch Boat Club, the University of Bristol Alumni Club, have done themselves very proud today. Race of the day here for the Fawley Challenge Cup. Leander Club B on the left, Reading Rowing Club A on the right. Nicely away there from Reading Rowing Club. So a ton of rivalry going on here. At the second club, the Leander Club's second crew here, will want to really push on, put a really big performance in this, in the stroke seats. R.L. Cook is one of the guys going for junior selection here. He's still got a race off for that to get into this. So again, good depth and strength here in a junior training squad, which Leander B are part of. I think there's about 16 juniors in the Leander squad here. They're taking it off now, half a length, as we come into the settlement part of coming off and transitioning out of the sprint into the race pace here. Reading Rowing Club now will have to do everything they can just to keep an overlap as the crews head towards the barrier.
Yeah, you mentioned the stroke guy of the Leander crew, Robbie Cook. He's got a history of rowing in his family. His brother is currently in the GB senior team, and his other brother, his middle brother, age brother, was in the Oxford Blue Boat, winning Blue Boat this year. So there's a lot of rowing going on in that family.
No pressure on him at all, is there, really? That's putting in some big ones.
Absolutely. I'm sure he was nervous today, but it's all about getting this first race out the way, you know? The first race is the most nerve-wracking time, and once you get that done, then you can enjoy it a bit more, and I'm sure that his brothers encourage him not to put too much pressure on him.
So we're past the halfway mark. That white statue there in the middle of the course represents Fawley, traditionally the halfway mark, give or take a metre or two. And Leander Club B will be very proud of what they've done so far. Nice and solid. They've taken it out from Reading Rowing Club.
Yeah, these guys are looking good. Look at how tidy they are. Leander do always produce quite tidy crews, and there's two quads, which is the first time I've ever had two quads at Leander in the Fawley for the event, so this is great. Both of these crews, Reading and Leander, came through the qualifying on Friday as well.
Opening it up as we come past Upper Thames and then onto Remenham Club here. The flags flying in the front of that little tent. The founding Thames rowing, the Thames clubs. It's founded as a place for them to meet over the regatta. Years ago now. Steering a little bit out to the middle. I would do that if I was in this quad here, because then again, just closing the door here on Reading Rowing Club, you can send the puddles down on your left-hand side and under the beady eye of Richard Phelps, just watching. He's coming up, you see. Now he's just watching Leander sitting out in the middle. Even though they're ahead here, he's got to be seen to be fair and not to impede them. It's very unlikely the Reading Rowing Club to come back. Holding again. Poise there. Cage Tiger, Richard Phelps. Megaphone in hand.
Good on these Reading boys. They are not giving up. Look at their faces. They're pushing on, and Leander are their rivals. You know, they train on the same river, same stretch, not the same stretch of river, but the same river. And these Reading boys will really want to take it to these Leander boys, but they're not giving up. They're not up, but they're not giving up.
Lavinia Cal Sheriff is responsible for the junior squad at Leander. This is her second boat. It's going according to plan. I had a word with her earlier today here. She was very confident in their capabilities, but obviously didn't want to jinx them. But, she'll be on the side here watching this, knowing it's all executed as expected. Solid in the Leander B crew here. It's the last race of the day. Reading Rowing Club just struggling here now. Very, very unlikely for Reading Rowing Club. Stroked by Tom Fairclough to come anywhere near this. Safely through the general enclosure, but now coming down the steward's enclosure.
This is the best bit of the course, isn't it, where the crowd is close.
I wonder, Alex, if Robbie Cook is thinking, well, pressure off for today, I've shown my brothers.
I think he will be. He'll be proud as punch after this. He's got a great family, a great supportive family. So he'll be really pleased to show that he's part of the rowing dynasty in the Cook household.
Still good crowds here for the last race of the day on this opening day of Henley Royal Regatta. We see Leander Club B safely through to the next round, the Forley Challenge Cup, and in the end they've done it in such an impressive style. As Reading Rowing Club A crew comes over the line, heads go down, they know that their Henley is over for this year. That's the end of racing for today. Hopefully you have enjoyed what has been an historic day here for Henley Royal Regatta. If you've missed anything today, please look onto YouTube. You can catch them, you can rewind them, you can see all the strokes, everything out there, and we're going to do it all again. So making big waves for the regatta, an historic day. We're going to do it all again tomorrow. Join us at 8:30. But from Alex Gregory and myself, Gary Herbert, thanks for your company, and we'll see you tomorrow.